What's going on, everybody? Hope everyone's having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is December 15th, Monday, 2025. Am I right about that? Yeah, it's Tuesday for me, so it's Monday for you. Correct. This is NCC TV coming at you live from Amami City. We are live and alive, or at least that's how it seems to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer. Trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. Not really a shipper, but I do love Spike and, oh god, we're talking Buffy. Wait, and hate Angel. Okay, so yeah, Spike over Angel. I remember those were characters on Buffy. I'm trying to remember, like, Spike had the blonde hair, kind of spiky, maybe. I don't know. Chat, I'm having an issue here. Yesterday, the issue, or like last time we streamed politics, the issue was no vertical chat, right? I couldn't get that, I couldn't seem to get that to work. But this time I am not seeing multi-chat. And I don't know, but if I get rid of multi-chat and then bring it back, maybe. I've reset it. That usually fixes everything. Multi-chat? Yeah, like a multi-pass, kind of. It's a multi-pass for chatting. Let me see. Oh my god, this is pissing me off. Yeah. It's another feature of Stream Elements that I actually do enjoy. I mean, not just enjoy, I kind of rely on it. I rely on the fact that I can see chat in my streaming software rather than just when I go to the respective pages that they are on, but it's not happening for me today. Let me really quickly, I don't want to waste too much time. Yeah, this is the worst, chat. This is the worst. I really hate, you know, doing tech. Multi-chat. Won't appear. Stream Elements. It's usually a setup issue with SE Live or the browser extension conflicts. Ensure you've installed the plugin, configured platforms on its multi-streaming panel, and no, it's like both of them though. It's not just, it's not Twitch or YouTube. It's both. Or neither, right? Neither are showing up, and this is gonna give us a bad time, right? Because it's gonna make it really hard for me to see chat. But also, I realized that talking about tech at the beginning of the stream is a great way to get people to click off, to think that I'm nutty. You're gonna think that I'm one of those, you know, creator streamers, right? They do exist, like streamers for streamers, just like the musician exists, right? A musician is a musician that's not very popular, but all the really good musicians like them, right? So the idea is they would be popular if people had more taste, but a streamer is somebody who streams about, like, hey, are you trying to max out your OBS setup? You know, like, check out mine. I've got a little, I got a Game Boy printer, and every time somebody subs, it prints out a picture of their face, and I put it on my, on a sticky note, and I put it on my head, right, or something, like, you know what I mean? Just wild shit that you would never think you could do with streaming software. But oh, log in with Stream Elements, thank you. Well, finally, right? It was just a blank screen. All right, chat. It's just gonna be a slow start. I hope you're okay with that. Okay, I'm liking this. It's actually bringing up a web page within what? Oh no, I just told you authorize, redirecting you automatically. Yeah. Okay, type something. Quick, who can be the, oh, it's not happening. What the actual fuckity? What is going on with this site? I don't even see my, like, where do you log in? Oh my god, there's something massively wrong with their site, I think. Oh, there it is. Wait, I am logged in. I'm logged in on YouTube at least. Connect with Twitch, sure. Try again. Let's try again. All right, I'm still seeing nothing in my multi-chat. This is really disturbing. It's just gonna make streaming hard. It would be so much easier. It would be so much better if I didn't have to constantly switch windows, but I think I am. I think I am gonna have to constantly switch windows. Crotchy says, Jink Uger voice. I vote for Cillian and Bill. I can't do the Jink Uger voice exactly. I vote for Cilly and Billy. Okay, so yeah, Cilly and Billy are on the bonus content poll. Look, I'm just happy that you're here, all right? I took way too much time off, you know, first just to like try to, first just because like, you know, I couldn't find a topic, then I felt not okay. I thought I was maybe being lazy, but it turns out I really was sick, and I got like you know, feverish for a week or two. Took some time to do, what do they call that, bed rest, the thing that I never do when I get sick. Actually did some bed rest for once, and turns out it was really good. Bed rest and fluids was all I need for whatever tropical flu I'd come down with. But yeah, again, you don't, like, you know, this isn't the way that you do it. You know, one of the things about being good or successful at being a streamer is having some consistency, right? That's just, you know, people know where you're gonna be, people know you know, when you're gonna stream, and your head doesn't turn into a low-res jellyfish, right, in the middle of stream. No. Chat, I gotta stop the joke with the giant stream alerts, right? I think that was funny when I trolled Demon Mama on that, but that was long ago. Anyway, let me thank some like Omega Star just gifted 5 subs. Let me let people know if you got a sub from that. So Wee Guppy, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. Sprite Lass, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. Pete the Noob, you just got jellyfish. You may be new to getting jellyfish, but that's okay. We won't make fun of you, because that's a good thing, right? Godling Vane. Am I reading your name right, or am I missing something? I think your name is Godling Vane. Okay. Either way, you just got jellyfish. And Adric 1312 backup, you just got jellyfished on your backup account nonetheless. I don't know. I'm guessing that's what that is. I choose the dude getting smacked, says Omega Star. All right, we're gonna put your money where your mouth is right off. Thanks for getting us started, Omega Star. Oh my gosh, there's Anyway, I'm not gonna worry about the stream element shit right now. Sometimes when there is a tech problem, it randomly solves itself. Sometimes that's how it works. I don't have time for this shit. I don't appreciate this shit, of course. I wish that stream elements would fix their shit, but sometimes it takes them a little while. Her suitors, Spike and Faith, make the most sense. Wait, how do I not know about Faith? Who is Faith? Anyway, we're getting going today. We're gonna be delving into the right-wing civil war once more. I hope you're ready for that, right? We finally have the Erika Kirk, Bari Weiss. This thing got so hyped. Whoa, a golden Kappa hype train? Chat, we've never had a golden Kappa hype train before. Sorry, wait, you get a golden Kappa? Do you all know what a Kappa is? The Kappa is the guy on, I think he was a Twitch streamer, and the idea is that, like, maybe he was a troll or something. This is before my time, right? But can somebody post some Kappas? Can we just post some regular Kappas? Can I get some Kappas in chat? That's how you say it on Twitch. I do remember. I was once a Twitch streamer, and some would say I still am. Is that a Kappa, or is that like a frog? I mean, that's close. For the record, I don't mean the there we go. The thing that Buffy just posted, right? Just post a bunch of those to show YouTube, which might not know what a Kappa is, right? Or why you should, yeah, right there, see? It's a black and white face that looks slightly smug, like it might be trolling you, right? That's a Kappa. He's a Kappa. That dude is a Kappa. That dude is Kappa, right? And so, like, you know, it's a famous, it's maybe one of the most famous Twitch emotes. And the fact that they're giving us a golden Kappa hype train implies that I think you can get something cool here, right? So yeah, we got the yeah, people are posting, yeah, post those Kappas. I want to see those Kappas, right? And I want to make sure that YouTube knows what we're talking about. The other thing, what am I looking for? If I just type in Kappa here, maybe I'll find, because there's actually multiple types, right? So there's multiple types of Kappa. Yeah, so you just see the black and white one. That's the standard issue Kappa that everybody gets when they sign up for Twitch. You can also get, what is this? A Kappa Clause, the regular Kappa, the Kappa Wealth, the Kappa Gay, the Kappa HD, which is kind of like an anti-Kappa. I think that means you're serious, right? So whereas like Kappa, posting Kappa means you're kidding. Posting the non-black and white Kappa, I think, means that you are not kidding. And the golden Kappa, well, I don't know. That's what I want to find out, right? And the only way we can find out is if we hit this hype train that Omega Star has started for us, right? So I'm gonna post. Oh my God, can we please? Yeah, look at that. What's funny is that Cap means something in Thai too. It means something real important, right? When I say you know, hello to you, I say Sawadee ka, right? Emphasis on the ka. But if a guy says hello to you, he'll say Sawadee Kop, and sometimes Sawadee Krop. Sometimes there's a little R in there, right? Yo, we got all kinds of shit going on right now. We got 1 minute and 55 seconds. Thank you, Burple, for jumping on that hype train. What I'm trying to prize you of is, oh, you gifted a tier 1 sub to a narco arachnid. Yeah, a narco arachnid. You just got jellyfished. And that's, you know, helping us out. It looks like Ducky might have also, yep, Ducky has been gifted. Buffy Geek, thank you for the gift. Gifted, see, oh, there we go. You got to level 2. Hell yeah. Okay, so I don't know, when do you get the golden Kappa? Right? So yeah, the hype trains are like, if somebody donates and then a hype train starts, then the next people to donate in like 5 minutes, right? They'll get a conductor badge and they'll win free emotes, right? And apparently the emote that we're like going for here is the golden Kappa. I don't know exactly where that one is. Like, how far do you have to get in the hype train? But I do know that thanks to Buffy and thanks to Burple, we've got 5 more minutes. Yo, that's not necessarily okay, is it? Oh, it is. We can listen to this. Yo. NSC, thank you for the 100 bits. That also gets us further on the cap train. Yeah, we're 9% through the level 3. We're trying to get an emote, chat. We're trying to get an emote out of the machine. Like, imagine it's like a hook, right? like, what do you call those claw machines? Like the claw machine comes over and there's like a golden kappa in there, like, right? It's in the thing along with, like, I don't know, let's say like a whole bunch of other stuff that we don't want, right? And so the claw machine comes down and you're trying to get it to like drop like that, but you don't want it to like go like that, right? Because it always does that for me, right? Or go like that and get the wrong thing, right? You want it to go down and grab the golden kappa so that you can use that sucker. Omega Star saying, I had one a few days ago in here, and everyone who contributed got one. Nice. Well, you got 2 minutes and 45 seconds to try to get to level 4. Yo, Narwhal by Nature with the 500 bits. People asking me, do I have a VTuber? Yeah, there it is. Wait, it says unlock a random emoji. What do you have to get to, Omega Star, to get a golden kappa? Like, what level? What level is required? Just level 1? Oh, wait, so we got one? Nice, we got a golden kappa, nice. All right, well, you got 2 minutes left if you want to try to get, to the end of level 3. Thank you, Narwhal. Thank you, NSC. Thank you, everybody that's participating. I am kind of excited. Wait, has the golden kappa, like, where does it show up anyway? Where do you see? It's in the universal, I'm guessing. The global emojis, as Twitch calls them. Wait, it wouldn't be a global one, would it? It'd be like a hype train one. Let me try scrolling down. Nope. That's all I got. Chat, I gotta tell you a funny story, all right? I mentioned this earlier, that I recently got my air conditioner cleaned, right? And it turned out it was a much louder process than I thought, and they basically needed to take over my apartment. Like I had to like, you know, hide out in the bathroom because that was the only place they weren't using to clean the air conditioners, right? But when so, you know, like when I'm having people over, right, I don't want them to be skeeved. And I know that in, like, you know, like it's common practice that people take their shoes off before they walk into a room, right? And I was thinking, well, you know, I don't want them to take their shoes off and like step on like dust or some kind of particulate or something, you know what I mean? If people are supposed to walk in there without shoes, then you've got to have the floor really clean, right? So I clean up the floor, I clean up the kitchen. I just want them to not think that I live like shit, right? And I just like gave the whole house like a workover, right? And I thought I had done everything that I needed to do, but when they left, right? They actually left without getting paid. I had to go out and go down the elevator and chase them. They had almost gotten in their truck. They were just getting in their truck, right? I got them just in time. There we go. Hype train success. Wait, is that a golden kappa? It kind of looks like Trump. Something just happened. Something just dropped. Did I get a golden kappa? I don't know if I get one. I mean, I didn't really. Oh, look at that. Look at that. It's doing something. Chat, is multi-chat trying to come back? Did somebody at Stream Elements fix their shit? I don't know. I think that maybe somewhere there's a golden kappa now. I can't find it, but if you can find it, post it. Anyway, chat. Like I go down, I go down the elevator. I run out the door. I find them getting into their truck, and I'm like, "Here, you know, you dropped not you dropped this, but you know, honestly, like I'm really thrilled to have my, air conditioner clean. So it might as well been a dropped your crown kind of moment, right? You know, I was very thankful. So I, you know, I paid them before they could leave. But then when I came back upstairs, I noticed that there was a couple of things that I hadn't put away, chat. And let me show you what I'm talking about, right? Now, first of all, I had my birth control out. Yeah. You know, a little blister pack with like 28 pills and days of the week on it, you know, that kind of thing, right? Very clearly, you know, it was very clear that was hormones, right? I had that out, and I also had these out, right? Which, like, I mean, to me, these are just accessories. But I've been told by more than one person that it actually kind of looks like bondage gear. And then the other thing I had out was this, right? Which, again, this is just like, you know, fun stuff that I wear sometimes on stream when it's not too hot. But it kind of, doesn't it kind of look like the fuzzy handcuffs? Like, it looked like I had left out, you know, things for playtime. And so, yeah, I embarrassed myself in spite of myself. But anyway, that is pretty, wait, I gotta, oh my gosh. What is going on? Why did multi-chat turn white? It turned white and now I can't like hit the reset on it. I don't know. Need to practice on Twitch. I'm sorry, chat. I'm getting distracted by too many things and I'm also kind of hot. Maybe I could we get some air conditioner over here? Here, I'm just gonna drink a cold beverage. Yeah, the screen is white. The screen should be like the screen is dark. It should be dark mode, right? But instead it's white. Okay, there we go. That's a little bit better. You need to practice Twitch. Yeah, Twitch is complicated. Twitch is like its own thing. Twitch has its own lore, its own history. Some of it good, some of it not so good. What is going on? Oh my god, chat. I'm having all kinds of tech problems. I'm gonna try to look at scariest thing I've ever heard. OT is cool. He helped me. OT. Who is OT? OT is cool. He helped me crack my egg years ago. Oh my god, I can't think of who you're talking about. OT. That would be terrible bondage gear. I think I agree with you, Davy. Did a flat skin ask that? Wait, no, like who said this was bondage gear? I believe it was Infrared Haas. Yeah, you want to know, chat, that clip exists, right? That clip exists of Haas saying that I was sexually harassing him by wearing what he thought to be bondage gear on stream, right? And look, I mean, you know, there was some what are they called? Like D clasps on, you know, right? Like it's goth. It's not exactly bondage, but it's goth. It's a little bit industrial, maybe. It's definitely not. Yeah, Infrared Haas is a freaky dude. He's got sex on his mind. I don't know. He's trying to figure out how many holes I have, right? He's trying to count the holes. He needs to know where the vaginal complex is. This is a guy that is very confused, him and his chat, very confused about whammons. All kinds of whammons. Who is this? Who is Infrared Haas? Infrared Haas is oh god, he's so hard to explain. All right, so he's a Jackson Hinkledink orbiter, right? As far as who he is right now, he's a like associated with Jackson Hinkle, right? And if you know anything about Jackson Hinkle, you might know that this guy sort of LARPs as a leftist, and to the degree of like more communist than you, but ultimately is a far right fascist. Like he's a, you know. He loves to call, you know what I mean? He calls people slurs, like he's a terrible guy, right? But Haas masqueraded for the longest time as a communist. he started on Lefty Poll. He got, you know, people from Lefty Poll, which is kind of like an irreverent subreddit, an irreverent leftist subreddit. Chat, this is driving me crazy because I got to be on one screen to see YouTube chat, and I got to be on one screen to see Twitch chat. I can't see both of them at the same time. Wait, maybe I can. OT, oh, one topic at a time. Yeah, I do know who you're talking about, and that's a streamer I like. I always forget that OT streams. I see OT's YouTube videos. I never see the vaginal industrial complex. Yeah, Haas is gonna be freaked out when he gets squirted on one of these days, right? He's gonna be like, it squirts? It's... Oh no, there was another clip of him trying to figure out how squirting. But yeah, anyway, yeah, Crotchy's giving good explanations here. Crotchy says the leftist subreddits know about Hinkle and Infrared Haas. Apparently those American Communist Party, MAGA communists, took over moderation of a bunch of leftist subreddits, so they've been trying to take over. Oh my god, that's not good. Crotchy, I wasn't aware of this. I need to figure this out, right? I need to see what's going on. These people haven't been relevant, right? That's why I don't talk about Infrared Haas anymore. He's not really relevant, but he was on Twitch back when I was starting out, and you know, I would other people would watch him and think that he was funny, because what he would do is he would say, if you asked him what his political leanings were, he would say, I'm a tanky, right? He would flex. He'd be like, I'm a proud tanky, right? And you know, the funny thing about tankies is, like, nobody's really out there trying to call themselves a tanky. At least, you know, at that time, nobody was. Some people sort of call themselves that as a fuck you to anti-communists these days, right? But Haas was calling himself a tanky to hide what he really was, which is a Duganite. Alexander Dugin is a Russian theorist who thinks that he synthesized like the fourth political theory. So it's like a fascism, like past fascism, like it's a more fascist fascism. And so this guy's actually really, really bad news. And all the other streamers, Bosch, Destiny, they just treated him as a loud and obnoxious oaf, which he is. He is very much a loud and obnoxious oaf. But he's a loud and obnoxious oaf that actually knew more theory than any of them. And he's also like a crypto Nazi. That's what he was doing. He was doing crypto Nazism. Right? He uses all this like I'm a tanky shit to hide the fact that what he really is a Nazi. He's a type of Nazi. He's a, you know, third positionist, you could call him, right? But anyway, yeah, I ended up, like, I was the only one who was actually giving him shit that was more than just like other people were just laughing at him. I would look at his videos and be like, this is kind of fucked up. I don't think this guy is a leftist, you guys. I don't think this guy's a leftist at all. I think he's a right winger. I think he's playing a funny game here, right? And so Haas kind of focused on me, and you know, there's a clip of him like on my there's a clip on my Twitch channel of him being like, hey, who's that one chick? Who's that one chick that talks about us all the time, that calls us Nazis, right? Who is that? Oh yes, no comment, right? And he starts just going off. He's like spent a day like beefing with me, right? And I just made fun of him. It's in it's an old video of mine called Haas gets weird with women or something like that. Yeah. But anyway, it was a whole ass thing. He was like, she's sexually harassing me with her clothes, right? That's what he thinks sexual harassment is, when a girl gives you a stiffy, right? That's sexual harassment. This is like Beavis and Butthead behavior. Isn't this literally a Beavis and Butthead thing? Where Butthead's like, she's sexually harassing me right now. Like, I feel like this is a Beavis and Butthead joke, but like, I don't know. Haas meant it for real. Anyway, chat. With that diversion after a diversion, let's try getting rid of multi-chat again and then adding it back. Can we add it back? Multi-chat, please. Multi-pass, multi-chat. Oh, it's still the white. It's white screened. It's white screened out, chat. It's driving me crazy. All right. I don't get how people do the crypto shit. I wonder if they have zero real beliefs to do it. Well, no, it's really easy. I mean, like, look, there's, you know, entryism is a thing. It's been used by the left. It definitely, I don't know if they call it entryism, but it definitely gets used by the right. The idea being you come up to people with like a hello fellow sock dems or like hello fellow leftists or, you know, whatever group you're trying to get into. And then you sort of try to Pied Piper some of the less, you know, the less aware people away from that and be like, yeah, the real communism is when you hate trans people, right? The real communism is when you support Vladimir Putin, right? And I think that was what finally got Haas shit canned on YouTube. Anyway, I gotta get to what we're doing today. Oh yeah, and oh, what? Oh, I'm so confused, chat. Everything is confusing me. When will I be unconfused? The other thing is I can't see chat as well, so I can't tell what the fuck the bonus content goal is at. But I can maybe at least put a super chat on stream. Oh, no, I can't. Not unless I figure this out. Anyway, I gotta take my bondage gear off, chat, because it's hot. I don't know how like grommets make you overly hot, but that's what's happening to me right now. Super chats. If we get 10 of them in the next 2 hours, I'll put a butterfly in my hair. That's a thing. And Davi's super chat also counts. Even though I didn't quite get to it in time. Right. Alright, there we go.
At Narwhalby, super chatted $10. 21 with this super chat.
It's at 21 with the super chat. That would actually be 21 plus 30. So 51 is where we're at, right? Apparently nobody can see each other between Twitch and YouTube. I'll get it worked out at some point, chat. Don't worry. Davy Cliff says, I've been reading Grant Morrison's X-Men. It's actually a really good... Wait, Grant Morrison. Should that mean something to me? Like Grant Morrison's X-Men is supposed... Did Grant Morrison write like a new universe of X-Men? Actually a great story about how leftist straight boys go fash. Whoa, okay. Yeah, I don't know. X-Men, is that DC? Yeah, thank you for the super chat, Narwhal, and thank you... What? Why didn't Narwhal? Everything is broken, chat. Everything is fucking busted. Everything is chopped. What is going on? Since when does a $10 super chat not get counted towards butterfly goal? Oh well, whatever, chat. We're just gonna say that it's at 2, even though that it says it's at 0. I think everything is broken. I think YouTube broke that's what I think. You know what I'm gonna guess? YouTube changed some things about streaming. They added some new stuff, right? You know, probably some good stuff, probably some, you know, stuff that makes stuff better, but it breaks everything, right? Because everybody's third-party shit is dependent on YouTube working a certain way, and when they change how it works, then everybody's shit breaks, and there's no there's no like, here's the new API. If any third-party developers out there want to, you know, fix your shit ahead of time, we're gonna implement these changes on, you know, this day. It just happens, and everybody's shit breaks. When you're attractive, you're harassing his penis. When he wanted it soft, right? Yeah. Wow. Democratic. So yeah, he had to get up and go somewhere, and he was embarrassed. He didn't want to stand up with the boner. I was like, what's it called? Democratic socialism is Marx safe, so is our Marxism. Our ass socialist. Our ass socialist was taken over by the ACP. Search for ass social. What the fuck is up with Reddit? How is Reddit so crazy? How is there drama that I don't even know about? That's like, you know, it's like they're still making moves out there, chat. Maybe we should talk about the ACP more often. But yeah, there's a group of creators. Jackson Hinkledinck's one of them. Infrared Haas is one of them. Caleb Maupin and Peter Coffin used to be one of these guys, each respectively. And I guess they were too cringe. They got kicked out for being gay and cringe. I don't know, Caleb and Peter. But yeah, it's like it's a right wing. It's a group of right wingers that call themselves communists, basically. MCU has X-Men now. Wait, I could be wrong. Is that right? MCU has X-Men. It was all in Deadpool. Wait, there's X-Men in Deadpool. Why didn't X-Men assemble against Thanos like the event? Yeah, you would think, right? You know, that'd be really helpful. Their X-Men are really powerful, right? They got the guy with the adamantium claws and shit. You know, he can like just shove his claws into the like cliff face and climb up it, you know, because it's attached to his skeleton. His skeleton is also adamantium. That's what I know about X-Men. And then there's a guy that blasts shit with his eyeballs.
At Devicliff super chatted $9.99.
That one counted.
If X-Men is DC is probably the most bigoted thing I've heard you say. X-Men comics, that's LGBTQ plus history right there. JK.
Okay. JK, but yeah, no, I should know. If the X-Men are the LGBT superheroes, then I should know more about them. It is MCU. Because chat, in my mind, you're either in Avengers movies or you're in Batman movies, right? And that's how I tell. That's how I know. If you're Marvel or if you're DC, right? You're either in Gotham or you're in Metropolis, right? Is that how it works? Wait, no, I'm so confused. No, Gotham is Batman, and Metropolis is Superman. And where do the MCU people live? In a multiverse of madness? Is that, are they just really in a multiverse? They're in a multiverse. Yeah, theirs is a multiverse, right? Wait, but I think, isn't DC a multiverse too? Because they have, what is it called? Like Absolute Joker and Absolute Batman. They have all the Absolute dudes, right? Can somebody explain to me the Absolutes? I don't understand. It's like different. It's like a weird, like big monster, and he's like, I'm Absolute Joker. And I'm like, okay, I guess so. I guess so. I was more entertained when you were shooting people on talk shows, honestly. But if you're a giant glurpy monster now, I guess that's your choice. X-Men are the queer superheroes since the 1970s. But yeah, like, okay. Why do they seem like they're in their own universe? That's what fucks with me, right? Like, I thought that the Marvel universe people, like, they're all integrated, like Scarlet Witch and Doctor Strange, right? They're all like they talk to each other. They appear in each other's movies, right? What about Deadpool? Deadpool's in both? What? It's 61. It's 61. It's what it, wait, no, I think it's more than, is it more than, I'm so confused now. Okay, you said before it was 21, but it was really 51. And then Davy Cliff. Okay, yeah, we are at 61. That's where we're at. All right, let's fix this. It should be 61. But yeah, I feel like the most basic functionality of streaming is talking to chat, right? If you're not talking to chat, are you really streaming? And the answer is probably yes, because plenty of people do. And if your stream gets to a certain size, a lot of people just do not even acknowledge, like Ethan, he will acknowledge chat if somebody sends him a $500 super chat, right? That's when you hear Ethan Klein acknowledge chat. But yo, Narwhal by Nature, 5 gifted memberships just dropped. And that means I got some weasels to read out, don't I? Okay, so it should be 76, yeah. Amphibine, 69, you just got you got weaseled. Adria Staley, you just got weaseled. Groovy, 3957, you just got weaseled. Metal Slime USA, you just got weaseled. Aline Fox, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Thank you, Narwhal, for the gifted memberships. And look at that, YouTube's coming back. Deadpool is Marvel, okay. Darkseid, wait, isn't Darkseid the dude that killed Superman? Made the Absolute Universe to fight the main DC universe? Darkseid, that butthole. He fucks everything up on DC. Okay, first of all, Superman's not supposed to die, so that's a fuck up. And second of all, the Absolute Universe, I mean, I guess I don't understand. All right, so this is supposed to say 76, and I'm supposed to tell you what we're talking about today, which is going to be Erika Kirk on Bari Weiss. Bari Weiss, if you don't know, from the Free Press. See, you don't know. Some of you don't know. I mean, some of you do, and you're acting all smug, and you're like, we don't need a refresher about Bari Weiss. We know exactly who she is, but some people out there don't, because she's not a good journalist. She's not a popular journalist. She's not interesting. She doesn't have any clips. You know, she's not like exciting, right? You know, there's a lot of people out there that don't know her. But anyway, she was New York Times. She was on the New York Times staff for years and years and years. The New York Times has been playing a game where people think of the New York Times as being far left. And so they're like, oh yeah, you think we're far left? You know, well, we'll just, you know, hire some, you know, really what they are is like an outlet for, I'm gonna say it, the super wealthy, right? So if those wealthy people are feeling libbed up, then yeah, the New York Times up here is libbed up too. But if those wealthy people are feeling heterodox, you know, then that's when you end up with like a Bari Weiss at the New York Times, right? So even though the New York Times is not like, you know, anti-conservative, they're not woke, they're not, you know, far left, they're not anything like that, right? Bari Weiss was, you know, always just displaying this massive persecution complex, right? That she was going to get canceled, that there was no room at the New York Times for voices like hers. In reality, she wrote articles and, well, most people hated them because they were shitty articles and they were, you know, pushing a weird, like, center-right agenda. And, you know, it was just cringe mostly, right? So Bari Weiss tried to get fired and was unsuccessful. Nothing that she did could piss off the New York Times. Nothing that she did got her fired. So she fired herself. She started a university, right? She got, you know, funding from, you know, fellow heterodox thinkers, right? When I say heterodox, think Anna Kasparian, right? Think Anna Kasparian, think Dave Rubin, think like intellectual dark web. It's like somewhere around there, right? What I mean, like, by that, right? So anyway, she starts an unaccredited university and is like, we're gonna be a university that's not woke and that doesn't cancel people, right? And you know, it's an expensive private university that gave you a worthless degree, but she had backers, she had money. There, in other words, what I'm trying to say, chat, is that Bari Weiss is a talentless, motionless hack, but she's a little bit of the, what would you call her? Like the, I said earlier, the streamer. She's the intellectual for the idle rich, I guess, right? She represents what certain wealthy people want politics to be, right? So she's got financial backers. She made a university. The university, I think, didn't work out too well. I don't think it did too well, right? So then her next move, is when Ellison buys CBS, Bari Weiss is brought in to like lead the news division. Somebody who is just like a phenomenal Vale daughter is now the head of news at CBS. So that's what we're dealing with now with Bari Weiss. She's taken over. She's not it's a very Trumpian thing to have somebody like Bari Weiss, take over a job that they're not qualified for, kind of, rise to their own level of incompetence and she, and now try to change up the format of CBS News. The first way she's changing that format up is to have a town hall. So it's not just Erika Kirk, let's interview her, what was it like when Charlie died? Oh my gosh, I feel so bad for you, right? That's normal journalism. Instead, we're gonna have a town hall and bring in people to ask her questions. We're gonna screen them heavily to make sure that nobody's in there is gonna embarrass her or Bari Weiss or make it awkward, but we're gonna have a town hall format, right? So that's the first way. The second way that Bari Weiss is changing things up is that normally people that are in charge of editorial do not go in front of the camera very often, right? Like there's on-air talent, and then there is like, management, which is essentially what Bari Weiss is. And what she's trying to do is be both. She's a narcissist, right? That's very clear. She overestimates her own talent, her own appeal, her own charisma, and is just kind of now that she's got control of the reins at CBS, she's like, oh yeah, well, I should host this actually. Who are you gonna have host it, Bari? Oh, actually, I think I'll do that.
At the Vicliff super chatted $9.99. Bari Weiss does appeal to the, oh you're so tiny, let me put you in my pocket, type of guys who are always billionaire donors.
Yeah, kind of. She fits easily in a pocket or a purse, right? Don't let it's mostly guys. You're right, Davy. But I'm sure there's a few women billionaire donors out there as well somewhere. Is Bari a lesbian or as well? I can't remember. I don't know. With a charismatic figure like the Dersh. Oh yeah, she's the one that said that that was excited about bringing on charismatic. What was it? We had this. She was it on Twitter or something where she's like, I can't remember where she said it, right? But she said that like she couldn't wait to be in control of CBS because she was going to bring it on. She's going to have fire debates like Dana Loesch, which is a name you might vaguely remember. I don't remember Dana Loesch. Anybody want to tell me who the fuck she was? 'Cause I don't actually remember. I don't think I ever really. I mean, she's a right winger, right? That's all I know. But yeah, it was Dersh and Dana Loesch debating gun control. And that's what she thought was she was like, this is gonna blow their socks off, right? This is gonna knock their socks off. They're not gonna know what hit them. They're gonna be so excited, right? This is new journalism. And it's just like, no, it's just like, you're shoving Alan Dershowitz down our throats, right? And some of us have had enough of that kind of thing. She is a lesbian. Okay. Wait, Oprah? Wait, I'm trying to think. Yeah, Peter Thiel is the first name that comes to mind when you say, oh, you're so tiny, let me put you in my pocket, right? As far as somebody that like throws money at a million different projects, including maybe, do we have it confirmed that he was a backer of Red Scare? I mean, people for years and years thought that probably that was Peter Thiel money, but I think they confirmed it at some point. Okay, I feel like since it's the holiday season.
At Davicliffe super chatted $9.99. I actually support that. Please let Alan Dershowitz be the official public face of Zionism. Please, please, Barry, I beg you, this is a genius idea.
Maybe we should let Alan do his thing. Maybe we should make Alan a superstar. And then somebody can bring on Norm. Have him do another knockdown drag out with. I think he knows better now. Norm's one of the people that actually kind of put him in his place. But isn't Norm off doing fuck shit now too? I forget. I saw Norm. Oh yeah, he was on Candace. He went back on Candace. He is doing fuck shit. Absolutely. Absolute fuck shit. And expect more of that in the future. What am I trying to look for? Yukino's theme. What? Holiday edition. That is the song I play when it's the holidays. There we go. That's a song that would never compete with me with vocals. Yeah, no, I think you might have a point there, Davi. Come to think of it, we're at 96, so we're definitely looking to maybe rack up some bonus content today. What have we got? Wait, I should finish telling you about the other things. So yeah, in addition to Bari Weiss, Erika Kirk, we're gonna try to catch up as much as we can on Candace's world. And by Candace's world, I do mean that she lives in a castle. Wait, what is it? The whole thing of castles in the air or something like that? Yeah, she lives in a fucking Persona style mind palace. She lives in an unreality vortex, right? And she's got to watch out for Egyptian planes. She's got to watch out for French foreign legionnaires trying to take her out, just like they took out Charlie. Trantifa is probably castles in the sky. Yeah, but not like a Howl's Moving Castle. Like, that's actually cool. Yo, Crotchy, thank you for the gifted membership to Adben. Adben 002, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. And that brings us up, yes, to 99, so we're very close to bonus content. But yeah, we got Candace Owens doing that shit. We got Tim Pool, his world is crashing around him. Chat, Tim Pool he's overextended himself, right? He was making a lot of money for a while. When the Russian money was coming in, when he was a fairly popular right-wing, platform and would bring on people like Alex Jones and stuff like that, right? He was making some real money and he thought it would last forever. And so he bought everything. He brought, what happens to the man who gets everything that he wants? Well, ask Tim Pool, right? Because he got so much money he couldn't spend it fast enough. And so, he got himself the skate mansion in West Virginia. He bought another a skate park outside of that, just because they wouldn't let him compete in some event. He sponsored a NASCAR, a podcast sponsored a NASCAR. He bought a bunch of ads on YouTube. If you remember seeing like Tim Pool ads everywhere, that's, that he spent so much money, chat, and now it's coming time where I think that his expenses are outstripping his revenue, and he's getting worried. Right? The walls are closing in on him, right? And in that concern, in that worry, he's maybe, I don't know, getting a little paranoid or something. He said somebody took a shot at him at his skate mansion or at one of his, houses, right? There was a gunshot, but there's like various reports of this gunshot either being his brother discharging a firearm, or maybe even, he lives in West Virginia. There's some chance that somebody was just hunting. So we got... We got to talk about Tim Pool, too. Omega Star says, poor Dim Tool. Wait, let me read this. Poor Tim... Oh, I can't... Let me re-like it. There we... Wait, come on. Poor Dim Tool doesn't get any Russian... doesn't get the Russian money anymore, yeah.
At Davicliffe super chatted $9.99. The movie, written by Alan Dershowitz, The Devil's Advocate, where he is the lawyer for a PDF human trafficker and he admits that he is the reason his wife died because he cheated on her.
Is this biographical by chance? Did any of these details match up with Alan Dershowitz biography? Yeah, The Devil's Advocate, wasn't it? Yeah, like a lawyer, like a who was it? Michael Douglas? Was Michael Douglas in that one? But also Alan Dershowitz writes he writes scripts. This is news to me. Either way, Davi, thank you for the super chat, and thank you for the super chat, Omega Star, and bringing us. What did I say? I said I was gonna give you like 2 extra, so we're at 7 out of 10. We're closing in on the butterfly. We are in. Oh my God! What? Every time I bring up OBS and I see that like white square, let me see if there's any other way that I could. I'm trying to figure out if there's any other way that I can put chat on screen, because I'm just like not comfortable like without chat on screen. What do we have? Chat. What chat does it bring up? Okay, all right, I guess this is what we'll do. If I can get the poll to chill the fuck out. There we go. Okay, so at least, look, I've got Twitch on this side, I've got YouTube on that side. I can finally read chat again. I'm much happier. All right, and I've cooled down slightly. This like seriously, I'm not a big fan of like ice drinks, right? I mean, it makes my teeth cold, and you know, I don't know, it's got condensation. You know, you got to find a cup holder when you drink an ice drink, right? But when I was sick, this was saving me. Like when I had to go out, even though I was sick, and do things with my visa, I brought a cold drink with me, and I just like, you know, anytime that I was feeling feverish, I just pounded more drink. So yeah, I've learned to enjoy it. Wait, Narwhal said it was 114. Okay, there we go, 114. So we got Candace, we got Tim Pool. Let's see, is that everything? I feel like there's one more subject that I have on the main menu.
At Devicliff super chatted $9.99. ONVM, the It's Cable TV movie, Advocate's Devil, based off of Alan Dershowitz, fiction book.
Oh, it's called Advocate's Devil. Oh, it's a cable movie. I mean, that kind of makes sense. So yeah, we got Candace Owens flying her Egyptian planes. We got Tim Pool overextending himself and losing it, really losing it, both his sanity and his... I mean, honestly, I feel like his ability to be a public figure was reliant on his ego, was reliant on him being able to say, hey, people said I never amount to much. I never passed the 4th grade. But look at me now. I'm one of the biggest media figures. I'm talking to all kinds of big celebrities, right? I'm a big deal, right? And now that Tim Pool is decidedly not a big deal and his influence is waning, I don't know. I don't think he's long. He's threatened. Doesn't he do this every December? I think he threatens to quit. It's kind of like Xander Hall. Remember how Xander Hall does this? Every December, Xander Hall is like, I don't know if I can keep this up, right? So yeah, I think Tim Pool's doing kind of the same thing. Al Pacino is in that movie, yeah. But Davi's just told me it's not the same movie. Yeah, Alan didn't write a script. he would have made so much money too, off of Michael, what's his name? Douglas. This guy was a big star in the 90s, right? He was in so much stuff. He was in so many blockbuster movies. And then he got sickened from eating, from performing too much cunnilingus. Anybody remember that? He got throat cancer from too much oral sex. Who knew that was a thing? But yeah, I guess Michael Douglas knows. So you know that was the end to his career, I guess. But yeah, he's kind of like the Sting of oral sex. As Sting is to fucking, so is Michael Douglas to cunnilingus. It's you know, it's what gives him his power. Yeah. Yeah, HPV is dangerous. Dental dams exist, all right? They're there for you, and they're, you know, you can, you know, it is a skill, but Sting, the guy from the police, yeah. And he's also gay, that's right. He's a gay cunnilingus expert. That's the lore behind Michael Douglas. So anyway, like I said, we got Temple, we got Candace Owens, we got Bari Weiss, we got Erika Kirk. It's all for you today. And we also have the chance to check out some bonus content after the stream. Huh? Not me looking on Google for advice, for tech advice. There we go. What are we missing here? Something. Oh. Wait, do I even have this? I do. There it is. Boom. That's what I'm looking for. Right, so these are the bonus topics. They're also available for you on YouTube in the form of a poll. We have a poll going on right now. I'm polling the chat to find out what your favorite topic is of our bonus items. I got 4 of them for you. Let's go over them really quickly. We have Taylor Lorenz versus the Vanguard. That might sound weird because they're friends, and they're still friends, right? I think. But there was a debate between Taylor and the Vanguard. They some legislation that was I don't know, some tech legislation that the Vanguard supported, but the 3+ for the Vanguard from Karachi. Somebody else said that too, right? Was it you, Omega Star? Did you say Vanguard? Or no, I think you said young Republican bitch slapped, right? So anyway, you can vote on these, right? Here, I should probably just show you like I feel like I should show you a little preview of some of these, right?
system now. Like you're.
We never finished this yesterday, but guess who found my video, chat? I covered Pisco versus Hutch, talking about Ethan's rationale for suing Casey Tron, Denims, and Frogan, and not like Asmongold and XQC, right? So that's what this was about. And after the stream, right? Not a lot of my viewers seem to be on there leaving comments, but you know who was? Ethan Klein fans. Yeah, that's right. So, you know, hey, if you end up watching the stream later on the VOD, feel free to comment. It's a good thing, and you know, it won't leave me in a situation you know, where one of my videos is getting brigaded by Ethan fans, like what happens last time. So anyway, Casa del Vanguard. Taylor Lorenz confronts the Vanguard over their recent coverage. Let's take a look at this really quick. Just give you a preview of everything.
Let's bring Taylor Lorenz in. Really appreciate you coming on again. Taylor, thanks for making the time to join us.
Thank you so much for having me. I know, well, I've been covering this stuff so much and no one on the left is even talking about it. So you guys, kudos to you guys for even talking about this issue, because we're in a bad place right now. So
yeah, there's so many different laws being passed, obviously not just in America with the TikTok ban and stuff like that, you know, briefly was in effect, but now seems to have been completely reversed. But all these kind of different, you know, censorious laws that are in the ether, not just in America, but then obviously the Australian one that we were discussing where, you know, younger children, I think up to age of 16, will be banned.
The TikTok ban, I wouldn't call it reversed. I know these guys know this, all right? But just for my audience, right? The TikTok ban was not reverse. What happened was that the ban was leveraged to force a sale of it to one of Trump's allies. All right, just so we're keeping the record clear. I know that, you know, Vanguard's got a lot of things on their mind. They're about to do a debate, you know, versus Taylor Lorenz. She's a pretty good debater, so you know, I don't blame them for you know, not mentioning that. But I gotta mention that, right? You know, it's not a yeah, but what they're trying to say is that, like, while TikTok was a, you know, perceived as an enemy of Trump, right? It was going to be banned when Biden thought that TikTok maybe was showing too many of his falls, right? Too many times of Biden, you know, looking like he's got dementia or whatever, right? Yeah, he got on board with banning, like there. And then the other force that really promoted the TikTok ban was the pro-Israel contingency, right? And that's who they ended up selling to with Ellison et al. And yeah, it's really starting to what was it, chat? There was something that got, like, I'm trying to remember what it was, but there was something that was getting taken down on TikTok in relation to Gaza recently. So, but anyway, I know that's what Gavin, I know that Gavin knows this, right? But I just want to can I move this down there? There we go. So you can see this. All right. So yeah, I'm gonna give you a little taste of this, of what they're debating about, and then I'll show you all of these, or I'll show you a preview of all of these. What I'm trying to say.
And from creating new social media accounts, and the government's gonna, you know, authorize them to shut down existing accounts for the 16-year-olds. I was talking about how, you know, when Zach and I first enrolled in social medias back in the day, like Facebook, for one, they actually felt more like social medias. You know, you were connecting with your friends and family more so than just seeing a bunch of AI slop, ads, and rage bait.
I remember when I matriculated to Facebook
from, you know, sometimes foreign bots, right, in the feed. So I felt it was a much more genuinely social experience, and also a much less addictive experience. And I understand that you've pushed back on that term addiction. We'll talk about that a little bit. And
so there's the, yeah,
and let you explain.
There's the disagreement.
And, you know, why you think that's a bit, you know, pseudoscientific. But I guess that I would say that I find social media to be addictive in the same way that a lot of people find gambling or
Or
pornography.
music or reading or
Fair
talking
enough.
to friends, hanging out with friends.
Well,
Yeah. I mean, obviously, yeah. There's a big difference between something that like is like a behavior that you that's getting in the way of other things that you want to do versus an addiction, right? Which is just like debilitating and life ruining, and it's a kind of a, I mean, like it's a similar I don't know, similar whatever, similar there's a similarity, but the similarity has its limits.
let me finish first. Because obviously,
Already,
anything too much.
already.
That goes without saying. You can even drink so much water that you die, right? So everything in moderation, right? But I do think that everyone, or at least most people, would acknowledge that you can get addicted to gambling, or that you can get addicted.
Right. But that has, sorry to interrupt.
Can I just finish
That-
real quick?
Okay, yeah,
Can I
yeah.
just finish
Sorry,
my opening
sorry.
statement?
Yeah.
It's all good. It's all good. It's just that, like,
He doesn't realize it, but he's driving her crazy. This is her thing. This is her wheelhouse. This is an issue that she cares a lot about, and she can't it's not just that she can't get people interested in it. I feel like she can't get people to understand it, and it's actually important, right? It's actually one of the most important things that Taylor gets on about. And I've seen, like, Pod Save America be dismissive to her about that. Obviously, Ethan Klein makes fun of her for this, but she is kind of a voice crying in the wilderness in terms of not allowing moral panics about the internet to result in a reduction of our freedoms, right? Like, could somebody be addicted, sex, I think sex addiction is in the DSM, right? Like that is a thing that people develop addiction to and have to deal with, right? I think that's correct. Correct me if I'm wrong. If anybody wants to tell me actually they took it out, or they call that this now or whatever. But there, Behind the Bastard spoke about this, as in Panic World. Oh, Panic World, yeah. But I mean, yeah. So I totally admit that you can be behaviors can be can so in it, yeah, behaviors can be problematic. Behaviors can be associated with addiction, right? But if we don't, or I would hope we wouldn't want to say, hey, since sex addiction's a real thing, we should curtail your rights to enjoy pornography, right? No more porn on the internet. It's got to go, right? That's a bad move, right? I think we can all agree with that, right? Gaming, right? People have trouble pulling themselves away from their games. Nobody wants video games banned. And this is the nature of what they're using, a very real concern, which is what Gavin is expressing right now, right? The enshittification of the internet, along with the, sort of, where the addiction comes in is the algorithm, right? Algorithms are designed, and their value lies in causing you to spend maximizing your time on the platform, right? That's what it's all about. That's the reason that they have algorithms. It's not because they're nice and they like want you to find cool. If you like this video, maybe you'll like this video. YouTube's not doing you a solid there, even though sometimes it does recommend stuff that you're glad you saw, right? YouTube's doing that to try to keep you A, from going to another platform, right? And B, from logging off, right? YouTube benefits the longer that you watch, right? So there is, that aspect too. But like, what are we going to regulate? Are we going to regulate it on the level of, use, or are we going to regulate the platforms? And I think that's what Taylor's trying to drive home.
like in my opinion, you can get addicted to gambling. You can get
Yes.
addicted to pornography. You're not going to die if you take away, the gambler's not going to die if you take away their slot machine. The porn addict is not going to die if you shut off access to Pornhub, but it still is considered an addiction because
Okay, so now we're talking about a chemical addiction versus a behavioral addiction, right? That is an important distinction, but I don't think that's what Taylor's getting at.
people understand what that means, at least in my opinion, the way we colloquially understand and use the term addiction. In the same way, I have found that there are periods in my life where I get quote unquote addicted to
It's not in the DSM. It's called hypersexual disorder, and that's not in it. So maybe they don't consider this a addiction anymore, right?
social media, where I have to undownload the app for several months, take a time off because I notice the negative effects it's having on my mental
Did you see Taylor?
state, specifically in the age of AI, slop, misinformation, again, bots, all this kind of stuff, the dead internet theory feeling more real than ever. So that's the kind of colloquial, non-scientific terms that I was discussing social media in, specifically this new hyper algorithmic, addictive version of social media. But please, now that I've said that, push back and explain to everyone why that is,
Guys,
apparently
What is the argument here? The argument is can internet be addictive, and should we regulate it? And my there's bills that are right now very close to passing. There's a lot of support for a lot of bills that would regulate the internet, right? But not in a way that is helpful to people, in a way that kind of curtails our freedoms, right? There, yeah, I do feel like this clip kind of dropped us in the middle, right? There's probably specific acts that they've brought up to. I think this all started from like Zach and Gavin being like, okay, well they're gonna pass this bill to regulate internet addiction or whatever. I think that's probably a good idea, and Taylor being like, you guys, seriously, do you not realize what this is? This isn't a bill to regulate the platforms. This is a bill to cause you to have to give the platforms more data. So things like proving your age, right? The way that that's done is by giving your identity to a platform. You can probably think of some platforms that you wouldn't want to have your identity. Twitter is the first one that comes to mind with me because it's owned by Elon, but like a lot of stuff, right? But yeah, the laws would result in people giving more personal information to the platforms. They don't have a problem, and that's how the shit gets passed, right? That's why the bill, instead of benefiting you, is fucking you over, because the people with the power to sway how it's written are the people with money, and they don't want to be regulated. They'd rather have you be regulated, especially if it results in them getting more of your information, right? So that's what they're arguing about.
a totally incorrect way to frame it.
okay. So first of all, I just want to say, you're saying, oh, we're not seeing some of this up. We are seeing right now in Congress. Congress is trying to ram through, without publicity, 18 of the most aggressive censorship and surveillance laws that we've ever seen in our lifetime. This is like the digital version of the Patriot Act is what they're trying to push through. And they're also simultaneously trying to repeal Section 230, which is basically the First Amendment for the internet.
Chat, I feel like we need to repeal the Patriot Act and replace it with the Theytriot and Gatriot Act.
So this is terrifying what we're dealing with in America. In America, this is nothing compared to the TikTok ban. Okay, this is so much worse than the TikTok ban. You wouldn't.
And I
even
didn't defend
believe.
any of that, by the way. None of
No,
the
no,
what
no,
you
no.
just
I
said
know.
was
I just
defended.
want people to know, like, this is not something that's happening in Australia. This is not something that's
Okay.
happening. This is happening in America as well, to actually a much more insane degree. So
So I guess she's saying that them characterizing it as an addiction is actually feeding into the moral panic that's allowing these aggressive, regulations of essentially free expression on the internet to get through. So anyway, that's a possibility. I don't want to show you too much of that. I just wanted to give you a little taste so you know what it's like. If you want to, if you want to watch it or not. Bad empanada. Tabernacle. Let's see if it comes up with that. Oh no. Yeah, this has caused a lot of discourse. This is a little bit older. All right. you can see, so it's this video by Trash Discourse, who I feel like I've watched a few videos of theirs and in the past, and like gotten something out of them. It's been a while. I mean, I have not. I you know what I mean. Anyway, the video is called "Nazis Are Recruiting You Using Left-Wing Buzzwords."
Or just other people as well.
Oh my god, I'm so afraid we're not gonna get the gist of it if we. I think I'm gonna have to like literally look up Bad Empanada. There we go.
They're not men online. Defenders of Bad Empanada specifically always say, well, he's spoken out more than you, so I wouldn't go talking like this because he's talked about this way more than you. As if speaking out online is activism, as if this is the goalpost for what good activism looks like. Posting is the highest form of praxis, as if it's the most and best that anyone could possibly be.
I don't know, chat. It's really hard giving you a synopsis of a fairly disorganized video essay. Let me see if instead of watching some of this, I can just give you a synopsis, right? This is Trash Discourse. They've made a video called Nazis Are Recruiting You Using Left-Wing Buzzwords, right? And they they're proposing the idea that I believe Bad Empanada is a secret Nazi or like leading people down the alt-right pipeline. I mean, obviously, I've pointed out that Bad Empanada is not like a warm, fuzzy guy. He has a lot of rough edges. He can treat people pretty bad, even people on his own side. He maybe sometimes overestimates his own understanding of things, and people have complained about a lot of things about Bad Empanada. His takes on unionization in countries like the United States, etc. Right? So there's stuff to criticize there, but I don't think he's a Nazi. And then Cavernacle is an even weirder one. Oh no, this thing is. I didn't even notice this. This is keyword packed. This is an old style of making your description by just like throwing in keywords, and I don't think that YouTube wants you doing that anymore. Anyway, so yeah, Trash Discord made this video talking about Bad Empanada and Cavernacle and other creators, maybe without knowing enough about them to really comment, maybe. Right? And then Cavernacle responded, and of course, you know who's gonna really respond here. Wait, did he take his videos down? I'm not seeing the Bad Empanada. This resulted in somebody that had helped Trash Discourse on the research coming out. That's this video right here, and like apologizing for misapplied research and asking the Cavernacle for help. The person that had done the research for Trash Discourse apparently really does have a problem with Bad Empanada and really does think Bad Empanada is like some kind of right-wing grifter, but actually likes the Cavernacle. So when they saw their the video go up with their research, right, they were kind of floored by the fact that it was talking about a creator that they really like, in addition to a creator that they really don't like, that being Bad Empanada. Obviously, here we go. There's Bad Empanada Bad Empanada's response.
Here we're going to be looking at some excellent criticism coming at me from someone who made a video that is like straight out of 2016 BreadTube. And this is very good because it's actually extremely related to something that I've been wanting to talk about in a main channel video. Like I've been slowly sort of developing an argument that I wanted to make as like a post-mortem on like that era of like left-wing YouTubers, like the BreadTubers, so to speak. And this is just a great opportunity to do that because it really exhibits a ton of the characteristics that I wanted to talk about in that video. It's a video that also very much is precisely like what I've been talking about regarding these sorts of like centrist/center-left people who posture as like radical leftists and how they deal with criticism coming at them from the left. They can't really respond to it honestly on the basis of the evidence and the arguments. So what they do instead, they just don't engage at all. Because if they did engage, it would become very plainly obvious for all to see that they were the ones who were actually in the wrong here. Because if you apply the principles that they themselves claim to uphold to these arguments that they're making, and the counter arguments against them from people like me who are further to the left than them, it will just expose them for what they really are. And you can't have that. So they're trying to like sort of redefine what it means to be on the left to the point that it doesn't really mean to be on the left. It means like you're an American centrist who like wants rights for gay people and non-white people, and you want some social welfare benefits for you, and you don't really care what happens to people in other countries as a result of your country.
Anyway, so yeah, Bad Empanada responds, Cavernacle responds. I would have this is what I would have covered at some point when I was sick, if I had not been sick, right? So I wanted to try to work that into things as well. Anyway, we got that's the second piece of bonus content, Bad Empanada and Cavernacle called out, yeah, by Trash Discourse. So then we got a young Republican that got, you know what? I can't show you too much of this one. Maybe I can show you a little bit of the Kyle video, Kyle Kalinske, or oh my God, what was this? Hassan. Nick Fuentes, Asmongold. Is this? Yeah, this is it.
You gave him a ticket. Oh! What the? Hey, yo! Where did that one come from? Wait. What?
Young Republicans of New York's New York award show. I guess they got some kind of gala. It wouldn't be a gala because they're Republicans. They probably want to call it a gala because that's less gay than calling it a gala. But yeah, during their gala, some people were allowed in, some people weren't. Nick Fuentes looks like was kept on the outside. I think they brought in Sneeko and a few other people, but Nick was too controversial, so he's like in the area, kind of you know, carousing around outside. And in the midst, right, somebody comes up. Let's see if I can find this. Right now, you'd think, chat, I'm talking about young Republicans. Is that one of the young Republicans? It's a good guess, right? There's plenty of young Republicans that would love to have that outfit, would love to have that flag, right? But it turns out, no, this is a protester. And this is the silliest kind of protest you could imagine. If you want to call somebody a Nazi, right? One way you don't do it is by dressing up like a Nazi and coming to them and be like, this is what you're like, okay? This is what you're, oh yeah? You're like that, right? So that's kind of what happens. And you know, it's silly, right? And you know, you're tempted to think of this person as a fundamentally silly person, but it turns out sometimes a broken clock is right. And the people that he's talking to are actually do seem to have some sympathies with the Third Reich, right? So yeah, and that's where that bitch slap comes from. Anyway, I don't want to give you too much, but that's what that video is like, or that's what that video is about. That and a bunch of slurs, right? And then we got Chris Kunstler versus Lonerbucks. Here, let's take a look at this one really quick.
Everything.
That's not right.
Wow, he really don't.
Wow, that's an interesting thing to happen when you try to type in another search term. Kunstler. Wait, how do you spell it? So Vadim has told me that it gets good maybe somewhere around here.
Some of them can be oppressive. Obviously, I don't think you have, like, Jews have every reason a rise in anti-Semitism. I can find the first article if you want, like the first ever press article.
It would bother to read like wider literature on the Great March of Return. They talk.
Here we go. Yeah, it's the great
something that they didn't even have a soldier in, and you of what.
I just want to get to the beginning of this rant by
The point is, hold on. Okay, no. Palestinians, there was X amount of them shot. There was like X amount who I have calculated are actually Hamas militants. You did that for the exclusive...
How did I calculate that?
Hold on. You did that for... I don't care how you calculate it. That's not the point I'm trying to make. The point is that you went to read... No, it doesn't. Lonerbox. It doesn't matter. The point is you sought to relitigate the Great March of Return to say that actually about 30% or just under 30% of the people killed there were militants. But that's not what you were actually trying to do. You have an audience built up that there's a sizable amount of Israelis, a lot of right-wingers, a lot of people who just fucking hate Hassan Piker. Like, that's the basis of your audience, sadly. But what you wanted to appease them with...
As opposed to what? Hamas and Hezbollah sims?
What you wanted to appease them with, and what you wanted to get at them is like, look, the UN is untrustworthy. Anyone serious would look at the Great March of Return and would say, hey, the idea of this was to do non-violent resistance. Israel responded instantaneously with killing.
Taking out kneecaps,
There would be no investigation of what we've done. No one did anything wrong instantaneously. You then go on to say, well, they attacked the border wall. They set fire to a sniper, something that they didn't even have a soldier in. And you intentionally ignore the fact that, like, if you bother to read like wider literature on the Great March of Return, they talk about, and I'm not just talking about there's an article by Craig Jones, which talks about this, how there was a specific noticing of people being shot in specific body parts. You know that story about the knee. Israel has this logic that it has a right to cripple, to disable people for the rest of their life because it's not killing. And you chose, in a situation where there were 30,000 wounded, I believe about 7,000 shot with live ammunition, to create an allegedly beautiful research, something you'll probably have some fucking pride in, to basically say, well, it was actually all a Hamas thing, the UN lies to you, and blah, blah, blah. When if you...
Yeah, those were really dangerous children at the March of Return. What was the IDF to do besides shoot them in the kneecaps? Yeah, that's... Wow. Anyway, so that is the fourth piece of content. All right, chat. So I've given you a rundown, right? I don't usually do this, but I want you to know what you're getting in voting for different stuff. You can vote right now on YouTube, right? You can vote for which of these topics, 1, 2, 3, 4. Taylor Lorenz versus the Vanguard, Bad Empanada, and Cavernacle called out Young Republican bitch slapped. Chris Kunstler versus Lonerbox, right? Which of those are more appealing to you? Vote right now on YouTube. No comment check on YouTube if you want to place your votes. But yeah, how do we decide if we do bonus content? Well, look at that number right there, 124 out of, it should say 200, means that yes, we will be at least doing one piece of bonus content, right? We get to 200, we'll make that the top 2. We get to 300, the top 3. And the first stipulation is like, how do they do in the votes, right? But the other stipulation, and also, if you want to like work towards maybe doing double or triple bonus content, right? This number goes up, and every time you do a super chat, super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on throne.com/nocommentchick, or if you sign up for my Patreon, patreon.com/nocommentchick, or if you support me on Twitch, which you can do for free with a Twitch Prime sub. If you have Prime, if you can hook your Amazon account up to Twitch and it'll give you a free sub to use on the streamer of your choice. And there's actually a membership that has its benefits now, because you can rewind the VODs while they're live now. So that's a new benefit for Twitch subs. You can also get yourself a Twitch sub for $6, or you can gift them, which is very generous. And you will have the ability, no matter which way you donate, no matter which way you support the stream, to put your money where your mouth is, and add it to the topic of your choice. So, right, we got the voting. The voting takes place. Then I add, oh my gosh, and I gotta find out, Omega Star, are you still in here? Omega Star, looking for Omega Star. Omega Star told me to put something on something earlier, and now I can't find it. Either way, if anybody remembers what Omega Star said, or if Omega Star is still in chat, you can let me know. And just like I did for, I think, Crotchy, who really wants to see the Taylor Lorenz versus the Vanguard thing, the bitch slap. I thought that's what you said. I thought that, and I was just about to put 30 down. Wait, it's actually 35 down for you, I think. At least. Not bitch slap heard round the world is at 35. All right, so that's got a big boost. And if anybody else wants to boost any of these topics, you really want to see Taylor versus the Vanguard, you really want to see Bad Empanada and Cavernacle, you want to see Chris Kunzler and Lonerbox, or if you want to, say Vox Populi, right? That's what you say if you're like, I'm having what they're having, and if the they is the voters, right? When you say Vox Populi, you emphasize the vote and you de-emphasize the dono. So that's also a possibility, as well as is video game stream, right? Like, now I would normally take this down to 57, right? Because when I do a video game stream, I take 100 off, right? When we get to 100, I owe you a video game stream. But I feel like the stream that I gave you, it was so short, I'm not even going to take the 100 off. I'm going to leave it up there. If you donate, if you get that up to 200, then I'll owe you 2 video game streams. So if you want to see what's happening to our protagonists in Soul Hackers, you want to continue that journey, do they save Spooky from the evil corpos that killed what's the fuck is his name? I can't remember the dude's name now. Then it might behoove you to use, put your money towards the gaming stream. So that's the game that we're playing. That's how we're doing, and we'll see at the end of it which one of these is on top, and also where we are as far as the bonus skull. Because like I said, we can do a 2-fer if we get to 200. We can do a 3-fer if we get to 300. We could theoretically even do a 4-fer if we got to 400, although that is a lot of content. But I give you the option, right? I pick the first half, you pick the second half. So go ahead and pick that. And remember, when you're supporting the stream, you can put your thumb on the scale a little bit more, or you can even do the, reinforce the vote if you want. Either way, chat. So with that, chat, oh yeah, like I mentioned earlier, my Patreons, that's one way that you can support me, is by becoming a Patreon. Patreon, Gaytreon, or Theytreon, honestly. And if you are a Patreon of mine at the $5 level or above, I give you a fancy shout out at the beginning and ending of each stream. Since it's close to the beginning, let me go ahead and shout out my Patreons. Shouts out to Tracy Eva, shouts out to User, shouts out to JMB, shouts out to Brian, shouts out to Emily French, shouts out to Big Owl of the Cake Remix, shouts out to Direful, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Izzy Mandius, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Animus, shouts out to Infallible Fell, shouts out to Orals Ellipsis, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Choki, shouts out to Moe, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Good for Gabby, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to Buffy Geek, and a fancy shout out to Sherry Saphira, Rachel K, Omega Star, and Zara. With that, chat, we can finally, Jesus Christ, get going on the topic of the day. Oh wait, I just gotta search. This is new. Erika Kirk, Town Hall. Oh God, I forgot about chat. this right here. Here, let me put this on the playlist or something, because this should be good for some bonus content sometime. It's a new podcast starring Chris Kunstler and Overzealots, and this week's guest is Noah Sampson. That'll be on that'll be on tomorrow's bonus content. How about that? Or yeah, I'll cover that. All right. So with that, chat, let us proceed to the tears of Erika Kirk. This is like the tears of Petra. What the fuck? I can't remember the name of that movie. I gotta pee.
Has died.
Oh no. This is the kind of shit that'll get me demonetized. I feel like anything to do with the footage from that day is just like marked by YouTube.
And I want to thank you so much for joining us tonight. Let me tell you why we're here. If you're watching this,
we're here because I just have not gotten enough airtime. I've not gotten enough public exposure. I think I'm the bee's knees, and people would love me if you were just to replace your regular nightly host with your 60 minutes host, your right with me. This is narcissism.
Or you're sitting here in this room with me, you know what I
Oh
know,
God, it's so quiet.
that we live in a very
CBS, why do you suck?
A country where many people feel that they can't speak across the political divide. Sometimes they feel they can't even speak across their own kitchen table. And one of the goals of the new CBS News is to change that. And this town hall is just the beginning. This is going to be the first of many conversations and debates on.
Is that better? No, I was going. My brain was going the same place as yours, Narwhal. It's way too quiet. Are you hearing it better now? Is it louder now? Is it good? Okay. I'm gonna pee. I'll be back as soon as I can. Don't sue me, Bari Weiss.
CBS News about the things that matter most, which are often the hardest to talk about. I can make one promise to you, and it's this. You will not agree with everything you hear tonight or in any of these other broadcasts. And that is exactly the point. Because the premise of a democracy is that we persuade each other with words and not violence. And that the only way to get to the truth is by talking to one another. And that brings me right to tonight's guests, Erika Kirk. 3 months ago, Erika Kirk's husband, Charlie, was assassinated on a college campus in Utah. To some, Charlie Kirk was controversial. To others, he was heroic. What is indisputable is that he transformed the American right in the 21st century. He did it through an organization called Turning Point USA, which he founded when he was only 18 years old. In the wake of Charlie's murder, Erika has now picked up his mantle. The mother of 2 young children, she is also now the CEO and chairwoman of Turning Point. Now, Charlie's murder was not an isolated tragedy. And tonight in the audience, we have other victims of the political violence that's ripping through this country. We also have religious leaders, college students, young Christians, and others invited by CBS News. You're going to be hearing from some of them tonight. Okay, we have a lot to talk about. So, Erika, let's get started. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you for having me. I was very grateful when you had reached out because it was an opportunity to be able to have a conversation that Charlie always enjoyed, being able to have dialogue on both sides so that people could really hear everything that's going on. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much for making the time. There's so many subjects I want to cover. I want to begin with the hours and days after your husband was murdered.
Yes.
You got up in his podcast studio where he broadcasted from for many hours every day.
Yeah.
And you said this. You said, "You have no idea what you have just unleashed." What did you mean by that?
Let me give you a little background of that day. We get home. The team goes to dinner. I'm laying in my daughter's bed, and I can't sleep. It took me months to even walk into my bedroom. I'm laying in my daughter's bed. I can't sleep. I grab my phone, and I start typing out it. And those are my words. That morning, the team reached out to me and said, they think they got the guy. You should probably say thank you to the authorities and just make a statement. I said, okay. I wasn't afraid. They said, let's go to the office and let's discuss. We're at the office and they say, do you want to go live? Or we can easily, you know what? Yeah, let's do that. We can easily pre-record this. I said, absolutely not. My husband always went live. I have nothing to hide. We're fully transparent. What you see is what you get. If I start breaking down on live TV, I break down on live TV. My husband was assassinated. He didn't die in a car accident. So we go live. I write all of my own speeches. And when I said that, that is the Holy Spirit that is unleashed. That is a revival that's unleashed. That's not meant for call to violence. That's meant for people to understand that the Lord is moving in ways we have no idea. And God is going to use something so tragic to wake people up to realize that our life is short.
Did I miss
He only
anything?
lived 31 years. 31 years. And so, yeah.
He looked very old for 31. I don't know if, just being, an AstroTurf project does that to you. I don't know if the debate broing, like what exactly, what aged him? What aged Charlie Kirk so fast?
Yes. You have no idea what has been unleashed. But I will promise until my last breath that I will let the Lord use me in ways that he only can.
Oh no, Chad. By the Lord, do you mean JD Vance? Is that the pet name for that she has for JD?
To bring glory to him and to the kingdom. And it has been unbelievably powerful. And it's just the beginning.
Erika, one of the most alarming things about
Wait, I kind of like her pants. Her pants look low-key comfortable.
Charlie's murder was the way that some people in this country reacted to it.
Yeah.
And not just online. This was an idea that you encountered a lot. And the idea was this. They kind of justified it. They basically said that because Charlie said or believed things that they believed were controversial or even hateful, that he somehow had it coming. What do you say to people who justified his death?
You're sick. He's a human being. You think he deserved that? Tell that to my 3-year-old daughter.
Let's be real. Nobody deserves anything. We're born into this world. Some of us try to make it a little bit better, and then we leave.
And
I can't fucking pause her. I'm sorry. Nothing is working today, chat. Nothing is working. Bad actor. Yeah. Look, this might have, I think Hassan said this, right? But this, and I agree with this might have really cooked if they had done this like right at, I mean, like I don't know, a week after the event, right? People were receptive to this message. People felt terrible for Erika Kirk, terrible for the family, and yeah, we're still in the mode of like, yeah, if you say anything, even if you just bring up Charlie Kirk's own words, which are actually haunting in a couple of places. There's a few things that Charlie Kirk said that are just like if you've ever listened to Jeff Buckley, right? He is a musician that died before his time. He drowned in the Mississippi River. And a lot of his lyrics were like, I feel they'll drown my name, and like drowning, the river, being like overwhelmed, being overcome, right? It's spooky because that's, how he went out. Charlie Kirk talked about wanting to see public executions. His own words. He thought that bringing back public executions would be a good thing for society. And then he participated in one. In the one, you know, the one spot that you don't want to be in the public execution on the gallows, right? It's spooky. It's creepy. It's you know, you know, in addition, like, you know, there's what he said about gun violence, right? That like every time you know, school shooting happened, it was tragic, right? Obviously he doesn't, you know, he's not, you know, he acknowledged that it's tragic, but he said that it's the price that we pay for a Second Amendment. And turns out he might not have realized that he was going to be one of the ones paying the price for school shootings, and for the fact that, you know, when Australia has a shooting like what just happened on Bondi Beach, things change. Gun laws change. So you know, the last time gun laws majorly changed in Australia was in the last major mass casualty event in Port Arthur, right? Bondi. Did I say Bondi? I'm sorry. It's not like It's not like Pan Bondi. It's Bondi. But yeah, things actually change. Like the government is responsive to events, whereas all you get in the United States, if anybody tries to say, hey, maybe could we get some gun control? It's like, you know, they say that, you know, it's not the right time to talk about it. Don't politicize this. When it really, it's the only time that you can get any attention to it. It's the only time that anything could be done is when that stuff is fresh on the mind. People say thoughts and prayers, but that's it. That's all you're allowed to do is thoughts and prayers. Oh no, I mean, I don't know why I say it. I've just got Pam Bondi on the brain, I guess. But yeah, it's spooky, and it's also spooky. The last thing that he said, what was it, like? You know, that he was actually debating somebody, I think, on gun control, right? Right before he was shot. And so yeah, there's a lot of I just feel like, look, when things are this spooky, when things are this coincidental, right? You got to pay attention. I'm not a religious person. I don't believe that God is up in heaven, like sending us messages or anything like that. But holy shit, I think that there's a number of strange coincidences that about this Charlie Kirk thing that might, if right-wingers had any degree of, you know, understanding or self-awareness, they might take that and you know, change the way that they see things, right? You know, like if especially if they believe in God. If you believe in God, God was trying to tell you that Charlie Kirk was wrong about gun control. Charlie Kirk was wrong about school violence, right? And, you know, I don't have to be, you know, hateful or you know, glory in what happened to him, you know, to say that, right? That's just the truth. Oh my God. Sorry, I can't seem to find the right top for what the fuck just happened. Trying to drink some juice here, chat. Republicans should be blaming Irene for all the memes. I know, right? And that's where we're at now. We're not in the moment of Erika Kirk as a victim of tragedy, right? We're not in the moment of a, you know, outrage and moral panic about anybody saying anything about Charlie. We are in full Kirkification. We are in Kirkification mode. You remember right after the event, they said we are all Charlie Kirk now. You know, whoever shot Charlie, you know, you thought you were getting rid of him. You thought you were taking him down, but it turns out all you did was just create a whole bunch more Charlie Kirks. And you know, and we are Charlie Kirk. Well, that is now the meme, right? They did create a lot of Charlie Kirks, just not in the way that they thought they would. They created a lot of Charlie Kirk memes, right? And people, you know, after having this phony reverence for this guy, that was a human being, and you know, yeah, you can be sad for a human being. If not for him, he's, kind of a despicable guy to you, you could be sad for his wife, sad for his children, sad for those that were affected by his passing. But, he's not a saint. He's not a religious figure. And that was how he was represented to us, right? And when you take a man and put him up on a cross and try to claim that he's a god, people are going to California Kirkification. Yeah. People are going to respond. People are not going to accept that. They're not going to let you shove Charlie Kirk on a crucifix down our throats. And that's why, yeah, I can't listen to this on YouTube Music. Wait, what? On the stream? Or you can't listen to We Are Charlie Kirk. They acted like he was the new MLK. Yeah. And God, the thing that the sad thing about MLK is he never had that kind of respect before he was killed, right? They took approval polls on public figures back then. MLK's approval numbers were abysmal, and who was downvoting MLK? It was white people, probably mostly conservative, pro-segregationist, but people called him like a rabble rouser. People said that he was starting trouble and all. People blamed him for violence of riots that he was obviously not was not in favor of, right? But then they take him and they sort of de-radicalize his whole message. They pare it down into the most brain rotted colorblind mentality that is kind of what still prevents any further progress on racism to this day. Charlie XCX is also friends with Dasha? For real? No. This is like Taylor Swift all over again, chat. Actually, what did Taylor Swift do? Why do we not like her anymore? What happened with Taylor Swift? Oh my God.
The video of my husband being murdered and laugh.
It shouldn't have been on X, right? Where did that video come from? Where did people see this? They saw it on X, the everything app. They saw it on Elon Klein's shitty website. And it should have probably been banned. That's the last moments of somebody's life. That's a horrific, tragic event. And it shouldn't have been shared in like fucking HD, with the entire nation, right? But yeah, once it's out there and it becomes an image, it ceases to be a representation of, somebody's husband being taken away, somebody's father being taken away, and it becomes, its own thing. And yeah, people are going to have all kinds of reactions to that when it becomes a symbol, right? Which it never should have been, right? Blame Elon for that. Your personal grief, your family tragedy was exposed, has been over. That's the problem, chat. This shit has been overexposed. Why do you think you have Kirkification? Why do you think people are taking a piss on it right now, right? Well, first of all, you got the shitty AI slop channels that tried to grift off of like what they perceive to be like millions of mourning TPUSA fans that we're going to want to see a duet between JD Vance, Donald Trump, and Elon Musk sing about We Are Charlie Kirk, right? They made that unironically. The song, the We Are Charlie Kirk song, it's actually like it was made unironically. I mean, it's made by AI, so you can't really say there's a lot of intentionality in that either way. But the people that created the channel, that prompted the AI and everything, were trying to cater to people that love Charlie Kirk, right? And yeah, that overexposure and that cringe AI slop has turned into a fucking joke. And you know, I don't want anybody's personality or personal tragedy to become a joke, but there it is. And Erika Kirk being not only, you know, the grieving widow, but also the CEO of Turning Point USA, kind of makes it impossible for this situation to be treated with the kind of, you know, the fact that this is all going on a massive public stage. It makes it impossible for, you know, for it to be treated as, you know, the human tragedy that it was.
And say he deserves it. There's something very sick in your soul, and I pray that God saves you. I pray.
Rafe says that We Are Charlie Kirk. It's got to be it's Israeli's entry for Eurovision next year.
Because that is what is so wrong. The internet in this world has dehumanized us. My husband did something very simple. He talked to people. You're going to be murdered for talking to people. He didn't go after people. He went after your ideas. And if you...
I'm sorry. You can say that when he's disputing tax policy, okay? Maybe. Although taxes do have a real effect on our material conditions, right? And on the power structure of America. The inability to tax the wealthy creates a situation where the wealthy aggregate more and more power, more and more leverage, more and more control over the system. So it's not even really true. Like you can't really find, you know, a political issue where it is literally just about like opinions. Opinions is like, do you want fucking, you know, is cheese pizza better, or is pizza, you know, do you want the pesto you know, pine nut spread, right? That's, you know, opinions. Right? He's dehumanizing people, and also the issues that he's talking about are issues of, you want public executions? You don't want to do anything about school shootings, right? That's the price we pay for the Second Amendment. You do want public executions. You love that, you know, brutality as a public event. This is the fucked up thing. Chat, do you know what public executions were like? Does anybody know this? Anybody around for that? Actually, if you're French, you maybe some of you were around for that. I think they stopped doing public executions fairly recently in France, but you know, for most of us, we've never seen one. But this was an event that people went to not because they, you know, felt some kind of civic duty, or they went to enjoy. People, the public executions were entertainment. And yes, would people probably laugh at the condemned as they you know, twisted in the wind? Definitely. Right? So there you go, Charlie Kirk. You got what you want. The biggest thing this leaves me with is like, be careful what you wish for. Like when you advocate for some cruel policy, as Charlie Kirk almost invariably did, every single, like, if you want to find a common thread between his politics, it's cruelty, it's inhumanity, it's hierarchy, and it is a boot stomping in the face, in a human face forever, right? Those were his politics. If you want to advocate for politics that hurt other people, just stop for a minute and think of how you would feel if this shit happened to you or happened to somebody that you love and care about. And it's too late for Charlie to make that change, all right? If we are to believe in heaven and hell, we know which side of that, we know which side of that dichotomy Charlie ended up on, okay? It's too late for him to change his ways. There's still time for the rest of us. And I really do want you to think that. I'm not just saying that to right-wingers, all right? Just like Michael Brooks often advocated, in addition to his cosmopolitan socialism, for maybe a little bit more humanity in our politics, and I think that that's one of the things I agreed with Michael on.
You think it's okay to murder someone because you think they had it coming for them because they took the time to have people come to the front of the line if they didn't agree with you? And you think it's okay because you don't like what they say or how they say it, that they should be murdered, and you're enjoying it and you're rejoicing in that? That is evil.
And that's a moral panic, right? There's I don't know how many people there were out there like legitimately enjoying it. I feel like there's probably people that said that they enjoyed it because they hated what he stood for. They hated the effect he had on the body politic, right? They were harmed by what he was advocating for, right? But that's different than enjoying. Like I don't know how I don't know. Like I haven't actually seen the event. I purposefully avoided it. I've heard descriptions of it, and it doesn't sound like something. He's in Valhalla. That's what Kash Patel said. It doesn't sound like something that is very enjoyable. But when you get this in your head that there's monsters out there fucking enjoying it, right? That's a moral panic, and that's what led to the suspension of the concept of freedom of speech in the wake of Charlie Kirk's murder. Which, if you take him at his word or her word, that he was about having conversations, he was about discourse, he was about free speech, then you could also say that's not what Charlie would have wanted. I mean, I think he was also a very, conflicted and hypocritical guy. So he probably, maybe he would have wanted that, right? But, if you take him at his word, at his stated principles, right? That's not what he's about. And they did that in his name, okay? You better hope that Charlie Kirk isn't some kind of, supernatural force, because if he was, right, that would be you'd be desecrating his name by squashing free speech in a with his name attached to it.
Evil. Excuse me. As you know,
Chat, does Bari Weiss have Jenkos on? Are they gonna go to a 90s rave after this? What's going on here?
And as I
Have I just missed fashion? And like you can wear like business casual Jenkos with your sport coat?
know, one of the ideas that has gained a lot of traction among young people, especially in this country, Erika, and this leads them to this kind of justification, is the idea that words themselves are violence. And that brings us tonight to our first audience question. It comes from Angel Eduardo. Angel is...
Okay, so are words violence? I guess not, right? But if you're going to decouple Adolf Hitler talking about Jewish people as if they were insects, talking about Roma people as if they were subhuman, if you're going to decouple that from what happened to people in the Holocaust, right, then you're hopelessly naive. If you don't think there's a relationship, right, between those two things, you've lost the plot.
A senior writer and editor for the civil libertarian group, the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression, or FIRE, and he writes passionately about issues of free speech. Angel.
Thank you, Bari. Excuse me. Hi, Erika. My condolences. A recent survey that we took after Charlie's assassination found that 90% of undergraduates believe to some extent that words can be violence.
Oh my gosh, these college kids. Yeah, their freedom of speech is a problem, I guess.
Another fire survey that we took earlier also found that 1/3 of surveyed students believe that using violence to stop disfavored speech can be acceptable, at least in rare cases. What's your response to those numbers? And what would you say to those students in particular?
Well, for the people who say that my husband might have incited violence, I know that was not your question, but I'm going to put a squash on it before anyone else.
If there's not a problem with Charlie Kirk advocating for policies that result in violence, that result in suffering, that result in harm, then there's not a problem with people saying whatever the fuck about Charlie Kirk after he's dead. You got to pick one or the other. This is so massively hypocritical, and I'm just floored that nobody here recognized that they can suppress this obvious what should be a revulsion at this hypocrisy, right? You got to have it one way or the other. Either everything is okay, or or some speech does go too far, right? And she's trying to have it both ways. And we're going to let her because she's a grieving widow, chat. She's a grieving widow. So, if you say anything, if you notice that hypocrisy, then you're a horrible person.
Can attach to that. My husband never incited violence. He never once said, go after them because they're saying X, Y, Z and they deserve to die. My husband never once said that, and he never would. What did he say? Come to the front of the line. I'll put my mic down. Tell me why you believe that.
Yeah, he said, come to the front of the line. I'll make you famous, right? I'm sure nobody ever got harassed for being the liberal on the receiving end of a cherry-picked, edited Charlie Kirk college student dunking compilation, right?
That's interesting. I never thought of that. But have you thought of this? People heckling, laughing at them. Stop. It took a lot of courage for them to come up here. Stop doing that. He gave them a microphone.
Stop doing that. It's getting in the way of the clip that I'm trying to cut. You can laugh at them, you can ridicule them, you can call them slurs in the comment of the YouTube video when it goes up. Yeah.
Phone. He didn't take away a moment for them to speak back. He gave them a microphone. And what'd they do? They gave him a bullet in the neck. Totally different.
Yo, everybody, if you disagreed with Charlie Kirk, here's the fucked up thing, right? We don't advocate violence, okay? Charlie Kirk never did that. Charlie Kirk never wanted that. That's not from our side. That's not us, right? But if you came up to disagree with Charlie Kirk, if you heard anything that he said and you said, that's not the kind of world I want to live in, then you put that slug in his neck along with Tyler. Your finger was on the trigger. You're just as responsible. Holy shit, we're not doing stochastic violence though, right? We're just implying that anybody that disagreed with Charlie Kirk wished death on him. What a ridiculous thing. Chat, I should point out, it might be too late. Let me try reloading this. No, we're not. We got 19 minutes to try to get 2 more super chats of the teal variety or higher. If we get 2 more teal super chats, I will put this butterfly in my hair. So yeah, we got 18 minutes and 47 seconds and counting if you want to make that happen. The other thing I want to point out is that we're at 124 out of 200. If anybody wants multiple bonus topics, right? Because we got some cool stuff. We got the Young Republican bitch slapped and the Taylor Lorenz versus the Vanguard. Those are our 2 top scorers, right? I would love to do both of those, but I will point out that that's going to necessitate getting to 200. We got 58 votes so far. Go over to YouTube and place your vote if you haven't placed it already. And remember that when you support the stream, you can let me know in chat which of these topics you want. and I will add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice at the end of the stream, and it might actually push it over the line. So that's where we're at right now.
But you have secular revolutionaries that want to come out and say, you can't say that, and I'm going to stop you from saying it. I'm going to. Why? You don't want to have a conversation. Something as simple as a conversation. And this is what is so fascinating to me. My husband knew that something as simple as having a conversation could change the world. So simple. That is an ancient thing. Come and sit down and have coffee with me.
It's so far removed from, look, come and sit and have coffee with me is what a college professor says to a student that disagrees with him in class, right? And afterwards, the college professor doesn't cut content ridiculing the student, right? That's actually our academic tradition that Charlie opposed, to the point that when he was college aged, he didn't go into college chat. He went into TPUSA. He got paid to harass professors, to create lists, to do stochastic, terrorism against professors, and to try to get them fired, right? That's how Charlie Kirk started off his career. Anyway,
Why
grieving
do you
widow.
believe what you believe? 80s and 90s, they were doing this in Congress, then going to have a subway afterwards. Why don't we do that anymore? Instead, it's violence. Usually one-sided. I'm not going to go there. But you know what's so interesting about my husband?
I'm gonna stop myself from going off on the left while I'm trying to pretend to be some kind of neutral party against violence for discourse, right? I'm sorry, it's just the leftists that are doing the violence, but I'm not allowed to say that.
Husband's book, the last book he will ever write. It could have been about politics. It could have been about football. It could have been about anything. He was multidimensional.
But instead it was about the Sabbath?
It literally says, stop in the name of God. Stop. Stop the violence. Stop the.
That's not what his last book was about. Wait, am I tripping, chat? Am I mistaken? I feel like I've seen her promote this on multiple, like on Turning Point USA and multiple right-wing Fox News, like multiple right-wing outlets, right? It's a book about it's stop, but it's like stop in the name of God, right? It's like the idea is that like on the seventh day God rested, and you should too, because he said keep the Sabbath holy, and that's yeah, it's about the Sabbath. It's not about stopping political violence. What the fuck? Anyway.
Hey, have a conversation.
Again, here's the deal. Charlie Kirk was selected by billionaires to attack academia, and they've done a pretty good job. It took them a while. The beginning of Turning Point USA was pretty cringe, maybe counterproductive in years like 2020 when they canvassed for Trump in Arizona. They might have done more harm than good, but yeah, eventually, it did have a big effect on that and the campus invasions, the battle for Berkeley, all this shit has had a profoundly negative effect on academia. But Erika Kirk is not someone those billionaires would have ever selected, even with all the money that Peter Thiel throws around, right? And he's famous for this, right? Of just like throwing money at weird right wingers and seeing what sticks, seeing what pops off, right? Yeah, she never would have been chosen because she just does not have the wherewithal to do what Charlie Kirk did, and now just based on her, status as a grieving widow, based on I don't know, maybe the politics of Turning Point, where if you put Ben Shapiro in charge, as was proposed, then you're gonna have a lot of right wingers that don't like Turning Point, right? You're gonna turn it into an institution that's gonna be somewhat despised because Ben Shapiro is somewhat despised on the right. Some in some ways for good reasons, right? But in some ways because he's either he's not fascist enough, or just because he's Jewish, right? So yeah, you couldn't have Ben Shapiro take over. Anybody that you give that job to, it's going to be taken as well, this is the faction that's like in charge of Turning Point USA. And since the right wing's so fractured, yeah, the grieving widow of Charlie Kirk may have seemed like the best choice, but if her role is going to be speaking publicly, she's one of the worst people you could find for it. The exposure that she got, chat, has taken her from a person that people feel bad for, people feel sorry for, people feel a lot of empathy for, to a person that people are questioning if she was in on Charlie Kirk's, demise. Now, I don't think that's true at all, and I do think it's a pretty fucked up thing to say, but it is because she has been so, in our face, publicly grieving, and her grief is fucking weird, right? Her rhetoric is even weirder.
Stop.
Is this an example of evangelical Christians trying to pretend they're Jewish? I think so, Asteros. I think so.
And what he knew in that book was not just so much stop that, take a minute to get off of your phone and realize that we are all human, operating on this broken planet, all sinful, no one's perfect, and we're not getting out of here alive. But what he knew in that book was the balancing factor of communication. You cannot communicate with someone if you're not at peace with yourself. So he went on campus talking to a kid. They're screaming at him, screaming. Does he scream back? Not once. He sits there. And you know what he's thinking? It's in that book. Maybe you need to take a few hours. Get off your phone. Go for a walk in nature. Go sit and have a coffee. Go and tell your mother you love her. Go do something that is beautiful and healing instead of trying to tear something down.
That's the problem with today's world, chat. She's absolutely right. The one thing we're not doing, okay? The one thing that we're not doing in this world is drinking enough coffee. We're on our phones so much that it gets in the way of us drinking coffee, because it's impossible to do two things at the same time. You couldn't be on your phone and drink coffee, and you couldn't react to a video and drink coffee, right? That's
that you did not build. That's my thought on that.
We're going to talk about the book in a little bit, but I want to pick up on a theme that you've now hit on twice, which is the idea that the black squares that we all have in our pocket, our phones,
yes,
that they are doing something to us collectively.
She should have said black mirrors. She should have said black mirrors, right?
That they are dehumanizing us. Later, we'll talk about the conspiracies.
They're actually black rectangles, if we want to be technical.
They're spreading right now on those platforms about who killed your husband. What do you recommend to people sitting in this room? What are your practices to disconnect, to reconnect by disconnecting?
Well, like my husband, I took all of it off my phone.
All social media off your phone?
No, I don't have it on my phone. I have a team that helps run it. I really, everyone has an opinion about
So
me.
what you're saying is that you're not consuming, right? You're not suffering with us the negative effects of the social media, right? You are just creating, like, she's made an argument that this shit is bad, but she's in people's black squares right now. Like, I'm virtuous because I don't have it on my phone. Like, I'm virtuous, chat, because I don't do any drugs at all. I mean, I sell terrible drugs that probably get to children and ruin lives and cause people to overdose and, like, break families apart and break hearts and just ruining. But no, I don't do drugs myself. I'm virtuous, right? It's not my fault for selling this stuff. It's your fault for buying it.
I could care less. You know what I care about? I care about what my daughter says about me and her running up into my arms and loving on me. That's what I care about.
One of the things that has happened over the 3 months since Charlie was murdered is that people have gone through the thousands, maybe tens of thousands of hours of words he produced. He said more in 31 years than most people will say in a lifetime.
Yes.
And I want to read a few that have captured the most attention, especially on the political left, okay?
Yeah.
Some gun deaths were, quote, unfortunately worth it to preserve the Second Amendment, he said. Acknowledging that he wishes he didn't feel this way, he said, I'm sorry.
Anybody want to predict this one? Anybody want to predict this one? What is going to be the response? What are we getting as the response, right? I mean, that I brought that up earlier. That's pretty damning. That's pretty haunting, actually. What he said, considering how he went out, right? What do you think her response is going to be?
If I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. He said the Civil Rights Act of 1964
She's like hitting them. She's hitting her with multiple.
was a mistake. Now, I realize that all of those quotes come from longer conversations that he had on his show.
Correct.
But he did say those things. And Charlie is being memorialized by many people as a person who promoted civil discourse, as a person who said, come to the front of the line. Let's
Just like I just said, I'm a drug kingpin. But look, unlike that, that I was saying to make a point. I was using figurative language there, right? We're making an analogy. Unlike that, Charlie actually did mean those things. You can watch before he said those things, and you can watch after he said those things. But it's not going to change the meaning of what he said. There's not going to be a, like, now some people say, you know, that the gun deaths that we have are the price that we pay, a worthy sacrifice for the being able to have a Second Amendment, being able to have Second Amendment rights. There's never a point where he's, where he's saying it in a way that he doesn't mean it. But yeah, how the fuck do you deal with that?
have a civil conversation. How do you
Try to make this guy a saint, and he is literally you know what he is? He's a cautionary tale. Right? He's not a saint, he's a cautionary tale. He's an example of what you don't want to be. Somebody that's got really bad opinions that echo upon their death, right? So somebody that has said things about other people that now apply to him, right? It turns out that sacrifice that he said was worth it included his own life. That was a school shooting, chat. That happened on a college campus.
you square that with the statements I just read?
I would love for everyone to be able to watch the full and entire clip of what he said.
You know what? A lot of these things, if you like, in fact, I think the stuff that she mentioned, some of these clips, if you watch the full entire clip, it gets worse. Like that thing that was taken out of context wasn't cherry picked, right? Watching the rest of the clip doesn't make you realize, oh, he didn't really mean the horrible thing that I just heard him say. Oh God, chat, we got 4 minutes and 11 seconds. We're so close. We're two, like it says that we're 4 super chats from the butterfly, but we're actually 2. But yeah, we literally have 4 minutes left to try to make the butterfly happen for today.
Charlie didn't care what skin color you were. He didn't care what religion you were. He loved excellence. He loved knowing that people, his favorite word was earn. He loved knowing that people worked hard to earn what they got. He worked so hard to build Turning Point USA. The first statement you meant about guns and shooting, I have no idea the context of that, and I have no idea there's a lot more there than just that one little sentence.
But there's nothing that changes it. There's nothing where he undermines and says, like, he wasn't being sarcastic. What are you talking about? And yeah, a lot of this shit, it's worse when you actually watch the clip in context. It's not better, it's worse.
My husband is not to be deteriorated to 2 sentences. He's not. He is a thought leader, and he was brilliant of a man. So that's fine if you want to take words out of his mouth or out of context without the whole thing.
Look, the problem would be putting words in his mouth, right? Or taking, but it's not out of context. She doesn't even know. She didn't even bother to look it up and be like, this is one of the main things that people are talking about. That statement right there that she made about that, or that he made about, gun deaths being the price that we pay for a Second Amendment. He literally meant that. He said it's okay. He said, like, look, you want to make an omelet, you gotta crack a few eggs. And he ended up being in the recipe, chat. Charlie Kirk was part of the recipe. Again, it's a cautionary tale, all right? It's a cautionary tale for all of us, right? And a reminder to not be so cavalier about people's lives and deaths.
In perspective. But that's the problem.
Does it bother you that people are picking out those statements and drawing an entire picture of who he was?
Again, that's the problem. You're not having a conversation. You're having a
I'm sorry, but if we go and look for more of his words, it gets worse, not better. Right? I don't even think that the clips that, these are haunting clips. These are probably the most haunting things that he's ever said, but 1 minute left on that butterfly goal. We just need 2 super chats of the teal variety. Make the difference between me finishing the stream with a butterfly in my hair and me finishing this stream without one.
15-second clip on the internet to define your thought of who someone is, instead of taking the time to educate yourself on truly who that person is, what they thought, because why? They challenged you to think a little different.
They challenged you to question if you really deserve rights, if you really deserve human dignity. You know what I mean? If you merit any kind of moral consideration whatsoever. Yeah, really. Thanks, Charlie.
Again,
you left us with that.
My husband was an amazing man. We're human. But I do not once, for 1 second, think he was anything else than exceptional.
Erika, as you know, the last person that Charlie ever spoke to was a Utah Valley student named Hunter Kozak. He was asking Charlie a question that day when he was shot, and he's here tonight, and he wants to ask you a question.
Hi there. Erika, I want to tell you how much I appreciate your calls for peace and unity, and I'm likewise horrified by the people in my so-called camp who were cheering about Charlie's murder. I believe that they stoke the flames of violence. But even worse is when powerful, influential people on either side of the aisle stoke the flames. When they do it, the flames can become an inferno. And this leads me to Donald Trump, the most powerful and influential person on earth, who has more responsibility than anyone else to put the flames out. Just last month, President Trump called on 6 Democratic lawmakers to be tried for sedition, which he clarified was punishable by death. He then reposted a simple message.
You think you've seen this guy? No, this is the last guy. If you saw the... Oh, wait, you're joking, right? Yeah, so most of you know the video of Charlie, his last moments, right? This is the guy that he was talking to right before that, right? They were talking about, like, do you know how many shooters... what was it? Like, do you know how many... what percentage of shooters were transgender? Because he had been trying to make a lot of hay out of... the few trans shooters that they can find, they try to represent as like, wow, that's like a disproportionate amount. There's a lot of trans shooters, right? That's an example of a confirmation bias. Like, right, you don't notice all the shooters that aren't trans, you do notice the shooter that is trans. But yeah, then he said Charlie's question tries to clarify. Do you mean like including what does he say? Like including gang violence or something like that? And that right there, those were the last words that he spoke.
Hang them. I think that you've been making strides to bring peace to our country, and that turning point has been asking Democrats to decry the individuals who cheer for violence. I have and will continue to decry them. But any good faith effort to stop political violence must hold both parties to the same standard and expectation. So in that spirit, will you condemn the violent rhetoric of Donald Trump, the most powerful and influential person on earth?
Wait, how is he in the audience? I mean, look, they did vet the audience, but they probably, they asked questions like, are you a Republican? Are you an evangelical? Right. So they're probably trying to skew it towards that, right? Give her, a friendly audience here. They just brought him in because he's literally the last guy that Charlie Kirk talked to.
I appreciate your question. You know my heart. Why would I ever say, yes, go murder people? This is so much deeper than just one. I understand your sentiment. I do. But this is also so much deeper than just one person. This starts at the home, okay? This starts with family. This starts with a seed that grows and grows. You can choose to have evil in your heart, or you can choose to have light. What you consume and
he's asking you is, what has the president of the United States chosen? Has he chosen to have love in his heart, or has he chosen to have something else? Yeah, she just won't answer the question.
what you absorb from the outside world will manifest itself. No, I will never agree with political violence. My husband is a victim of it. I'm a victim of it.
Why is she scolding this man? She only has one speed, right? She's reacting like this to everyone.
What I'm trying to say here is that we can blame everyone else. We have to look in the mirror. When you become a father, when you become a mother, how are you raising your kids? Are you taking responsibility, or are you giving them a device and saying, go down that rabbit?
Oh, wow. Okay, so don't pay no attention but to the man behind the curtain, all right? You should be worried about your phone. You should be throwing your phone into the lake like I have, right? I don't use any social media at all. I have a team for that. So you should get a team too. What she's saying, chat, is that she's got AIDS. And it has changed her life. Since she's gotten AIDS, everything has become so much easier, so much better, and she just really wishes that she could give AIDS to each and every one of us. That we would have AIDS in order to take care of our social media profile so that we don't have to, right? You should hire someone for that. You should hire an aide. Wait, chat, what did you think I was talking about? Anyway, yeah, the answer is simple, right? You know, social media is bad for you. You should hire someone for that. You should get a team. Just like Erika does. She's not on her, shit, putting out messages for Turning Point USA. She has aides to do that for her, right? To log into Erika Kirk on Twitter, on Facebook, on Instagram, on wherever, and to put out, whatever social media message that she's probably incapable of creating herself.
Rabbit hole. I'm trying to go to Pilates class. You can just sit in the corner and look at your iPad or look at your phone and go down that rabbit hole and see what you can learn from that instead of being a parent.
Okay, there we go. So less phones, less Pilates, more parenting.
My call to action from that is parents, step up. Do you want your kid to be a thought leader or an assassin? That's where we're at.
I thought she was going to say, do you want your kid to be a thought leader or a thought?
Do you think our political leaders have a responsibility to turn the temperature down right now?
Well, I think everyone has a responsibility to do that, and I'm doing my part. I'm not in control of other people.
Okay. Ahead, a father whose daughter was murdered in cold blood because of who she was. He's here.
You know, for any of you out there that thought that network news, network, you know, couldn't get any worse. I mean, I'm glad there's Bari Weiss to prove us wrong, right? It can always get worse. And it will get worse, chat. Thanks to the magic of capitalism. It will all get worse. Your media will be consolidated. Chat, someday all media will be controlled by Ellison.
Of Sarah Milgram. Sarah was fatally shot last May outside the Capitol Jewish Museum in Washington, D.C., alongside Yaron Lashinsky, her boyfriend. Sarah was just 26 years old when she was killed. Bob, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Barry. Hello, Erika.
I had to look really closely, Chad, at the yellow ribbon that he's wearing, because the newest iteration of that in Israel is actually it looks really similar, right? It's the same shape, but it's a rope. It's a noose, and they're wearing these nooses to advocate that the Palestinian prisoners that haven't been charged, many of whom haven't done any crime, haven't been charged with anything, they're just being held by Israeli forces. They should be put to death, right? So, but no, his is I think it is just the release the hostages ribbon, I think is what he's wearing.
Just as our family could not anticipate the pain we've been going through following the murder of our daughter Sarah, there is no way I can understand the pain that you and your children are going through as a result of Charlie's tragic death. Our daughter was killed because of anti-Semitism, hate against Jews, and hate against the Jewish homeland, Israel. We know about the growth of anti-Semitism on the left, including here in New York City, where the mayor-elect still will not condemn the phrase, globalize the intifada. What I want you to address.
I'm sorry, the intifada? That sounds delicious, chat. Wait. An intifada? Is like a is it like a crunchy empanada? What is an intifada? Or that'd be an infitostada, right? Would be. Yeah, isn't an intifada like an empanada tacos? Bad intifada? Globalize the empanada? Frittata. Thank you. That's the word for fried. Yeah, that's what I was going for. I'm sorry, Chad. I'm like, you know, learning Thai. It's kicked all the French and Spanish out of my head. All the German too. I can't speak any language now other than Thai.
Addressed is growing anti-Semitism on the right, including Holocaust denial, anti-Zionism, and the normalizing of centuries-old conspiracy theories about Jews. Will you hear?
Yeah, that's what I hate when I go to a Democratic Party meetup and they're all like talking about, you know, kids disappearing in Jewish neighborhoods and blood being found in matzah bread. You know, that's a constant thing that I deal with being on the left, right? The number of people sharing old anti-Semitic, you know, is insinuating that, oh no, I'm sorry, that's the right. That would be the right. That would be the right wing, not the. I got it mixed up.
Here condemn the individual.
Globalize this sweet horchata.
Speak out clearly enough against anti-Semitism so we can prevent another tragedy.
Yes, sir. First of all, I'm so sorry. You and I are a part of a very small club.
The Keep the Sabbath Holy Club.
painful. But you're in good company, and I will pray for you. Sucks, doesn't it?
Chat, is she gonna say Shabbat Shalom to him at the end of this?
Hate is hate. It's evil. Charlie and I have always been very clear on our stance. Israel, Jewish people. It's awful.
Israel, Jewish people, it's the same thing, basically.
Awful. Anti-Semitism is what healing factor comes out of hating Jewish people? What healing factor comes out of hating Christians? What healing factor comes out? Hate in general.
Healing factor? Is she a crunchy mama? That's like that's a real thing. Like healing factor.
Nothing. Nothing.
It's the kind of thing that you expect like an RFK head to be talking about.
Charlie always would say very clearly, Jew hate was brain rot. He would always say it. We've been to Israel twice together. And to be able to walk in the place where our Lord walked and see the Bible come to life in Technicolor, how could you hate that place? How could you hate?
After all, we stole the idea of the Messiah from Jewish people. You know, how could you hate that, right?
The Jewish people.
How could you hate the religion that your religion has bastardized and cast itself as the fulfillment of a non-existent prophecy in the Old Testament, right? That's wild.
People. Why? Because you need to fulfill a conspiracy theory. I'm wrapped in. People say I'm a part of conspiracy theories all the time. It's sick, and it needs to stop. We are human. No one is perfect. No Christian is perfect. No Jew is perfect. No Muslim is perfect. We are broken, sinful humans in need of a Lord and Savior. And that's why it is so important to give your life to the Lord. Because once you do that and you fully surrender to the Lord, you have no room in your heart for hate.
She's telling a Jewish man to worship Jesus.
And so, sir, I am so sorry what happened to your daughter. I pray that does not happen, and I pray that that is something that we can somehow extinguish in this world.
Wait, actually, I shouldn't. I'm not. I just remembered. One of them was Jewish. Of the people that got shot. So maybe not. Wait, am I making assumptions here? Or did he mention something that has? I can't remember. Buffy Geek, looks like you are on the top of the Clipper board right now. If you want to join Buffy on the Clipper board or challenge Buffy, Buffy's got a new clip with 6 views so far. Then you could just make a clip of me. If I say anything interesting, if I say anything you find clippable. Just yeah, the part where I say I'm a drug dealer, that's the one. Okay, I'm not. I didn't like make that. I don't want to make that assumption. Yeah. One was a Jews for. Oh, you're right, Rave. Yeah, one was a Jews for Jesus. The guy was a Jews. Like, okay, so if you don't know, these are Christians that, want to. They feel like there's not enough appropriation of Judaism and Christianity already, so they want to see themselves as Jews that worship Jesus. I don't know. It's a weird thing. It's a weird thing. It's not. They're not Jewish. Although they might. But the idea is to try to. I think they're trying to get Jewish people to convert to Christianity. So maybe some of them are Jewish. I don't know. But anyway.
But we are living in enemy-occupied territory. And every single day we need to guard ourselves, guard our minds, guard our heart. And the best way to do that is...
Sasha G, hey, did you know you were sick? Well, only I have the cure. Is it Jesus?
Reading God's word. And you cannot separate the Old Testament from the New Testament. You cannot. You cannot.
Sorry, Jew? Is that like you can't separate that? I mean, I think if you're Jewish, you can and you do, and you know like wow.
Bob, do you want to ask a follow-up?
Is there anything specific that Turning Point can do to combat anti-Semitism?
Yeah, so we're all of our college campus and high school campuses, we have these conversations. And our students understand exactly my heart and Charlie's heart and the sentiment of everything I just said. We have Shabbat dinner happening at AmFest. We have individuals in our chapters who are Jewish. We have people that are going to be having booths. We have an exhibit hall at AmFest that are Jewish, that have Jewish organizations. The only way to combat evil, just like Charlie did, is with dialogue and not being afraid to do it. If you have these things that are being said, you need to counter it with the truth. And if you don't, there's a void and a vacuum. And so even though they're a small number, they get louder and louder. So we need to do our best, which we are doing.
Chat. I keep on thinking she's doing I keep on thinking she's talking about Jewish people. They're a small number, but they keep getting louder and they're complaining. And
we're going to continue.
And they're annoying.
To do our part.
She just starts dropping in all these stereotypes on him.
To make sure that the truth is always heard. We'll amplify it even more. And we're going to do the best we can. But we need the whole community. We need everyone in on that.
Bob, thank you so much. I want to talk about discernment.
Yes.
Okay, being able to separate truth from lies, reality from unreality. A 22-year-old man named Tyler Robinson has been arrested and charged with the murder of your husband. And yet there are a huge number of conspiracy theories, you might call them brain rot, that are spreading right now online about the actual story behind the reality. One, people say that Tyler Robinson was actually a MAGA Republican. Or two, some people say you were actually a Mossad agent sitting in front of me and you were Charlie's handler and Israel killed Charlie.
Right.
Other people say that a number of men in the crowd were wearing maroon T-shirts, and this signifies that his killing was an elite airborne operation.
Why would they need maroon? Like, wouldn't that? Oh my God.
Whatever that means. They say.
Is this Candace? Is this a Candace theory?
That the rings on your fingers, which are.
I think we're talking about Candace now.
Your kids' initials.
My wedding band, the Medal of Freedom, my engagement ring.
But apparently they symbolize some kind of secret plot. There's also
and a mood ring. Yeah, and a mood ring too.
New theory that Egyptian aircraft have been tracking.
Yes, the Egyptian planes. It's Candace, chat.
Why are there so many?
She's talking about Candace.
Spreading about what seems to be a pretty open and shut case.
This is the first time that we have seen evil on display where we have social media at our fingertips.
What? What are you talking about? What? The first time that we've seen evil on display with social media. Chat, how long has social media been around for? Facebook, what, something like mid-2000s, right? Facebook, mid-2000s, Twitter, late 2000s, Instagram, 2010s maybe. So there's never been evil? There hasn't been any evil? No, I'm talking too much. We're never gonna get through this. She keeps on giving me questions.
So evil that happened, people are wanting answers immediately. They are wanting to figure out how to wrap their mind around this.
Is MySpace still there?
Egyptian planes.
Egyptian
planes. I know, right? No,
Robinson
this is the one thing I'm going to agree with her. Yes, Egyptian planes. That's pretty wild.
Your husband.
Yes, I do.
Why do you think it is so hard for so many people to believe that reality?
Because it's too simple. Again, everyone always has to think there's more to the story. Well, sometimes there's not. I've seen the autopsy report. I've seen our case pulled together. I've been in constant contact with our lawyers, the prosecuting team. I've seen it all. And let me tell you this. Why in the world, why should we, prior to the trial, lay all of our hands and cards on the table for the defense team to see, to somehow then, I don't even know what they would do with it. But what I will say.
Okay, now here's where I agree with her. All right. But I mean, obviously, look, if you're a Republican and you're part of the MAGA faithful, you're complacent in this too. MAGA's done this shit for a long time, right? They'll do stuff like show, here's an election center and there's a suitcase here. Did they use the suitcase to take out all the Trump votes? Maybe, unless you can like open the suitcase and show them what's in the suit. Like, I don't know. They want to think that there's something like, right there. There's a huge, when there's a gap in people's understanding of things, then it's really easy for a grifter to come along, propose some fucking ridiculous conspiracy theory, and say, like, for instance, like John Podesta, he's low-key a creepy guy in real life. He's a strange guy. Podesta's a weird guy, all right? And he was like a high up in the, was he in the Obama? He was associated with the Clinton campaign, I think, right? But they took that and they said, well, we got his emails here. Let's look at his emails. What does he say? Oh, yeah. Hey, guys, do you want to get a cheese pizza or pepperoni pizza? And they were like, oh, I know what this is. When they're saying cheese pizza, he's asking them, are we feeling like little girls tonight, or are we feeling like ordering little boys? Because we have the Comet Pizzeria basement is filled with child, filled with children that have been enslaved, and we could order, anyway. This is how conspiracy theories start, right? Like, I voted for Trump, you voted for Trump, they voted for Trump. Why did Trump not get elected? Oh, geez, it must be because they stole the election, right? It's just like, it's a huge problem. Geez, virology, epidemiology, infectious disease, right? These are all very complicated things that I don't understand. All I know is I'm not allowed to go outside, and I want to. I can't go to the gym because the gym is closed. Maybe China did a bioweapon and they released it on the world from the Wuhan lab, right? We've been dealing with this for years and years and years, and it's, Erika, I hate to break it to you, but the call's coming from the inside of the house. This is a right-wing thing, and where is your shit coming from that you're talking about? Is it coming, Candace, from Hassan Piker? Is it coming from Kyle Kulinski? Is it coming from Adam Mockler? Is it coming from Harry Sisson? No, Elizabeth. It's coming from Candace Owens, right? The call is coming from your side of the house.
And I want to get on the Egyptian plane thing. Take a flight on that.
Divided against itself.
What I will say is what I'm worried about, and I'm fascinated, just from a legal standpoint, to see how the United Healthcare trials pans out. And I say that because this is the first time where we are seeing the implications.
You're talking about Luigi Mangione.
Correct. I'd prefer never to say any of their names. They do not even deserve the ounce of oxygen and breath out of my body. But what I mean is, it's fascinating to see how social media will impact that court case, just how it might impact mine.
Are you nervous he's not going to get a fair trial?
I'm nervous that there could be, they'll say we can't find a fair jury. Like, they're going to taint the jury pool. And in that case,
would it be them that tainted the jury pool, or would it be the wealthy elite from which the victim comes, right? Would it be the fact that the working class is not exactly keen on the Epstein class, and that they might understand anyway, the man had a lot of back pain, all right? Back pain is a motherfucker. Back pain can do strange things to you, chat.
That's how widespread you think these conspiracies have gone?
Yes.
That's how mainstream they become. Okay.
Egyptian planes.
You want to talk about Egyptian planes?
Okay.
Yes.
I was pregnant for 90% of those trips. Mind you, I've never, all those places they said I've traveled, I've never been. I mean, I've been, but I'm not within those dates that they've.
But you even
said
feel you need to
No, but this is, yeah, but I do on that one. Only because.
Wait. We're not going to say Luigi's name because we don't want to, but we are going to, we're going to give Candace Owens attention. Anyway, she's riddled with inconsistencies, isn't she?
Only because, from a humor standpoint, I intentionally, when I was pregnant, hid. Not because I was embarrassed, not because I didn't want anyone. Yes, we did keep it very private, but it's because it was a moment very sacred. I was growing a human inside of me, my baby. The world that Charlie and I live in is very.
For a second, I thought she meant like a little miniature Charlie Kirk. She was growing a Charlie clone inside. Okay, a human.
Toxic at times.
Not a Charlie.
Yeah. And when you are growing a beautiful child in you, I don't want to be around it. I want to enjoy eating my In-N-Out burger and my hot fudge sundae. That's what I want to do. I'm pregnant and I have 9 months to own it. You really think I'm going to be on an Egyptian plane while I am wanting to be with my In-N-Out burger?
What is the deal with these Egyptian planes, chat? Are they just planes from Egypt, or are they like, do they have like ancient Egyptian like seating and interior design, right? Is it like that? Are there like hieroglyphics on this? Like, what does she mean? We'll try to get to the Egyptian plane in a second here. We're going to talk about Candace and that, yeah, that's where the Egyptian planes, the idea, I guess, came from. We'll try to figure out what the fuck she's talking about. I don't even know what she means. Like, an Egyptian plane could be so many different things. Right? It could even be like, maybe it's a flying pyramid that, you know, or a sphinx that you get on or something. She had to do the Candace thing. TV USA's hemorrhaging followers. Do you think they're hemorrhaging followers to Candace, or just in general? Is impartial about all these random conspiracies? But now I'm curious because of how bad. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, regulated freestyle videos. This is a thing that's true about Erika Kirk, and that's true about Kash Patel, right? Kash Patel has this way about him. And, you know, now that he is, you know, representing, you know, law enforcement, when he talks about a case, like an unsolved case or even a solved case, right? Because of how he always looks guilty, you're tempted to like wonder. And if you did, you wouldn't be the only one wondering, like, did he maybe do the crime, right? He has the nonverbal language equivalent of a hot dog suit on. What I mean, chat, is like, you know, it's like the I Think You Should Leave sketch where the guy in a hot dog suit, like there's a hot dog, a Wienermobile crashes into the storefront. People are shocked, and then a guy in a hot dog suit is like, yeah, we better get to the bottom. I want to know who crashed this Wienermobile into here. And everybody looks at him and it's like, you know, you're wearing a hot dog suit. Was it you? No, we got to get to the bottom of it. We got to find out who. Yeah, this is Kash Patel, right? Erika Kirk, like, has the ability in her grief to make you wonder, is she really sad about this? Because it seems pretty fake. It doesn't seem real. It does not check out.
Chocolate milkshake? No, I'm not. So if you want to go through my flight log, go right ahead. It's very boring. You say I was here on this date. I have a photo in.
Let's see, Little St. James Island. No, just kidding.
My phone to prove that I actually was in the hospital.
Hey, at least she doesn't have that problem, right? There's no accusation of her being friends with Epstein.
Because I was having contractions. So game on.
Egyptian planes objectively better than the Lolita Express.
The podcaster Candace Owens, okay? At one time, a friend of Charlie's. At one time, an employee of Turning.
You say her name 3 times, she'll appear.
Point. She has been one of the main peddlers of these conspiracies, and she is making a huge amount of money on it. She is building her business off of these lies.
Why do people want to watch Candace and they don't want to watch me? I'm on CBS now. She's just on a YouTube channel.
What do you want to say to her and the other people?
Yeah, I gotta say, Candace Moggs Bari Weiss, right? In terms of her concurrence, Hassan's been going in there as Candace goes live lately, and she throws up numbers like 180,000, 150,000. It's crazy the amount of people that are watching Candace Owens versus like, I mean, I don't know. We're watching the extended cut, so this is going to be low numbers, 67K. We maybe watch. We look at the other one, the non-extended cut, Erika Kirk, Town Hall. That's the extended. That's what we're watching right now. Yeah, CBS News presents. Okay, 100 and oh my god. Oh my god, this is like TYT numbers. And look, oh no, I'm sorry, I spoke too soon. TYT 28K. To be fair, chat, their video's only been up for 5 hours. Don Lemon mogging TYT right now. David Packman with almost as many views on his this channel right here, Really American and US Democratic Socialists. Absolutely more views, right? And I don't even know who these guys are, right? But they're outdoing CBS, at least online. I mean, obviously people are watching it on CBS too, so anyway. It's not going great for Bari Weiss, is it?
That are putting these lies out into the world right now.
Stop. That's it.
No, it's not it. It's not it, Erika. You know what you meant to say? And what, honestly, somebody should say to Candace Owens, right?
I'm Michael Jordan. Stop it. Get some help.
Yeah, exactly. Nobody could have said it better.
Stop it. Stop it. Get some help.
Yeah. That's what you should have said, Erika. Anyway. But you're no MJ, I guess. Erika Kirk, not the GOAT.
That's all I have to say. Stop.
Okay. The next question comes from.
Look at the Candace numbers. I will, because we're gonna go there in a second. This got posted though. I don't know what Candace's schedule is, right? This got posted on Sunday, I think, right? Or it went live Saturday night, 8 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Pacific, and then I think it got posted on Sunday at some point. So I don't know if Candace is it's Monday for it's Tuesday for you now. Yeah, wait, so yeah, Candace may have had a chance to, I mean, she must have said something, right? Let's look at Candace's numbers. 4 days ago. Yeah, unless she takes Monday off, there should be something up from her.
Well, that has now.
To my friend Charlie Kirk. Okay, we got competing crocodile tears here with Candace and Erika. No, I mean, I want to think that Erika really is like sad, right? I want to think that's real. Like, I mean, it's her husband. You'd hope that she has some kind of feeling about it. 5 days ago, 4 days ago. Okay, so she hasn't gone live. Maybe she doesn't do Mondays. Maybe she doesn't like Mondays. She's like a Garfield. She's like anti. She had Norm on. Oh, that's a month ago. Jeez. God, what's going on with Candace Owens? Oh, by the way, chat, if you want to help me out today, I've got a go live, a blast off tweet right here on Twitter. So if you want to go support that, the link is in the pinned, right? I'm gonna help more people find their way to my stream, because I don't know what I did bad, but Elon's put me in jail or something. If you want to help jailbreak me, from my post not being seen by anyone, then you can go and give that. Wow, that's an awesome blast off tweet. I'm glad I put that in the pinned, right? That was so super effective. Anyway, sad about her cash cow. I don't know. He's gonna make her more money dead than he ever did alive, probably. What are we trying to look for? We're trying to look for Erika Kirk. I know they've got a meeting scheduled. Yo, somebody should do an AI, okay, right? You know, like they got the We Are Charlie Kirk video. Right? Look, I don't want to show you too much of this, but like this shit right here. No, I need the visual. I need the visual, Splexma. Oh god, there's Erika. They did Erika's powerful tribute. Get without being sued by Vivo or Splexma. But I want to see a duet with Candace Owens, Bari Weiss, and Erika Kirk. That's what I want to see. Like, yeah, they could have they're arguing maybe. She's like, but what about the Egyptian planes? You know, and they're, you know what I mean? I want to see them have like a debate in an epic duet and an epic, what is it? It's not a duet, but like a trio. Anyway, I think that would be awesome. This is garbage. Oh yeah, it's hot garbage. It's like, it's not just garbage, right? This is in the hazmat bin, right? It's not. It's a super fun site, right? This is beyond garbage. Like, to say it's garbage is kind of a compliment. This is like this is what Satan's got running 24/7 in hell, probably, right? You didn't get punished enough with the pitchforks and the fire. You also got to listen to Splexma.
Person who may be familiar to you, Erika, because Charlie interviewed him for his show last August.
Wait, I'm sorry, there's an Epstein Fonk version of this? What? Is Epstein singing? What's the Epstein Fonk version? I gotta check that out. Erika and Candace met last night for 4.5 hours. Wow. What I was looking for, though, was a response from Candace Owens. I was kind of hoping, oh, was that AI? Oh, yeah. That was, her voice sounded so good, though. I mean, yeah, that's, I mean, it wasn't matching her lips, but, you know, yeah, like an epic rap battle. Yeah. Like oh my God, I'm surprised they haven't done that, right? Somebody needs to do an epic rap battle between the three of them. The Fonk version is, wait a minute. Oh, no. I was freaked out because I saw the, like, my YouTube chat is back, and then I forgot that I fixed it. Still not getting multi-chat. We love the multi-chat, don't we? We love to see the multi-chat. The multi-chat is the only way that I can guarantee that I'm responding to Twitch chats as much as I'm responding to YouTube chats, and I want to do that.
Henderson, to you.
Thank you, Bari, and thank you, Erika. During that discussion with Charlie, neither of us knew that was going to be the last long-form interview he would ever conduct, because his life was cut short by the actions of a very disturbed young man. As someone who admired Charlie's ability to offer young people a productive and optimistic path, I wanted to ask, how should the conservative movement think about cultivating leaders and role models for young men, and how can it continue offering them a constructive alternative to the toxic currents Charlie so astutely criticized?
It's a great question. First of all, your interview was amazing.
Wait, who is this
It's
guy?
one of my favorite.
Who is this guy? What was this interview? How did I miss that? He did an interview? Did he? Robert Henderson. Oh, he's a guest on the, okay, your interview with who?
Discussion with Charlie, neither of us knew that was going
Oh, his last interview with Charlie. Okay, I got it.
to be admired Charlie's ability to offer young people a productive and optimistic path. I wanted to ask, how should the conservative movement think about cultivating leaders and role models for young men, and how can it continue offering them a constructive alternative to the toxic currents Charlie so astutely criticized?
It's a great question. First of all, your interview was amazing.
Like a constructive alternative for America and for Deutschland, right? An alternative for how can we offer an alternative for Deutschland, so to speak, right?
It's one of my favorite ones to look back on. Charlie connected with you very well. And I can always tell when he does on his show. I always watched his show. And I could always tell because his questions and his engagement would shift. And he always loved that conversation with you. As the CEO of Turning Point USA, it is my responsibility to make sure that our youth is in good hands. Our chapter leaders are amazing. And there's some leaders within those groups you guys have not even seen or heard about yet, but you will one day, and you'll be blown away.
Look,
because they are amazing.
Yeah. Like you might not be ready for it yet, but your kids are gonna love it. I swear.
Kids. We had 2 of them at our gala event this weekend, and they spoke in front of our donors.
Wait, she's talking about the gala, chat. Chat, do you know what she's talking about? Here, I gotta put my I was trying to make a little coffee here. The gala event. Yo, the gala Young Republicans New York gala. I think that's what she's talking about, right?
Hey everybody, Tim over the Bulwark here with our managing editor Sam Stein. It's Sunday after.
What is it about being a former Republican turned resistance lib that makes you so sweaty? I don't know. We'll have to. I'll ask Tim Miller if I ever get a chance. But yeah, we're talking about the event that there's Bari Weiss. Wait, what? Oh, she did like she appeared on CBS Mornings. God, she didn't get enough airtime, chat. The fucking hour-long presentation on CBS, like, right, with Erika Kirk. She was like, no, we're gonna bring me on. She's making the decision to bring herself on the morning show, chat. I think she runs news at CBS, right? So, wow. Like, if I was Bari Weiss, I'd be trying to get less airtime. I'd be trying to, find some new talent to get out there. And I'd recognize, okay, wait, here's the gala that they're talking about. Although, should we call it gala? I don't think the young Republicans appreciate it being called a gala. It's a little too gay for them.
They had their gala last night.
The first to endorse President Donald J. Trump in 2024. And Mr. President, the New York Young Republican Club is prepared to endorse in 2028.
So yeah, we're going to endorse the ghost of Trump in 2028.
There you go. So obviously there's some trolling elements to this, but like that's the type of folks that you're getting out there.
Yeah, I mean, this is just them trying to like be, the most Trumpy, most, provocative people in the room. And of course, there's a little New Yorker mentality, obviously. Like they don't give a shit. They want to like fight. But it's a cult. Like that's very cultish, right?
It's a cult. I will say there was one sign from outside that these internal MAGA tensions are existing, though. Like even in this place where it's like you're self-volunteering to be the most MAGA. Yeah. Outside the event, there was a guy protesting. He appeared to be a left-wing guy wearing a Nazi costume, protesting.
This is the greatest way to protest right-wing bullshit, right? Is when you yourself put on a Nazi costume and be like, hey, guys, this is what you're like. This is what you're doing. No, I'm kidding. Bad idea.
New York Young Republicans accusing them of Nazis. Just as like a pro tip, like as a protester, like you don't, even if you're making fun of Nazis, you're really dressing like
yeah. I mean, it's not advice anyone should have to give. It should be stuff that like is just like the obvious. Yeah, don't dress like a Nazi. Even if you're trying to make a point that the other guys are got a little bit of that fascist dog in them. That's not the way to show it. It's not a good look.
Nazi, it can send some mixed messages. So just a little pro tip for protesters out there. I wouldn't wear the Nazi garb myself. So
it's
then
when
you
you're
have
taking the trolling a touch too far when you look in the mirror and you got a swastika on.
Exactly. So you got the guy in the Nazi suit, then hands one of his swastikas to a New York Young Republican attendee, gala attendee, who's a groiper, so Nick Fuentes type, who takes the swastika.
Nick Fuentes? I'm sorry.
It's like, you're right, I am a Nazi. Okay, basically. And so then he holds it.
Thank you.
No, he didn't say that. He said, I wish Trump was a Nazi.
And then starts yelling at the guy. Yeah. And then another New York Young Republican, kind of a portly fella, comes out, and I guess he is an anti-groiper, so he's a mega anti-groiper. So there you go. And let's see what he does to the groiper guy.
Oh my gosh, chat. I almost gave you a spoiler for the bonus content, but unfortunately, yeah, this is on the bonus content, right? So if you want to watch the rest of this, if you want to see where this goes, we're going to need to, like, let me check on the poll right now. We're at 124, so we are indeed going to get one piece of bonus content at least tonight. 72 of you have voted, and it looks like you've got the Vanguard on top, but thanks to the donation from Omega Star, I'm going to be adding 35%. I'm going to be adding 35% to Young Republican Bitch Slapped. So I mean, that's what's in the lead right now. Of course, if we get to 200, we'll do the top two. So that would be both of those. We're at 124 right now. We missed the butterfly goal ever so slightly, but we could maybe make up for it by doubling up on bonus content, because these are honestly two, really good. Like the Taylor Lorenz. I want to see Vanguard versus Taylor Lorenz. I love Taylor when she's debating a subject she's passionate about, and maybe the Vanguard learn something from her. I don't know. It seemed pretty feisty, seemed pretty spicy. But right now it looks like, yeah, the Young Republican Bitch Slapped is ahead. So that's the one that we're gonna cover for sure. We might get Taylor Lorenz and Vanguard. Remember, the thing that makes this number go up is when you do a super chat, super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift memberships, if you support me on Throne, or if you sign up for my Patreon, or if you support me on Twitch. All those things make that number go up. It also gives you the chance to put your money where your mouth is and tell me which of these topics you want to see, and you can add a little bonus to the topic of your choice. That's your prize. That's your benefit. That's your privilege. Let's say for supporting the show. You can also use that money to reinforce whatever the chat is voting for. If you want to, by saying Vox Populi, or you can make me play more video games by saying video game stream. The choice is yours, chat. I'm just letting you know how it works. I program the first half of the show. You get to decide on the second half of the show whether we have a second half, which we will, and what we get to watch on it. So that's where we're at right now. Looking like we're veering towards this exact topic, and with Taylor Lorenz versus the Vanguard in second place. But remember, por que no los dos? Well, yeah, that's a possibility. We could do both, right? It just takes getting from 124, which we're at right now, to 200, if we're going to cover both of those things tonight. So with that being said, yeah, I'm not going to show you any more because this would be a spoiler. And it looks like we very may be watching the events of the this gala, New York Young Republicans Gala. That's what Bari, I keep on calling her Bari Kirk, Bari Kirk and Erika Weiss. No, that's what Bari Weiss, or was it Erika was talking about? Somebody was talking about it.
Because they are amazing kids. We had two of them at our gala event this weekend.
Yeah, the gala event, right?
And they spoke in front of our donors. It was the first time I ever met them. Phenomenal kids. Not only are they smart, they have a heart. Not only do they have a heart,
unlike most kids who don't have a heart,
they can understand and see the Gen Z landscape in a way that we can't.
They showed me some really cool memes that had this strange, like, it was like a circle spinning, kind of like a black sun type of thing. I thought that was pretty cool. And then they showed me Agartha Kirk, right? I was really surprised to know that my husband is actually alive, living at the center of Hollow Earth, and his hair is turned blonde and his eyes have turned blue, and now he's the Aryan Charlie Kirk with elf-like features that lives in the center of Hollow Earth, where there's also another one of those black sun things, right? I'm learning so much. I love what I can learn from these new kids. They also showed me this cool frog. I think his name is Graper or something. Graper. This is Graper the frog, and there's also Pepe the frog, but this is Graper. Graper. He just likes MAGA even more than Pepe. So we're going with Graper. I'm learning so much from these young Republicans at the New York Young Republicans Gala.
And from a peer-to-peer communication level, they're phenomenal. So I personally, having a front row seat to the rising generation, the courageous generation, they're amazing. Yes, there are bad apples. Millennials, we got them too. So do the baby boomers. So does Gen X.
Yeah, remember when the millennials ate the avocado toast? That's pretty much as bad as the Nazi Groiper stuff, right? That's pretty much just as bad, right? They smash the avocado into the toast. It's so weird.
No one's escaping the bad apples. It's just the batch.
The bad avocados. But in the case of millennials,
it's our responsibility, my responsibility, our team's responsibility to make sure that our chapters are cultivating those leaders. So when they leave high school and they decide not to go to college, they're in the workforce, being incredible people and incredible leaders.
We want them to not go to college. We want them to not learn critical thinking, because once they got that, it's very hard. They're very hard to control, right? And heaven forbid that they start to look at the grand narratives of history and they start to choose something like Marxism over capitalism. So we definitely want them the fuck away from those colleges, right? The fuck away.
Not be influencers. Not everyone's meant to. Everyone plays a very specific role. But they'll be someone in something very important, and they'll plant seeds. And that's all you have to do, is plant the seed. And then let truth grow from there. But thank you again for the time that you spent with my husband on that final conversation. It meant a lot to him. It means a lot to me to be able to have that to show my babies one day.
Thanks, Rob. Coming up, should women focus on their careers or building their families? We'll ask Erika Kirk what she believes.
Hey, which one are you doing right now?
And now as a CEO.
Would argue for the possibility of maybe doing both. Maybe you could be a mom and not just have a career, but be the CEO, be the boss, be the head of an organization, right? But only if you're Erika Kirk. Let's be real, right? They're not. These are rules for me, not for thee.
This one commandment, this one, if you don't honor it, you're the one who misses out on the gift, not God.
Are you keeping it?
I'm trying my best.
Is it helping?
It is. I feel close to him. I break it apart, though. So instead of a full 24...
Do you feel close to regular Charlie, or are you talking about Agartha Kirk? Right? Do you like him better now that he's been reborn as an Aryan? He drank the monster, chat. He drank the white monster, and he turned into Aryan Charlie Kirk. Yeah.
Straight.
Now he's got superpowers.
I'll break it apart only because my mom's sick, and I need to be available because I'm her medical power of attorney, so I need to be available if something happens. And so I make it what works for me, but that's what was so beautiful about that. Charlie wasn't legalistic about it. He's like, make it your own.
Erika, you have made a lot of comments that a lot of people have noticed about women, suggesting, you know this, right? Suggesting that women should get married young, that they should have children young, that they should prioritize family over their careers. And at the same time, you are now doing both. You now have 2 young children.
So many of these questions that she's asking are like pointing out, unironically, the contradictions in Erika Kirk, the hypocrisies, one might say, but thrusting them away with thought-terminating cliches, right? What I'm getting out of this is like, now some people say that it's contradictory and hypocritical to tell a young woman to do one thing while you're doing something completely different, right? But if you say that, you're a libtard and you suck. So don't say that. There we go. Solved, right? Solved. You thought it was a contradiction? You thought there was a little bit of, no hypocrisy. You just have to remember what Jesse Lee Peterson said when he said, all thoughts are lies. We just need more thought-terminating cliches, okay? That's the solution.
I think both under the age of 3. And you're the CEO and chairwoman of Turning Point. Square that for us. Right. Some people look at you and say, you know, she's trying to make it a binary choice. You can be the trad wife or the girl boss.
Tell us why those people are evil and wrong and they're Jezebels and...
But look at her. She's having both. What do you say to them?
Right. Well, I didn't ask for this. Obviously it's a blessing that I view it as a blessing. It's a duty to my husband. But I was very happy being a stay-at-home mom. There's nothing wrong with being a mother. There's actually more.
So what are we saying? Be a stay-at-home mom, be a trad wife, unless you have a propagandistic purpose that you can be used for. You can play a role like grieving widow in order to solidify, support for the most corrupt administration in the history of the United States, that's quite a high bar to cross, or a low bar. As it was, then it's okay. Then it's okay.
Beautiful and emotional and powerful job title, if you will, being a mother. And for me, I experienced what it was like living in New York, living that boss babe culture. But when I met Charlie and we had our babies, I was in it. That was all hands on deck. I would take that world.
And by all hands on deck, I mean all of my hands on deck. I had one, hand holding the diaper, the other hand wiping the butt, the other hand reaching for a bottle. And Charlie had busy things, important things to take care of. He's fighting a war against, evil liberalism, people who would like to trans our children. So we, all hands on deck except for Charlie's hands, just mainly my hands, because I'm the trad wife, and that's the role that God picked for me. God also picked for me the role of a grieving widow. So yeah, you can't have a role as a woman unless God picks it for you. That's it. So if you try to be a go-getter, a boss babe, whatever she said, then you're bad. But sometimes God will call for you anyway, right?
Repeat. Always.
It should be a job. Yeah, it should be paid. It should be compensated as a job. Yeah, absolutely. And there should be that's the other thing that we're not saying is that women can have a career and have kids, but when you have kids, generally, your career gets nerfed. You'll never, be able to rise to the level you would otherwise. And because you're a woman and your boss, your company thinks you might have kids someday, you're gonna be paid like 70%, 80%. You're gonna be right. But no, we should do something. I mean, something honestly should be done, could be done, ought to be done, so people can have a career and be mommies and daddies too. And so that if a dad wants to stay at home and be a stay-at-home dad, that can happen too. Right? Yeah, there should be more options.
But you know what? There was never any daylight between Charlie and his mission was my mission. So stepping into this role is not so much a job title. This is not a 9-to-5 for me. This is something that I'm very passionate about because it's still a remaining breathing version.
It's not a 9-to-5 for you because really all you do is show up and and say and look like the most like model the most disingenuous grief you could possibly imagine, and somehow expect that this is going to be as effective propaganda as Charlie Kirk dunking on college kids, right? When in reality, Turning Point USA is shrinking at the speed of white. They're shrinking at the speed of like a TYT or a Tim Pool show. We're gonna get into Tim Pool later on. We're gonna get into Candace and her Egyptian planes next. I'm excited for that one.
Husband, this Turning Point USA.
You have a team. You have aides. Yeah, she's got her aides on that.
So this organization is not just a company to me. And the staff and employees are not staff and employees, they're family. And so for me, it's a lot different and a lot deeper than a career. This is very personal. But yes, it is hard. But at the same day, it takes a village. And I have one heck of a village.
We have a woman here that has a question.
Anybody want to tell me who wrote a book called It Takes a Village? Anybody know? Anybody know who the author of that book is? It Takes a Village. Yes. Hillary Rodham Clinton wrote a book called It Takes a Village, talking about how in more communal societies, or even, like our own society going back, some years, children weren't raised by the nuclear family wasn't a thing. The village, the community raised children together, and all kind of pitched in, right? And it's very like it was a political book, because this flies in the face of Milton Friedman, every man is an island unto himself. This flies in the face of American individualism and the nuclear family, right? And we don't even have it super normalized to have multi-generational households like most cultures in the world do. But this isn't just it takes an extended family like that, right? It takes a village that every, and Republicans hate the idea, right? Why do they hate the idea of a teacher being queer? Because the kid might see that, oh, one of my role models has a picture of her wife on her desk, right? Why can't we have trans people in education? Oh, because they might groom the kids to, oh, my teacher, was born, was assigned like male at birth, but is now a woman. My teacher was assigned female at birth and is now a man, or worse yet, my teacher is non-binary, is not bound by that dichotomy. They might think that they can do it themselves. This is not something that Republicans want. I don't know if there are multi-generational households a big thing in Thailand. I think so. I'd be surprised if they weren't.
Question perfectly calibrated to this part of our conversation. I want to hand it over to Isabella Reggi.
Thank you. And Erika, you and your family are in my prayers.
Thank you.
I'm a 26-year-old Christian woman living in New York City. I would like to stay here long term, but I wonder whether it's sustainable. Do you believe there's a place for women like myself in modern cities who care about having a career, but also marrying a like-minded Christian conservative man?
Well, yeah.
Oh, shit. I thought she was going to say, look, I want to stay here, but I am, having trouble with my visa. I thought I was going to be able to, get a work visa, but, the new Trump administration regulations are making that hard. I thought it was going to be something like that, but no, it's like, do you think it's going to be okay to stay in a godless city like New York where the mayor is a Mohammedan, and, dangerous, scary, jihadi, Zoran Mamdani, right? I don't know. She's wait, what am I trying to do? I'm trying to Thailand multi-generational Is it common? Gemini thinks so. I don't know. Hate that that's the first thing I see. But yeah, I feel like America's kind of the exception as far as multi-generational housing. Oh my god, I gotta keep my eye on the clock. We're at 4 hours. Okay, chat. Anybody know of any clips that I haven't gotten to yet? Right? Candace Owens, Erika Kirk. Let's take out Candace Owens. See if there's any clip. Erika Kirk, Bari Weiss. What's going on? See if there's any clip. God, I am like. Let's see if there's any clip. Old photos of Erika Kirk with past partner fuels questions. What? Okay, this is the kind of drama I'm not really. Okay, what else do we got here? Anything?
I mean, I remember watching it and thinking, I can't understand this. What does this mean? She was able to explain the.
Oh, this is the town. This is the CBS Mornings
distinction between forgiveness as a personal choice to almost let go.
Okay, so she gets asked about forgiveness. Like she said that she wanted, she hopes that Tyler Robinson, finds God and finds peace, and that she forgives him for what he did to her husband.
Of something, to not let it be this anvil around her, and forgiveness in the mode of her faith, and to make a distinction between that and her desire for justice.
Trumpfile.org. What the fuck is that? Anyway, that's kind of some of these. The older clips on here are going to be from stuff that was there were. So Bari Weiss did the interview like I don't know a week or more ago. She put out clips from it. There was like a few clips that were kind of like teasing it, advertising it, building the hype for it. And so if I look at anything that's from like December, maybe 14th, because this is, I think this was after. Yeah, this is after the.
I'm not Christian, but bearing witness.
No, you ruined it with Curb Your Enthusiasm. I mean, it does make it more bearable, Jim Stewartson, but damn. We can't watch it because it's got the Curb music. Oh yeah, this was her ahead of the.
I just sat down for an hour with
like right after the interview went in the can before it came out.
I just sat down for an hour with Erika Kirk, and we talked about everything. We talked about what was going through her head when she stood on that stage and forgave her husband's alleged murderer. We talked about all of the conspiracies surrounding his assassination. And of course, we talked about grief, political violence, and so much more. Watch this Saturday night on CBS.
Okay, anyway, she's trying to make you feel like you're walking and talking like you're on her news team, right? She's the boss comes and says, like, let me tell you about this amazing interview I just had with Erika Kirk while we walk to our office. What the fuck is going on? Oh no. I gotta be careful, chat. Anything has to do with Kirk, could like have again. Elon did not ban the clip of Charlie being shot. I mean, that's potentially still on here, and it's Twitter. It's fucking trash. We gotta move on. We don't have time. So did anybody say anything in chat? Doesn't look like it. I'm not seeing any chatters being like, "Oh, the Surfs covered this clip. Could you cover that?" I don't see that. So if you gotta say, if you got like anything like that to like throw in, now's the time. We got to move on. We got so much to cover and so little time. I guess we're gonna get in one of those. Nope, we're not seeing that again. That's bonus content, right? As is the Vanguard versus Taylor Lorenz if we get to 200. But for now, let us look and see what is up with our good friend Candace. Do we know anything about the meeting between here? This is Patrick Bet David. Do we know anything about the meeting between?
Next story I want to get to is Candace Owens and Erika Kirk. Erika Kirk tweets out yesterday that, Rob, if you want to pull that up, she tweets yesterday that the two are having a meeting together. I believe, Rob, you said is today the 15th?
Yep.
Okay, so Candace Owens and I are meeting for a private in-person discussion on Monday, December 15th. Candace and I have agreed that public discussions, live streams, and tweets are on hold until after this meeting. I look forward to a productive conversation. So can you pull this tweet up? I want to know what the comment section says, because I retweeted it and I said the following. I said, if you just go to my account, and then we'll read the tweet that hers. I said, this is the right move, but long overdue. Respect to both women for agreeing to meet, hoping this visit leads to a real solution that protects Charlie's decade plus of hard work influencing and shaping America's youth. Can we see how the market is reacting to that comment? Can you click on it? Go a little bit lower. Okay, what does Candace deserve any respect? Who is that?
Dave Rubin.
Who is Dave Rubin? I'm giving him a hard
Nobody.
time. Of course we know who Dave Rubin is. All right,
Nobody.
Aaron Wexler. Respect to both women, who is a horrible take. You and I both spoke for 20 minutes at Charlie's Turning Point. Adam, is that your friend, Aaron Wexler? You are smart and opinionated man. Not kind of like Candace for torturing Erika's and spreading. Okay, so got it. So that's where she's at with it. Bad take. Never wrestle with pigs. You both get dirty, and the pig likes it. George Bernard Shaw was a massive socialist, but go a little bit lower. When you realize the media tour didn't go as planned and you set up to sit down, okay, so the position there is on the other side. Erika currently represents what people want Charlie to be, which led to his death. Candace represents who Charlie was when he was alive. There is room for both, but I get the sense that would have Erika continue to look more inauthentic. Candace needs to protect Charlie's light. She's the only one keeping it alive. Okay, so we know that's good. So far it's fair. 50-50 comments on both sides. Classy move by Erika. That being said, I'll never watch Candace again. So disrespectful. I don't care what the world thinks about a grieving widow until you experience the loss of someone to you in a horrific manner such as this. You'll never understand. Agree and saying they hadn't already been communicating. Erika has clearly taken very bad advice. She is torching her organizational legacy. How about we stop pretending that they are searching for truth and what happened to Charlie is equal destroying his legacy, because it's not. Okay, so can you go to Erika's tweet by herself, not mine. Just go to hers by herself. Let's go a little bit lower. Can you go a little bit lower? Can't y'all just call each other? Why does it have to be such a big deal? Hopefully you serve her with papers during the meeting.
Laura Loomer.
If y'all are meeting in private, why did y'all make it public information? Keep going a little bit lower. Even Biden got involved. Now she's not busy and her husband is allowing her to do something that day. Interesting. Just be careful that you don't overshare. She will spin it against you later. I'm sorry, you have to deal with her and any of the awful rumors. Pieces the prize, Jack Posobiec. The meeting should be recorded. The way if Candace tries to mischaracterize anything, there's a record to prove. Okay. So, question. One, what do you think are the chances that this is being recorded by both sides?
Very good question.
What do you think?
Very high.
Let's put it this way. When they come to the meeting, do you think it is agreed on who'll be in the room and that everybody is frisked and go into a room that they feel comfortable knowing nothing is being recorded?
You would hope so.
I don't even know. Like, what? Maybe the part of the stipulation is they're the only ones in there. But even then, there's nothing to stop one or both of them from recording. And they'd be a fool not to. That's my take. They'd be a fool not to record it. Erika should know she can't trust Candace. Candace should know that even if Erika sounds like, she wants, I don't know. The only way that, I guess you gotta figure out what is the reason, why did this happen, right? Is this representing, as some people in that chain of tweets said, some people in the replies said, is this representative of Erika surrendering, realizing that whatever platform she goes on, whether it's Turning Point, whether it's Fox News, or whether it's CBS, she's going to have less views, less eyeballs, less motion, and less believability because of, as people have pointed out, she doesn't look the role of the grieving widow. She looks like she is, crying crocodile tears, and, people have different ways of dealing with grief. I'm assuming that she is, sincerely grieving her husband. It'd be pretty awful if she wasn't. I mean, there's some strange, obviously the pictures of her embracing JD Vance are kind of strange, and yeah, the whole thing standing over the coffin. Everything about this is weird, and so is this maybe if and the only thing, if Erika, if it's a surrender, if it's a what do you call it, like a absolute surrender, there's a name for this, right? Unconditional. If it's an unconditional surrender from Erika Kirk, then maybe there'll be no funny business on her side of, but even then I don't know how either, what I'm saying, Chad, is I don't know how either of these women could trust each other.
Sam Cedar, Emma Vigland on the Majority Report. Want to welcome back to the program Will Sommer, senior reporter at The Bulwark, author of the False Flag newsletter. And Will, I guess we're about 2 weeks away from Christmas or somewhere around there. And it's almost as if like Christmas started significantly earlier for you, based upon what has been going on. This is extraordinary. Give us sum it up if you can, because we have 3 hours a day and I still feel like we can't fully explain this or capture it.
Yeah, sure. I mean, so right now there is kind of this massive right-wing civil war that is going in a lot of different directions. But kind of the hottest part at the moment is the fight over Candace Owens. So Candace Owens, PragerU, former Charlie Kirk acolyte. Now she's this massively successful YouTuber. And she has been really making grist out of the Charlie Kirk murder for, 3 months now. I mean, she really got into these conspiracy theories and has sort of had the field to herself. And finally, in the past 2 weeks, people like Tim Pool and now Erika Kirk, Charlie Kirk's widow, have said, enough is enough. And they're trying to stop her. And let's just say, I don't think it's working so far.
No, it doesn't seem to be. But it is fascinating because
this went up 10 hours ago, so I'm guessing December 12th. This is from the Friday show, I'm guessing.
as it really feels like a snake eating its own tail at this point, and it's doing it with the sort of let's play this Tim Pool responding to Candace Owens, okay? And I think we played maybe in the past couple of days what Tim Pool is responding to. But Candace Owens has been, and Tim Pool went at it. Tim Pool claims that he was shot at, his compound is shot at. Now, I've been to his compound. I am shocked. There's only one road that goes by it. It's in the middle of nowhere. I'm shocked that there isn't
And we figured this out yesterday that it's deer hunting season, literally right now down there.
Yeah, gun season started up.
They're speaking about the fact that Tim Pool is claiming that there were shots fired at his compound, I'm guessing in West Virginia. And he's kind of blaming Candace Owens for saying, I believe the tenor of what she was talking about was that he has benefited from Charlie Kirk's death. Yeah, the Ouroboros is eating its own tail at this point. Wait, I just said something recursive, didn't I? An Ouroboros is a snake eating its own tail. So if the Ouroboros was eating its own tail, it'd be like Ouroboros squared, right? We don't need to square an Ouroboros. That's they're scary enough without any complex mathematical functions. Being the function of x equals Ouroboros squared over, I don't know. We don't need to do that. We don't need to bring mathematics into it.
Oh,
apparently
okay.
2 years before this, he also complained about people shooting at him at this exact same time of year.
Yeah,
that's amazing.
One theory is that it was hunting. That's why the building was shot at. The other is that it was his brother. I think some people are saying that his brother may have fired the shots.
That's amazing. I didn't realize that. That's amazing. But so he claims he shot at, and he got very, very indignant about it. Like, I don't know if I've ever seen Tim Pool as mad, except for like when maybe when Emma went on his show and sort of embarrassed.
What's the word? Eviscerated? Oh, embarrassed. Yeah, we'll go with that.
Him a little bit, but I don't know if I've ever seen him more mad
Disemboweled,
than that. And
emasculated, perhaps.
Candace Owens just calmly pulled him apart in her video. I also should say I think she's a lunatic. But here is Tim Pool responding to her. This is clip number 15.
I've gotten a bunch of emails, shocking revelations. And I've gotten people coming to me and talking about what she really does. And I want answers. I want answers. Who's she working for? Who is Candace Owens working for? Don't you think it's a little weird?
Can you? I'm sorry. First of all, I just have to say, shout out to Nathan Robinson. That's the current affairs piece that he wrote that Tim is reading from. So, secondly, he's copying her.
Yeah.
He's doing.
That's the point. I mean, so
he's
Will.
doing
Wait, the source on that is Candace. Oh, great. That's the source. It's just Candace saying it. Yeah.
Cadence.
Well, we can definitely. I mean, she's been very reliable on the Egyptian plains so far. So
yeah,
he's almost verbatim copying what she said. But the problem is, and I want you to speak to this. We know this because we follow this stuff, but most of his audience probably doesn't know that he's doing a satire because this is what he's doing every other day of the year.
Yes, I mean the idea that Tim Pool will now play the character of a maniac who is paranoid and convinced that there are threats around every corner. I mean, as you said,
wait, let's see about
because you saw Charlie Kirk's figure of hate that this would
let's see if they know anything about these Egyptian planes. That's what I want to find out about.
Fit their narrative, but they really seem to want Egyptian planes flying around. This is the Candace Owens thing. They want global networks of assassins, stuff like that.
They sort of have a point in the sense because the FBI did that in the first couple of days, right? I mean, you had the governor coming out there saying this stuff, which is wildly inappropriate. And they basically said, they set the expectations, it seems to me, for what they were going to hear. And I guess it doesn't help that.
Okay, now let's track this Egyptian planes flights and see if it's tracking Erika Kirk or is it, carrying secret assassin teams.
And where is that relative to the others? I mean, do you have a sense of specifically through your reporting, have you come across gender breakdowns for these shows? Because, YouTube is largely dominated by male, I guess audiences for politics.
Political YouTube in particular, yeah.
Not all, of course, but
yeah.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that, the vast majority of sort of right-wing YouTube content is definitely aimed at men and presumably has a similar demographic. So Candace is unique in that way too. I mean, there are only sort of a handful, Allie Beth Stuckey, a couple other people like this who are really aimed at women, I guess Brett Cooper, and so I sort of have to imagine that Candace really has a lot of the sort of conservative women and I think a lot of non-conservative women who are just kind of enjoying this storyline as well in her audience.
All right. Lastly, let me ask you about this. How much of this,
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I thought they talked about the Egyptian planes in this. I just want to know what Justin Baldoni and Blake Lively, she made a lot of, talking about how Candace has aggregated her audience, right? The fusion of pop culture, like Blake Lively, with the mommy sleuth, true crime stuff, right? That's what this kind of largely falls under. Hypothesizing that part of the the TLDR, because since we don't have time to watch this whole thing, is that Candace Owens may be benefiting from women that are part of MAGA being turned off by mainstream MAGA from things like the Epstein files, right? That even though, the Republican line is to be anti Me Too, right? Even all women, including Republican women, experience, this kind of predation, and that maybe Trump, as he's being revealed to be, closer to Epstein than anyone wanted to admit, maybe that's what's driving the, MAGA women into the arms of Candace Owens, as opposed to somebody that's going to hold the line like Charlie Kirk did on, they're talking about the Shabbat Shalom thing, his book about keeping the Sabbath holy. I'm trying to see if there's any more. There's 2 instances where they say Egyptian planes. I don't know. Maybe we'll come back toward this. Let's check shocking revelations about Egyptian planes. Let's see it.
Who is calling?
Wait, now I'm trying to remember. Is this the one where I feel like there's an intro. Sometimes it's not worth watching. But wait, Egyptian planes update. God damn it. This isn't the first time she's talked about Egyptian planes, chat. I thought there was something maybe in the intro that was interesting here.
All right, you guys, happy Thursday. Fun little update for you. When the clock struck midnight last night and Cinderella's carriage turned back into a pumpkin, Turning Point USA decided—
Wait, is Erika Kirk Cinderella?
It was a good time to issue a confirmation plus an ultimatum, a time and a date for our debate. I should tell you that they did not send me an email. They did not send me a text message. They did not coordinate anything with me. They
just announced it publicly.
Simply made this midnight announcement and gave it a countdown.
So chat, this is what we call in the business a disinvite, right? There's technically an invitation. They're going to be doing a— Oh wait, that was yesterday. Wait, did they do it? Did Turning Point do their Turning Point USA fuck, the 15th was today. Or was yeah. Did they do some kind of— I mean, obviously Candace Owens didn't show up. She did meet with Erika Kirk for reportedly 4.5 hours, and maybe hash things out, but we haven't heard anything about it. There was supposed to be something— I don't know. I'm so confused too about Turning Point's channels here. This is the official channel. Put that on pause. But what I've noticed is it's just uploading more Charlie stuff, right? They are sucking the marrow out of Charlie's bones here to try to hold on to their last little bit of remaining relevance. Turning Points USA live podcast. That's what we want. Wait, where's the podcast? Because they were supposed to be pushing back or giving their answer to Candace Owens's conspiracy theories. I don't know if this got canceled or what. Anyway, let's go back to Candace.
24 hours to respond. So we're going to discuss that. And let me just tell you, Turning Point is so done after this. You just cannot survive being this disingenuous.
She's right about that. I don't know if for this reason, but yeah, there's a lot that they've they're quickly losing steam, quickly losing relevance.
We also are going to get back into the Egyptian planes today.
Yes, I love getting into Egyptian planes. Right, like chat. After you've ridden an Egyptian plane, first class is no longer enough, right? Business class, first class, it doesn't fucking matter. You get into that flying pyramid, all right? And you'll realize this is the only way to fly in an Egyptian plane.
They are also working very hard to try to convince us that that was nothing. That's just what Egyptian military planes do. Fly around the skies in the middle of Provo and Charlie.
Egyptian military planes?
Kirk is being assassinated.
Is that what she's talking about? She's talking about like fighter jets, bombers, cargo transports. What kind of planes are we talking about? Like a radar plane? What's going on?
Well, it turns out maybe these planes might be the key to everything, not nothing. Welcome back to Candace.
Okay, well that was sassy. Let's get to the update. Egyptian plane update. PR move to laugh at me, I think is what it says. Tim Pool's breakdown. Oh god, we're gonna have to get that. That's gonna be so good. All right, we're on Egyptian planes. Let's switch things around. All right, we'll do Tim Pool's breakdown in a minute. Right now, we're getting into the Egyptian plane. It's way too big. There we go. And then the Tim Pool breakdown. Make that a little bit bigger because it's a big breakdown from what I understand. Oh my god. Not that big. That big. Okay. I gotta pee too. I'm gonna try to make this quick.
In the meantime, we are just going to start investigating harder because you're not acting right, okay? You guys are not acting right, and you are not going to be able to get yourselves out of it by trying to be tricky like that. And like I said, the fact that you mentioned the Egyptian planes so many times yesterday without providing a valid answer or reason as to why we should just ignore military planes that are circulating that don't belong to our country, we're going to stay focused on that. And guess what? We have some more explosive revelations, which lead to more questions, which should be answered. And by the way, Turning Point, you should be concerned about. How odd, guys, that they're not concerned about the Egyptian planes. They don't even know how to feign concern. They don't even know how to sell to us in their best acting that they care about what transpired on that day. If you wanted to act like you cared, you would go, yeah, no, that is actually weird. I wonder what those planes are about. Instead, they're like, ha, ha, ha. Egyptian planes, what we've had to endure this crazy talk about these Egyptian planes. You should be concerned. And I'm going to give more cause for concern, okay? Because as you guys will recall, 2 Egyptian planes, got it. For the sake of ease, we've labeled one blue, that's SUBND, which was the one that was transponding on the ground at Duncan Aviation on the day of Charlie's assassination, but it did not go anywhere. And then, of course, our now infamous yellow plane that carried on to Delaware, Wilmington, Delaware that morning, and has seemingly panicked the world, right? I'm reminding you that that flight from Provo to Delaware on the yellow plane had only 4 people on board. Okay, so that plane pretty much.
Okay, so what did I miss? Did I need to reel this back at all? Did she say the important? Let her cook. I say. Let's let her. Oh my gosh, chat. I picked the worst time to pee.
They're not concerned about the Egyptian planes. They don't even know how to feign concern. They don't even know how to sell to us in their best acting that they care about what transpired on that day. If you wanted to act.
So she's saying that if she was really a grieving widow, if Turning Point USA had no involvement in Charlie's demise, and that they were truly broken up and sad about it, that they would be like, yo, we got to know what's up with these Egyptian planes. This is Egyptian. Did the Egyptian planes kill Charlie? Like it looked like it was a single slug from a high-powered bolt-action rifle that took out Charlie, but could the machine gun on a Egyptian fighter jet maybe just pop off like one really accurate round? And I don't know, chat.
Like you cared, you would go, yeah, no, that is actually.
Or is it supposed to be that the Egyptian planes brought in the assassin team, and then they were following them around? Is that the story? Oh my god, I've got to rewind. I hate to do this, chat. I hate just making you rewatch this just because I had to pee. It's my fault that I had to pee. I'm the one who drank all the fluids.
Trying to be tricky like that. And like I said, the fact that you mentioned the Egyptian planes so many times yesterday without providing a valid answer or reason as to why we should just ignore.
So yeah, apparently the Egyptian planes go back further. If anybody in chat knows where the original reference that she made to Egyptian planes came from, let me know. Give me a video title and I'll search it up. But otherwise, we're just gonna have to.
Military planes that are
Candace.
circulating that don't belong to our country, we're going to stay focused on that. And guess what? We have some more explosive revelations, which lead to more questions, which should be answered. And by the way, Turning Point, you should be concerned about. How odd, guys, that they're not concerned about the Egyptian planes.
It's almost like they are on the same side as the planes. It's almost like, it's almost like they know about the planes already. And they're okay with that.
They don't even know how to feign concern. They don't even know how to sell to us in their best acting that they care about what transpired on that day. If you wanted to act like you cared, you would go, yeah, no, that is actually weird. I wonder what those planes are about. Instead, they're like, ha ha ha, Egyptian planes, what we've had to endure.
Wow, yeah, that's really sus that they think that Egyptian planes sounds like a just complete red herring. Wow, that's, yeah.
Crazy talk
They're,
about
they're not taking the Egyptian planes as seriously as they should be.
Egyptian planes, you should be concerned.
But here's the thing, I feel like to her audience, because like I said, this isn't the first she's talked about the Egyptian planes, right? She does like an hour and some change podcast. What is it? Is it every day or so she skipped this Monday, right? So maybe not every day, maybe 4 days a week or something. And she's been building up this story, this narrative, right? With like characters and shit like that. So it's like, while it's like coming in on somebody at a soap opera and you're like, that's crazy. The guy, why does the guy have an eye patch, right? You know, is he a pirate? What's going on? You're like, oh no, you don't know, that eye patch guy is up to no good. All right. We don't know for sure. Right. Like if the person that's been watching the soap opera can tell you like, no, that's totally reasonable that the guy has an eye patch. No, the Egyptian planes make total sense, right? Because they've been watching. But to everybody in the outside world, and I don't know if she doesn't realize this or she just doesn't care. Like, yeah, most people are like, Egyptian planes, what the fuck? What are we talking about?
And I'm going to give more cause for concern, okay? Because as you guys will recall, 2 Egyptian planes, got it. For the sake of ease, we've labeled one blue, that's SUBND, which was the one that was transponding on the ground at Duncan Aviation on the day of Charlie's assassination, but it did not go anywhere. And then, of course, our now infamous yellow plane that carried on to Delaware.
I'm sorry, was transponding, anybody want to translate for me? Transponding, what are we talking about?
Delaware, Wilmington, Delaware that morning, and has seemingly panicked the world, right? I'm reminding you that flight from Provo to Delaware on the yellow plane had only 4 people on board. Okay, so that plane pretty much emptied out. And then
anybody ever been on a small commercial flight that had 4 people on board? Because I think I've been on one with like 3 people. I think I've been on. Yeah, the way that planes work is they schedule, like takeoff and like departure and arrival and shit like that. But and they try to sell the tickets, but some flights just don't, sometimes a flight doesn't sell many tickets, right? But anyway, we're talking about a military jet. Wait, how many people are supposed to be on a military jet? What would we expect? What is a chat? Anybody know what we're even talking about here? I thought we were talking about fighter planes, right? Actually, wait, how many people? She said 4 people. That sounds like maybe a little much for a fighter plane, but maybe we're not talking about fighter planes. What kind of Egyptian military jet do we mean, and why do we think that 4 people being on it is sus? Because to me, that seems like the most the most normal thing in the world. Unless you're talking about a troop transport sort of situation, or like a radar plane, or I'm trying to think of what planes would maybe do bombers have more than? No, I feel like how many people are on a fighter? Like old school fighters, you might have like one dude in the gun thing, and like one dude that's the navigator. You got a pilot and co-pilot. That's like 4 people, right? A World War II jet, plane, not jet, but like a World War II fighter, right? I could see like, but the military planes that I'm thinking of, modern military planes, I don't know how many people. Like, I think there's like 2. Aren't there like 2 seats in most of these planes? I don't know. Let's let her cook.
And had only 4 people, one of which was a foreign dignitary. Now, one of those individuals I can confirm was using the name. And when I say using the name,
So
we
we're
are
talking about private jets. Egypt's president has traveled on one of them. Is he the dignitary she's talking about?
dealing with governments. We are dealing with power, and these people just print passports.
2
Okay.
seats, right?
These are obviously dead ends. But the name that one of those individuals was using
Was Tyler Robinson? No.
Walid Mahmoud. Okay, Walid Mahmoud. So we now know that of the 4 people that flew to Delaware, someone flew using the name Walid Mahmoud. Okay.
There is
Here-
some poor guy named Walid Mahmoud out there that's probably getting harassed right now. Right, that's completely uninvolved in any of this stuff and doesn't understand like where this is coming from.
is where it's going to get interesting. And I don't know if we can show that name, Chris, if we have that, but we can spell that out for them. I don't know if we have a graphic for that. But here's where it gets interesting, okay? Walid Mahmoud had been in Provo before, okay? Specifically, Walid Mahmoud came to Provo on May 27th of this year. Walid Mahmoud came in, and we can also confirm that if you look up the plane that he was on, there is no transponder data which reflects that trip. He was not on the yellow plane. This is what's very interesting. He was aboard another Egyptian military plane, and the tail number for that plane is SUBTU. We're going to make that the purple plane, okay? The purple plane was not there on the day of Charlie's assassination.
Wait, Kat, I'm sorry. How many planes do we have? We got a blue plane, a purple plane, and a yellow. Are there 3 planes now? How many Egyptian planes? 3? She said one of the planes was transponding at Provo Airport that day. Yeah, we all live in a yellow.
But we now have a
Egyptian
person
plane.
that was on that purple plane at the end of May, and then
Purple plane? What did it used to be Prince's? Why is it purple?
he is going to be on that plane again on the day of Charlie's assassination, both times in Provo. And we can drop that now into
Oh
our
my God, chat! Purple plane, purple plane, purple plane. Sing it, duck.
timeline, okay? May 27th, SUBTU flies into Provo with Walid Mahmoud aboard. Maybe it's a pilot, I don't know. Then we've got it departs on June 2nd, and it is not transponding, okay? So you cannot find a record of this on flight radar.
Yeah, are there
Now,
snakes
why
on the
is this
plane?
compelling? Why is this especially compelling? Because the purple plane, SUBTU, as has been recently discovered by the work of other people, was once upon a time flown with the president of Egypt aboard. And by once upon a time, I mean back in 2023. This tweet came from Project Constitution. I'm going to read it in its entirety, okay? Confirmed. Candace Owens just got vindicated again. The Egyptian government website confirms that Egyptian President El-Sisi flew on SUBTU. Remember when Candace Owens dropped that bombshell exposing that Egyptian presidential plane as the mystery bird tied to those shadowy flights? And just, he's confusing BTT. He's talking about BTU. We were always talking about BTT. Well, official receipts just landed straight from the Egyptian presidency website that on April 3rd, 2023, President El-Sisi touched down in Riyadh aboard that same exact aircraft, tail number SUBTU.
Okay, so Burple's telling me that what she's implying, it might be Egypt and France or Israel, surely, and the CIA and FBI and DHS are definitely involved in some capacity, and they're all working together. Oh, and Erika Kirk has been followed. Yeah, she's traveled in Asia, and the planes were following her. So is the idea that they were trying to find, they were following Candace following Charlie and Erika and trying to find the perfect moment to assassinate him? Is that the idea? That they just like tail them everywhere, and it was just that like just now, September 10th or whatever was the perfect, opportunity.
For a high-level sit-down with the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, okay? So
Kitsune Cavalier says, purple planes all around. Don't know if they're traveling up or down. Something, something, and something else. Excuse me while I kiss this guy? Oh my gosh.
TU. And again, he's mixing it up with BTT, but we can now connect these two
I
planes.
swear to God, like my dad had a friend who thought that Purple Rain was Jimi Hendrix talking about bisexuality. Like he really thought it was Kiss This Guy. Like, right? He really thought that like it was like Jimi Hendrix was like, I'm fucking bisexual. Deal with it. But no.
Now, before you jump to conclusions and go, well, does this solve this? Does this mean that this was the Egyptian president on board? No, we can actually officially rule out that it was President El-Sisi that was aboard the jet on September 10th because he was photographed.
So all you El-Sisi stands out there, he's in the clear. He didn't kill Charlie Kirk.
At a meeting with the Prime Minister of Tunisia, Sarah Zafrani, and it was in Egypt. We can also rule him out as having been the individual that was in Provo back in May because he was again photographed.
So he's being followed, but she's being followed much more. So they're saying that she's the Mossad agent or she's the handler. She's the hamburglar. Sorry, she's the handler. See, wait. Usually it's like that. It'll be like a sexy IDF agent that they're trying to honeypot somebody with. Like usually the Israel conspiracies are like that, right? I mean, they definitely do like set people up on birthright with like eligible IDF members that are they're hoping will convince them to maybe think about moving to Israel, maybe starting a life, have some kids. If I had to bet, since the Israelis use Egyptian planes all the time, it's probably how close of a security arrangement do they have? Probably a security contingent. I mean, I know they're allies. Like Egypt was like what the first country to recognize Israel. Probably a security contingent watching out for Erika. Definitely the Hamburglar.
Multiple times throughout that week in Egypt, okay? What we can, however, deduce is that Walid Mahmoud is therefore not the president of Egypt, but he is almost certainly well acquainted with the president of Egypt because planes that fly presidents around, military planes, you're not going to just, let just some random wealthy Egyptian aboard your jet, right? This person is going to be well acquainted with the president of Egypt, okay? So who is Walid Mahmoud? Who is the person using the name Walid?
Probably some poor random dude that's getting harassed right now because Candace Owens can't stop talking about him. I don't know.
Mahmoud. That is the question that we are left with. Now, again, maybe Walid is the pilot. That could make sense. But what was he or she doing?
Wait, is Walid I thought it was a guy's name.
In Provo at the end of May and into early June. These are questions and honestly concerns that shouldn't be expressed by me. It should be expressed by every single person at Turning Point USA who is interested in getting to the bottom of who assassinated Charlie Kirk. It should be expressed by our government. It should be expressed by the Pentagon and their giggly press.
So, Anti-Corporatist says, I mean, she was a beauty pageant winner who for some reason decided to interview. Oh, that's how they met? She was just like, hey, Charlie Kirk, can I get an interview?
Secretary and press members, we should be asking this question.
Yeah, it's a guy's name, I thought.
Instead, we're just being gaslit. Everything was so above board on the day of Charlie's assassination that they just can't answer anything. They just cannot answer a single question that we have, and they can't explain why they keep getting caught in little lies.
The planes take off, the planes land. You can't explain that.
They can't explain that. We're just all ridiculous, and we're harming Charlie's legacy.
I feel like you're gaslighting me. Am I wrong about this? Is there something that she's actually implying here? Because I feel like she's just like I feel like she's begging us to fill in the gaps and guess what she's hinting at, right? Because it's really not clear.
By doing the very thing that Charlie was doing when he died, right?
So she was sent to marry him in order to Mossad handle him. Is that what she's saying? Or I'm trying to put this together from stuff she said, right? So she, the Mossad is like, Erika, you got to go interview Charlie Kirk, and she gets the interview, and then she's able to charm him, right? He's like, oh my gosh, this is the woman I want to be with the rest of my life, right? And she's like, haha, the plan worked, right? So then she marries him, and she's like watching to see if he is going to be a faithful supporter of Israel, and she's got the word to call in the assassin team, the Egyptian planes come in if he says something like, well, I don't know, like if he vacillates, if he shows sign of not being Israel supporter.
Responding to questions. He literally died answering questions from people that disagreed with him. And they're now trying to invert reality and make it seem as though asking uncomfortable questions is not something that Charlie would have done. Pointedly ridiculous, and again, ever so transparent. Anyways, I don't think they're going to be laughing long, because I do think that we are getting close. We're going to take a brief break and get to some sponsors. All right, you guys,
Oh my God, I'm sure the sponsors are great, chat, but we're not doing an ethical react today because we don't have time. Oh geez, it looks like a steak commercial, maybe not steak.com, but actual steak, like beef steak, like steak made out of beef. Wait, is there more here?
Next day, we can do this through the end of the year. Anytime, okay? Just send me a link and we will appear virtually.
Okay, so she's re-emphasizing her willingness to go on to join any sort of turning point discussion, but it's got to be from Zoom, right? She's not coming in person. Much like Sam Cedar, I would say that's pretty base. That's pretty base, right? You don't need to. Their stipulation that she appear in person is absolutely ridiculous, and yeah, it makes me wonder. It makes me wonder what they've got up their sleeve as far as, I don't know, trying to embarrass her. I mean, that would be my guess. The fact that they're so cagey about, or either that, or it was just a disinvite, right? It was a way for them to say, hey, we've invited Candace. You invite her when she's got a show scheduled, to a place that she'd have to fly out to, and you kind of know that she's not going to be able to say yes. So that way you've challenged her. You're not afraid to talk to her, but she's the one that is running from the debate. I think that's what we're going for here. Wait, Tim Pool's breakdown. Let's get it.
In other news and emotional manipulation, Tim Pool was having some sort of a breakdown. I don't really know what it's about. I don't know why he's tweeting about me all the time. I hope he gets well, but I do want to address this absurd point that he is making about why we shouldn't be speaking about Charlie Kirk's assassination. Take a listen.
You can come and you can burn everything I have to the ground, and I will happily live in a van down by the river. I don't care to be number one. I don't need to be number one. What I care about is what is true and what will help this country and what works. And she is a scumbag, okay? And she's getting worse every day. And she crossed the line. She continually crosses the line every day, insinuating that Turning Point literally killed the guy who made them all rich. And I hear this in the streets, and at a certain point, I'm like, holy shit, we're gonna lose the midterms.
Is Candace Owens the new Alex Jones? Kinda. She's got a lot more motion than Alex Jones. Yeah. I could see her. Alex Jones seems. Yeah, the fact that Alex Jones. Look, here's the deal with Alex Jones. All right, this guy. For I don't even know how far back, has been talking about an elite cabal of satanic pedophiles, right? And now we find that the elite, rich, famous people, prominent people, including the president, including Steve Bannon, including Elon Musk, were indeed involved in a demonic fucking predator named. Were involved with a demonic predator named Jeffrey Epstein. So it's kind of like he's low-key proven right. But he can't enjoy the one thing that he actually did happen to predict, right? Because unfortunately, the people with dirty hands right now are mostly on the wrong team. Not entirely. Bill Clinton's there, Noam Chomsky's there, Larry Summers is there. There's a bunch of Democrats there, but I don't know. He's only allowed to like, do a victory lap if there's no Trump there, and there's a lot of Trump. There's a lot of Trump. There's a lot of Elon. There's a lot of Bannon. There's a Dersh, right? There's a lot of right wing involvement in the whole Epstein thing. So yeah, that's going to be poison to him. His reputation is dirt now, right? He looks like I don't know if there's a man more full that's been shown to be more full of shit than Alex Jones when he tries to hand wave away Trump's involvement with Epstein after obsessing about this idea. Even before, before his right-wing turn, which I believe came after the Bush administration, right? And that was the change. Bush is out of office now. It's Obama. He's got to make a turn. I think that's when he turned, right? But even before then, he was doing things like breaking into a ceremony at Bohemian Grove, which is a club for rich people, where they do this. It's like I don't know. It's almost like a fraternity, but for the ultra wealthy. And they do all this like LARPy stuff. Like they got a big owl statue and stuff. They do like a ceremony called what is it, like cremation of cares or something, where they take their worries symbolically, they put it in the owl and they burn it, right? And Alex Jones is trying to sell that this is like they're gonna put kids in the owl later. They're gonna burn the kids, right? Because this is how the ancient god Moloch was satisfied by being fed children as sacrifice, right? He had but anyway, he was basically insinuating that Bohemian Grove, which it is all rich people, so they're definitely these are people that have a lot of control in society, probably get away with a lot of shit, but the kids thing, the sacrificing of children thing, he never really proved, but here it is now, right, in real life, somebody abusing children. And he's got, friends all over the place, all over, in media, in politics, in government, everywhere, right? And Alex Jones has got to be like, well, no, nothing to see here, right? So yeah, is Candace Owens probably replacing him? Absolutely. Let's get back to the Tim thing.
We're gonna lose the midterms, then we're gonna lose in 2028, and it's because she's a piece of shit. Because instead of saying, guys, let's come together and figure out how to work together, she says the stupidest, retarded crap. And now everybody's running around divided and broken. For what reason? For literally what reason?
Because they killed Charlie Kirk in broad daylight and we don't care about your stupid midterms. We just don't care. Like, they really, this is how they view Charlie Kirk. That's why I say, was anything in his life real? Tim Pool is going off right now because he's like, it's not the time. You guys need to be mules. You need to keep voting in the very corrupt people that are lying to your faces right now about what happened to Charlie Kirk. It is not the time because it is your job to get people into office. This is what I mean when I suggest that nothing in Charlie Kirk's life was real. So he really thinks he's doing something there. And actually what he's doing is proving my point. These people just saw Charlie as a means to an end. Okay, as a political horse that they could ride. And so for whatever reason, they got tired riding him. And now they're angry because they also were going to whip the horse, the ghost of Charlie Kirk, and say, we still need you to shore up votes. And it is inconvenient.
No, they're still riding that horse, Candace. I mean, like, wait, do I still have the Turning Point USA channel open? Yeah, look, they're still just like I said, there's so much video of Charlie Kirk dunking on freshmen on their way to Western civilization. Or wherever, ambushing kids on college campus for dunks, right? And so, they're like I said, they're sucking the marrow actually out of Charlie Kirk with this stuff. 1 day ago, 3 days ago, yep, they're still they're still subsisting on the waning life essence of Charlie Kirk here at TPUSA. Absolutely.
That people who actually cared about Charlie and saw him as a I don't know, human being, want to know why he was publicly executed in front of us and why we're being lied to about everything. That is why Tim Pool is upset, because midterms, it's going to be my fault, not the fault of the feds for feeding us BS. It's not going to be the fault of Turning Point USA for lying and thinking that they're brighter than us and seemingly not caring about the investigation. It's not going to be the fault.
I mean, that's not a very high bar, Candace, and I say that more for your audience than for yourself. Candace is at least clever. She is very clever. She is a very smooth operator. She is, one of the most intelligent people probably on the right now. As a right-wing influencer, says Cy and Mike Travel, always having to glaze Trump really makes getting the truth so much harder. Absolutely. In the past, Trump was a life raft on a chaotic sea, and holding on to Trump for dear life was a necessity for right-wing influencers, right? Now, Donald Trump is an anchor, and people like Tim Pool haven't noticed that yet. They are holding on to that anchor for dear life. And in reality, instead of sustaining them, instead of keeping them safe, instead of keeping them afloat, it's taken them to Davy Jones's locker. And that's where his show and his influence is headed, right? Tim Pool, his influence is not long for this earth, right? And who knows, like, given him, here's the deal. Right, Ethan Klein used to be a really big content creator. He used to get more than twice as many concurrents as he has. I mean, if you've looked at his views over the last 2 years, it's just like down, 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 up during the content nuke, and then down, 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 right? But Ethan Klein, despite the fact that, obviously the guy's got an ego, he's not taking the loss of over half of his audience as a reason to give up and quit, right? Maybe it's his hate that keeps him alive. As long as he's got enemies that he can focus on, he's going to stick around and try to see, can I, even if I completely, shoot my podcast in the foot, can I make life miserable for Hassan and his friends, right? That's keeping, obviously Tim Pool, hates Candace Owens. He called her a see you next Tuesday. I just don't see him, because Tim Pool, at one time, chat, correct me if I'm wrong, he was at the top of the game. He was the guy. His show was the place, right? He has been to the very top, and he's fallen so far. I really think that Tim Pool might actually call it quits at some point. He might be too embarrassed, right? Ethan Klein can look at his numbers and see that they're less than half of what they used to be, and he can be okay with that, right? Or maybe, like I said, the hate is sustaining him, right? I don't know if Tim Pool can. We'll see. We will see, though. It's not going well for Tim Pool, and he's absolutely being ragdolled by Candace Owens. They also say thoughts and prayers as if that has ever changed anything. Who do you think Tim Pool aligns with now? Oh God, who does he align? Well, I mean, Trump. He's he's still Team Trump. he is, that's actually a really good question, right? He was actually discluded this year from Turning Point, right? There was an event that he had always been brought to, always been invited to in the past that Turning Point did not invite him to. I'm assuming that the reason for that, because I don't think that he said anything about them. I don't know how he would have like pissed them off, right? I'm assuming that they are recognizing that Tim Pool is just not as influential as he used to be. But after this fight with Candace, he's been invited back. And like I said, this guy lives in his ego. He turned them down. He needs that clout so bad. He should just be like, thank you so much, right? But he doesn't like, it's like the idea that like, well, they already, he wants to be like, you can't cancel my invite and expect me to, show back up when you uncancel it. So yeah, he's told them no. So yeah, roughly, I guess he's on sort of the Turning Point side of things. He's on the mainstream MAGA Republican side of things. And yeah, that is the side that, even though it's got all the institutional, it's buoyed by the Republican institutions at the president himself. It's not the one with the motion, right? MAGA started off as an outsider movement, fighting against the neocons of the Republican Party, and after Trump has shown himself to be, amongst other things, basically a neocon when it comes to foreign policy, he's kind of being hoisted. Trump and MAGA are being hoisted on their own petard, right? They've become the institution, and now it's the what is it, like the new lions? Is that the phrase for the in jazz? Like the new guard, the new blood, right? Are circling around them like vultures, and because yeah, they're not, MAGA's not long for this world, I don't think.
Fault of, I don't know, maybe actual politicians like Donald Trump, who's a president of the United States, and look us in the face and said,
Beavis saying he's rumored to be aligned with the Daily Wire. Even worse. The Daily Wire is somehow even more cooked than Tim Pool. Daily Wire is yeah, that was the first thing that they floated as far as somebody to take over Turning Point USA was Ben Shapiro, and people reacted very, very negatively. Very negatively to that idea. Conservative lady, Emily on Breaking Point said that you're not allowed to criticize Israel on Tim's show. Yeah, you're only allowed to call Charlie Kirk gay, Benny Johnson gay. You're only... I mean, I got the feeling, though, that Tim wasn't on Milo's side on that. He was maybe more agreeing with George Santos. We need to watch that, too, because that shit is funny. It's oh no, I took it off the bonus content. It was on the bonus content. But we still need to get back to that. The whole Milo dropping the T on all the DL, what is it that IHEP calls them? DL demon queens in the Republican Party. All these closeted gay men crashing Grindr at every Republican event.
Are we still talking about the Epstein files? No, that's not his fault. The fault is Candace Owens for wanting to figure out who murdered her friend. Don't you guys get it? Like, we're just an algorithm. Why do you care so much about humans? Like, why are you a human? Like, if somebody in your family dies,
why be a human? I mean, seriously.
You need to focus on midterms.
You should be working on becoming an Agarthan, right? You should be worrying. You should be working to attain that white monster so that you can drink it and become a super-powered Aryan like Agartha Charlie Kirk, and you can live in Hollow Earth with all the Nazis and their black sun, right? That's why be a human? That's
okay. That is the point of a Tim Pool show. It doesn't matter what you are going through at home. I want you guys to hear this, okay? I don't care if you have family members that are dying.
Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, streamer. Good to have you with us tonight. We are right in the middle of this bitch fight, I guess, between Tim Pool and Candace Owens. And you can guess who's winning. You can guess who's winning that exchange. It's not Tim Pool. Yeah, thank you, Raiders. Good to have you with us here. Yeah, it's the black hole sun in Hollow Earth, right? You go past there's an ice wall at the top of the world, the North Pole. It's where Santa's headquarters used to be before Trump bombed Santa, and you go over that ice wall, and then all of a sudden gravity reverses and you're walking on the inside of the earth, and that just like keep on walking and you'll get to Agartha.
Family members who have died, if you have children that you care about and you maybe don't want to live in a world that's run by pedophiles, you need to put that all aside and vote for whoever the hell Tim Pool tells you to vote for. I just want to platform that idea. I think obviously there's something wrong with me, and Tim Pool's got it figured out. His soul seems like it's really intact and it's not for sale at all. Anyways, we'll take a quick break and get into your comments. Also, of course, want to tell you guys about Nimi Skincare because it is cold outside. December is here.
Oh my God. Wow. She's making so much money, chat. She's making so much more money than me. Wasn't she the one that said something? Didn't she say something about, like when Erika Kirk was accusing her of making all this money, making millions off of speculating conspiracy theories on Charlie Kirk, her response was like, "Oh, so you're gonna be mad because somebody's making $100 on YouTube, right? When TPUSA is taking in this much money." But honestly, I mean, Candace has got to be cleaning up, right? You got to understand. She's this stream 1.6 million views. It's pretty typical, maybe even low for her. She's getting ad revenue off of like 1.6 million views. I think, well, it's an hour. So, yeah. I mean, an hour's worth of ads at 1.6 million views, right? She's taken that, and then whatever she's getting in terms of super chat, all whatever she's getting from the audience, whatever she's making on Patreon, and then plus all these ad reads. Look at this. Is it after every segment? It's after, one. So it was after the Egyptian planes one. I don't think she did an ad read here, but then she does one here. Yeah, she's got multiple ad reads here. I mean, she and Brett Stevens, what am I saying? Brett Cooper. Who is Brett Stevens? Are making bank these days, right? If you can, even Pod Save America's got this ad read thing. But anyway, Candace Owens, her financial future is secure, except for the fact that she's being sued by the First Lady of France. So we'll see if that takes a bite out of her or not. But yeah, good to have you with us tonight. Heard Trump was opening a new front against Santa. It's the war on Christmas. It's the war on Christmas. This is what we were warned about, but it turns out call was coming from the inside of the house. So anyway, that was her little quick dunk. She doesn't have much time for Tim Pool. Let's see if, okay, I don't know. Should I go back and let's look at her channel a little bit. 2.7 million. Holy shit, 2.7 million. I told you, chat. That was low. Who stood to benefit? I think she's talking about Tim Pool here.
All right, you guys.
We still need to get to bonus content, so I don't have all the time in the world. But I want to get a little bit more into this Candace versus Tim thing.
Happy Monday. I am here. And I got to tell you, Charlie Kirk discussing the JFK assassination, that sure is something. If you haven't yet seen this clip that's making the rounds, we have it for you. And it makes it kind of hilarious.
Side of him, the vehicle
I'm sorry, I'll bite. What the fuck is this?
slowed down right when it went by the Texas School Book Depository. A lot there, right? And then again, I think that all of us are smarter to believe that it was simply Lee Harvey Oswald. The more important question is not, oh, who did it? We have to first acknowledge it that more than one person did it. Yeah. Once we acknowledge that more than one person did it, then we can expose our government to have lied to us about the JFK assassination, which then I think will sober a lot of us about trusting the government in the future.
I mean, yes, all of that. Thank you, Charlie Kirk, for reminding us.
It's weird, though. We're supposed to trust the government when they say that the fishing boats that they're hitting are secretly like drug kingpins. We're supposed to, have faith in the government, when they say that, your tax dollars aren't going to do genocide in Gaza, right? But when it comes to, I don't know, like a public health message about a pandemic, that's when we're supposed to not trust the government, right? When a right-wing politician loses an election, that's when we're not. Yeah, it's very selective, the Charlie's distrust for the government, right? And a little backwards, if I might say. France update. Oh no, this is the update on Brigitte Macron's lawsuit against Candace. I guess Milo discusses how does she feel about Milo on Tim Pool?
I honestly am wondering how it would actually work if you were trafficking weapons and you're trafficking drugs and you're doing this, which obviously our CIA has been engaged in trafficking. I mean, you could almost argue that that's what they were put together to do, the deep state. How does that work? Like, would you then have rent?
That's actually true. That's actually a lot of times how they operate. They operated, this way. Iran Contra famously. Go back further and look at the dirty war in Laos. They definitely do like to. Even like some people speculate about Afghanistan, right? If you don't know, Laos, what is it? Laos, northern Thailand, and northern Myanmar, which used to be Burma, and then southern China. This is the Golden Triangle. That's where a lot of heroin, a lot of poppies are grown, a lot of heroin comes from, and people, they seem to have been. It's because they're if they have to use a budget that's allotted to them by Congress, then there's more, transparency there. The CIA, the last thing they want is transparency. So they, they find other ways to fund their efforts. And yes, a lot of times it involves narcotics. So that's actually true. But wait, why is she talking about this when she's supposed to be talking about, that was way back here with JFK, I thought. Try to get to Tim Pool.
Random military planes that are coming in and following people. And my imagination would be that probably the opportunity always exists when there's a really big event, right? Because people don't question when there's tons of trucks coming in. Like if it's a Taylor Swift concert, no one's going to question if there's tons of jets that are coming in and there's tons of
her shit does
trucks that are coming in. You just go, this must all be for the big show. Like, or the Super Bowl would be a great event, the opportunity for people to traffic. And companies that have a lot of events would probably provide a pretty sound opportunity for people who are interested in those sorts of things to do that. I'm thinking about that now a lot. What's happening on the Operation Mockingbird 2.0 side is now they are all blaming me.
Yeah, so if you don't know, I need to talk about this more. And especially because people like this are taking what is a real, glaring, issue with our government, right? And how it operates, how it's operated, going back to like World War II. And they're able to like sort of they're able to support their rhetoric by filling the gaps with conspiracy theories, right? When in actuality, there is some very funky stuff going on. The CIA was kind of formed out of really business interests, right? It was the OS. Oh my God, somebody help me here. What was it called? It had a different name in World War II. And then shortly after World War II, they changed it. But anyway, this is very much involved. These are very much like the sons of the fortunate sons of capitalists that kind of started the CIA, and it's such a fucking rabbit hole, right? But them trying to portray certainly the CIA, like certainly the clandestine aspect of the security state, and just even law enforcement in general, which they do, right? FBI, trying to blame the FBI for January 6th, right? They're trying to characterize law enforcement, and I would say like something that's even worse than law enforcement in the NSA, CIA, as being left wing. That's crazy. but it's not without precedence. It's not without precedence, right? There was an effort, I think, during, it was the McCarthy era of Congress. Early on, McCarthy talked about the CIA's activities, right? And in reality, they were in the interest of consolidating power to the new global hegemon that kind of inherited the that role from their British allies like the U.S. Right? That's what the CIA's doing, but they try based on them some of their cultural efforts. I know that sounds weird, but yeah, the CIA does kind of use soft power sometimes as a tool, cultural power, right? It was like McCarthy was trying to accuse the CIA of being infiltrated by communists, right? When in actuality, nothing could be further than the truth, right? The CIA is about preventing communism, not bringing it to the United States. But again, if you look back at that time, people were looking at things like the New Deal as being, that's social democratic programs that were meant to save capitalism from itself, as being an attempt to reform the United States into like a secret SOCDEM plan to make the United States socialist. So yeah, what she's saying, this characterization of the deep state as being left wing, it's not without precedence, but it has always been bullshit. In fact, you might even say it's a bit of a red herring, a bit of a purposeful obfuscation, rather than actually facing what the clandestine security services and the military industrial complex at large really represent, whose interest they act in. Anyway, let's try to. I'm sorry, I'm getting distracted. She's getting distracted.
The upcoming midterms. We're not going to win midterms. We're not even close to that right now. But when that happens, it's definitively going to be Candace's fault. It's so ridiculous. I couldn't care less. Tim Pool has been one of these people that is crying a lot.
Yeah, thank you, Kitsune Cavalier. I couldn't remember. It's OSS, Office of Strategic Services, was what it was called in. I think it was some World War II era, plots by the CIA that McCarthy was interested in. Operation Paperclip. Yeah, James, I always thought it was funny that James Bond worked at Universal Imports Experts as his civilian cover.
So he hosted Milo Yiannopoulos on his show. And first and foremost, he called all of you stupid. He said,
Thank you, Oral Ellipsis. That's right, OSS.
He explicitly said, I am saying that people that watch your show are stupid because they're not accepting.
I mean, so are people who watch his show. And this is a guy that Tim Pool shouldn't call anybody stupid, right? Didn't he famously drop out of 4th grade or something? Just about to mention the war on Christmas? Yeah, exactly.
The Fed slop, and that they will not just eat the Fed slop that we are trying to give them.
When she says Fed slop, I don't know, chat. People are talking about slop, AI slop. There's lots of different kinds of slop, but the dog whistle one is when they say goy slop, right? It's, I don't know if she's like there's a dog whistle behind, like a dog whistle under a dog whistle there, or if it's just the prevalence of the term slop to talk about like low effort, low value content, right? It may be the latter. I've seen too many dog whistles, chat. I got Nazis on the brain now.
And then it was funny because later on in the show, he kind of lamented the fact that he lost a bunch of subscribers to his show because he attacked me.
Yeah, slop shit. What was the word of the year? It wasn't slop. It was something else. I'm trying to remember. But yeah, it should have been slop.
Even though I never attacked him back, but he didn't put 2 and 2 together, which would imply that means that people who were watching your show were also watching my show. So you're calling your own fans stupid, which is probably why they unsubscribed. Regardless of that, Milo Yiannopoulos breaks down the real reason why people are upset. The real reason that if we lose midterms, who we should be pinning the blame on. And he's come up with a way more compelling understanding, which is how we're all feeling. The person to blame if Trump loses.
It wasn't 6-7. It was something else, right? It is a word that's really come into prominence recently. I just can't remember what it was.
Midterms. If Republicans lose midterms, might be Republicans. It might be Trump. Here is what Milo had to say, and I will add that he is sitting also with George Santos, who joined them. Take a listen.
Jeffrey Epstein, as Bannon has said, and who would know better than him?
What?
It turns
It is. Wait, Merriam-Webster chose slop. Oh, wait, somebody else chose 6-7. Wait, is that real? Is that real? Rage bait. That's what I was looking for. Yeah, Oxford chose rage bait. Wait. Brain rot was 2024. Riz was 2023. Goblin mode was 2022 for Oxford. But yeah, Merriam-Webster did choose slop as their buzzword of the. I mean that tracks. I agree with that. It should be slop.
Out.
You're going to quote Bannon, who consulted for Epstein?
I just said who would know better than him, as it turns out.
I just want to make that very clear for anybody listening.
I just said who would know better.
Why is there a picture of a cock next to George Santos?
It turns out. He said,
"Whose cock is that? Who painted that?"
That Epstein was the key that picks the lock, right? Of all of the kinds of things that people are asking, like, what is going on here? Why is this like this? And why is that? Epstein was one of the central ideological planks of MAGA teleology. Like, why does the world work like it does? Why do things look weird? Why do those people keep getting away with it and those people keep not getting away with it? Jeffrey Epstein was considered by everybody who voted for Donald Trump as a central pillar of understanding that we would unlock, and it would be like a code where bits of the universe would get like decoded for us. Like, oh my goodness, it's because of that judge. It's because of that. Everybody had that expectation. And there isn't one person who voted for Donald Trump who did not want and did not expect the Epstein files to be released immediately in full.
I did not have that expectation. I did not vote for Trump.
Okay, fine. Everybody except George, of course.
No, that's not true. There's so many people. I voted for Trump for many other reasons other than that.
Stop it, grow up.
Peter Burrell, are you calling me a gorilla?
You think that puts food on the table?
Grow up. Oh, come on. It's about egg prices. Stop it.
Come on.
The part of the reason that Trump was elected in 2016 was that Hillary Clinton was emblematic of the way that the world was going wrong. The secret elite collusion, Epstein, it was all linked. And people who voted for him the first time and people who have voted for him every time since, you can't find me someone apart from George, apparently, who did not want to see the Epstein files.
Let me ask you.
And I promise I'll wrap up and let someone else go. But when he said, there's no Epstein files. And then the Democrats made it out.
Yeah, Milo's actually got a point here.
And then stop asking. And then if you're asking, you're not a fan of mine. And then if you're asking, I don't want you.
I agree with all of this.
That is the moment Trumpism died.
I agree.
And we need a reckoning.
Wow.
And if that reckoning comes through the obviously, I promise I'm nearly done, the obviously inadequate account from the feds and Turning Point about what happened around, before, and after Charlie Kirk's death, where his ride or die homegirl is asking questions that have exposed some inconsistencies and some questions, and which seem to point to a different etiology for the crime than the one that we're being told. And when everybody from Turning Point looks
He's using medical terminology as a metaphor for I don't know, a deep state assassination, etiology. That's wild. Yeah, etiology is like the cause of a pathology, right?
oh, sinister, suspicious, and guilty all the time. And they're losing to her. Respect the public on that at least. They're losing to her. And they have every reason to be winning. So she has every reason to be winning. Isn't it smart for us to have that reckoning in the Republican Party right now?
Amen. All of that, okay? All of that. And what I really like that he says there is respect the public on that. At the very least, respect the public.
Milo's known, if not for nothing else, he's known for his respect. He's a man of great respect. He shows respect. He gets respect.
Public, okay? We are voting right now. We are voting with our eyes. We are voting in terms of when we say, I don't want to listen to this podcaster because they're trying to get me to eat this Fed slop. This is how we're voting. I mean, so many people are going down. It's like something about the Charlie Kirk assassination. We're looking around and we're going, guys, are you really going to try to impart this operation upon us where you go, if we keep saying it, eventually the public will accept it. They'll just eat the Fed slop. And we're looking around and we're going, wow, I thought this person was a good guy. I'm feeling like this right now. I'm like, I really actually trusted this person. Man, I've worked with that person. I've collabed with that person. They're joining this side? You too? You too? You too? And the public is saying, no, there's not enough influencers that you can pay, okay, that is going to convince.
Here's the irony. They're actually both right about this, right? She's saying that the stuff that MAGA and Trump are trying to feed their base is not appealing and easily identifiable as being bullshit. That's true, right? He's saying that if Candace Owens keeps this up, right? If we keep fighting, if we keep on turning our guns on, each other, and really what he's saying is if people put a negative focus on Trump, then it's going to expedite the end of MAGA, and they're going to lose big in 2026, maybe even lose the Senate. In addition to the House, that's on the table now. That's not something I expected to be saying at this point, right? The Senate is very, very it's a very favorable map for Republicans, but still in this environment, they might not be able to hold on to it, right? And losing the Senate means that Alito and who's the other old guy? Alito and who the fuck is the other old? Anyway, the two oldest Supreme Court justices will probably have to retire after the November election so that Trump can nominate who he wants to replace them, right? Otherwise, they'd be dealing with a Democratic, Senate that could easily block, his nominations, right? So, I mean, it's looking really bad for Republicans. And yeah, I mean, is Candace Owens helping their side? Probably not. But I think that she and a lot of other people, some of the smarter Republicans out there, Milo included, I hate to say that, but, again, low bar here. I think they're looking past 2026 and even maybe even past 2028. These people are playing the long game, and I don't think there's any saving MAGA. MAGA pretty much dies with Trump, regardless, but it may actually die before Trump, at the rate that it's going now, with all the unforced errors. When this guy comes out after having lost multiple elections in even in friendly terrain, and says that affordability is a Democratic hoax, he is working on possibly killing off MAGA even quicker, right? The caginess about Epstein too.
It's me that Charlie ate enough salad to stop a 30
Thank you. Yeah, it's Clarence Thomas. That's who I was thinking of.
6. Respect the public on that, and they won't. They seem to not be doing it. They're like, nope, we just need more. It's more dollars that need to be spent. More articles that need to be written. We need to call the public more names. We need to call them a cult. We need to call them crazy. They're not respecting us on this point whatsoever. I do also want to say that the Hodge twins reiterated that point in a tweet. They said Republicans won't lose the midterms because of Candace Owens. They will lose the midterms because no deep state criminals have been held accountable. They will lose because we are still sending our money to corrupt foreign countries. They will lose because America's last traitors like Lindsey Graham are getting promoted. It is simple. Republicans will lose.
Let's make it more simple. They will lose because Americans are hurting and Donald Trump is building a ballroom, okay? Donald Trump we're seeing pictures of Donald Trump with the rich and famous of the world at Epstein. Donald Trump's finally being revealed for what he is. A rich asshole that doesn't give a fuck about any of us, that doesn't understand groceries, chat. He thinks it's weird and quaint when people say groceries, because for Donald Trump, he just opens his refrigerator and food appears. His life is frictionless on a level that I don't think many of us could even comprehend, and has been since before he was the president, right? His putting on a shitty hat, eating McDonald's, and drinking Diet Coke is not fooling anyone anymore. people no longer take that to mean that he is one of us. So yeah, this is I don't know if there, I mean, you know, it may be that there's nothing that could save it, but like, you know, what Tim Pool is saying, you know, has a kind of a point, I guess, too. Like, I mean, Candace, I don't even think she's, you know, even thinking about the electoral ramifications of what she's doing, because like she's checked out, she's given up, and probably, you know, probably there's no saving MAGA at this point.
Because
that doesn't mean that let me just be really clear, that doesn't mean that something worse couldn't come out of it, right? That doesn't mean that something more far right couldn't come out of it, and that doesn't mean that the Democrats aren't incompetent enough to manage to somehow lose to that in 2028. All right, dude, never put that past them. Never put that past them. Like there's some phenomenal feats that have been accomplished in the you know, from 2016 onward by the Democrats, right? Hillary Clinton choosing Donald Trump as her opponent, you know, doing everything she could to try to raise his profile, and then not being able to beat, yeah, probably one of the weakest candidates in modern history, because it turns out that there's one candidate that's weaker, and it's Hillary Rodham Clinton, right? Is kind of amazing. And yeah, losing to Trump twice is even more amazing. That really takes some, that'll be studied for the ages. So never put it past the Democrats to you know, make opportunities for the Republicans with their incompetence.
Listening to the people that voted for them, and that is also so well said. And speaking of the ridiculous Fed slop.
Oh yeah, you're right. He probably isn't even opening our refrigerator. He's probably just having the food brought to him, and if it's not brought to him on time, if it's not as hot or cold or whatever that it's supposed to be, you know, then somebody's getting fired.
Narrative. There is a YouTuber named Jesse Kague who has a channel called One Shot TV. It's all about guns, and he didn't have a horse in this race. Obviously, he's pretty upfront about the fact that, okay, the 30-06 narrative, I've seen bullets do weird things. In the 30-06, maybe if it hit your thigh, but I'm just going to test this fairly. And he is going to, and thank you to Mel, who is...
Okay, this is something else. One Shot TV tests the 30-06 narrative. Okay, so she's talking about somebody who I guess debunked the idea that that Charlie Kirk was trying to debunk. It's this guy, right? Trying to claim that the bullet that supposedly hit Charlie could not, I don't know. It's more debunking, chat. All right. So we're at the end of the natural show, but that's okay because we got a fun half to do. It's going to be kind of a short fun half, or at least like that's how it looks right now. We're at 124 out of 200, right? If we make it to 200, we can watch two different things. But 124, we do one piece of bonus content, the top scoring piece of bonus content, which would be Taylor Lorenz versus the Vanguard. Oh my gosh. Wait, I'm going to have to do some math here. All right, it's time for math. I didn't expect to do math, but 87 of you have voted. Make sure, get your vote in if you haven't already. That's not a lot of people voting. You know, your vote could actually count tonight. Your vote could sway the results, possibly. All right, so Taylor Lorenz versus the Vanguard, 34% plus 3%. That gives us 37%. No, that's 27. Let's try 37. 37% for Taylor Lorenz versus the Vanguard. The second place one, it looks like it's going to be Young Republican Bitch Slap. That is at the New York Young Republicans gala. I'm sorry. I keep on saying gala, but you know, these are Republicans. They probably don't appreciate the implication of calling it a gala. So I'll call it a gala. Young Republican Bitch Slap, that's 25%, but it's plus 35%. So look at that. What does that do? It makes it 60%. It's winning by a lot. We're at 124. That makes the choice pretty clear for me. Even though, look at this, Bad Empanada and the Cabernacle kind of managed to get into second place with that 29%, right? But it's not going to be enough because nobody donated for it. Remember, when you donate, you're able to let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see, and I'm able to put your money where your mouth is, add it to the topic of your choice. But looks like all the donos, or most of the donos, are going to Young Republican Bitch Slapped. And yes, the donos do swing it from Taylor Lorenz versus the Vanguard, which I was kind of excited to watch, but to the Young Republican getting bitch slapped, which I'm also kind of excited to watch. Although, who should I watch it on? Hassan, and like, yeah, the Chris Kunstler versus Lonerbox, that one's slipping away. I don't know if I'll bring it back for another round. I will be adding, oh my God, Chad, what did I say? There's a Ethan Klein video coming out from Alex Novell tomorrow that we'll probably take a look at. And there was one more thing. Oh, what is it? Olivia Nuzzi on Adam Friedland. That's coming out soon. Oh, I can't remember. What did I say that I was going to add to the bonus? I can't remember now. Earlier, I was like, oh, shit, that's really good. Oh, we should add to that. And I was like, no, we'll add it to the bonus tomorrow because we've got some strong topics tonight. Anyways, Hassan had coverage of this. What is this? Oh, God, what is the best way to watch this? I can't think of anybody that avoids the slur, right? These are, young Republicans, really kind of groypers, and they love their slurs. They think that it makes them, right? If you're like, short king, you're not very tall, you get treated like shit in alpha male spaces, you can kind of make up for it by calling people the R slur, right? That makes you tough. That's how you know who's a tough person, is if they use the R slur as a pejorative, right? If they take a playground taunt, right? Commonly thrown about by 14-year-olds, and they use it as a serious insult, or better yet, if you like these MAGAs, if you call somebody the F slur, right? use their imply that they're a homosexual. That apparently goes really hard too. So yeah, that's what we got, is somebody somebody a little insecure in his masculinity, trying to buoy that with the naughty no words that truly do make you a badass, chat. That's that's real shit. But I'm trying to find any way that I can avoid this, right? New York Young Republican Gala. Yeah, Sneeko was there. Fuentes was there. Number of celebrities there. We saw what was going on the inside was the New York Young Republican Club endorsing Donald Trump for 2028. Oh wait, Matan is there? Wait, what is this?
Matan and Sneeko were at the New.
Oh no, this is AI slop, isn't it? Altered or synthetic content. You got it. It's like kind of a pro Sneeko thing. Wait, was he there with Sneeko? I think he was there to troll. That's mostly what Matan does, is troll. So Matan Evan was there as well. This is the guy that got on stage and said something about Bill Clinton's rabbi. You invited him to your fucking. Okay, so we'll try to watch it through the Bulwark. I don't love watching I don't know, never Trump Republicans that have become centrist libs, but I think they might. I'm hoping they'll like bleep the words to keep me from getting demonetized. Now's a great time to mention that I have a Patreon, and if you worry about things like me getting demonetized on stream, you can supplement my income to the point where it doesn't matter by becoming a member on Patreon. And if you become a member at the $5 level or above, I give you a shout out at the beginning and ending of each stream. So a little bonus for you there, and good time to mention that. With that, let me waylay us no more, and we'll see what happened at the Young Republican Gala.
And I guess he is an anti-groiper, so he's a mega anti-groiper.
So we got who are our characters? We got the liberal, I think Zionist, maybe, I'm not sure. But some people have been saying this guy was Israel Stan or something. But anyway, he shows up in a Nazi uniform, right? In order to do what? In order to go to the Young Republicans and say, hey, you're like this. See how I'm dressed up like a Nazi? That's because that's how you are. Again, Tim pointed out, not the best way to point out that somebody's a Nazi, but this is what these are. Younger people. I don't know. Maybe with age comes wisdom. I'm not sure. Anyway, he's there in the Nazi outfit. So the guy with the Nazi outfit is the lib, right? So we got him. Then we got the 5'2" groiper that's saying that's calling him the F slur, and then we got this guy in a white shirt that comes into the situation and isn't really sure what's going on.
There you go, and let's see what he does to the groiper guy.
You invited him to your fucking club. Oh, come on, they're gonna just leave us at okay. Anyway, I mean, this is the money shot right here, chat. This is the money shot.
Yes, he is an anti-groiper, so he's a mega anti-groiper. So there you go, and let's see what he does to the groiper.
I'm not sure he's an anti-groiper. I've heard different. I some people have said that this guy might just be confused. He might be. This might be friendly fire from the groipers, actually.
You invited him to your fucking club. You gave him a ticket to your fucking club. Whoa. Okay, let's get the fuck out
of here. There you go. An open hand slap. An open hand slap. I gotta tell you, I chuckled in bed this morning watching.
No, you love to see that shit. I mean, these people are so. It's like tough to know who to root for sometimes, but in this one, I'm rooting for the slapper.
The slapper,
absolutely.
Yeah. So you're not. Violence is sometimes the answer for you, then, Sam.
This is like the what would this be? Never Trumpers version of the guy that hit Richard Spencer, maybe. Like, could I show you my Pepe the Frog? Pen. Look at this. This is Pepe the Frog, and. He just gets fucking wrecked. Anyway, chat, that was a great moment in history. Do they show more of this? Okay, they show the inside of there. What's going on inside? And then Bari Weiss. Okay, I don't know. We're gonna use Hassan. I hate to do this, chat. I can't find a version of this clip. I certainly can't find a clean version of this clip. So Nick Fuentes, Asmongold, that'll probably find us. And chat, this is the unless we hit 200, this is going to be the last segment that I do tonight. So sorry for those of you that wanted to see Taylor Lorenz face off against the Vanguard. I'll bring it back tomorrow. We'll see if we can unlock that bonus content tomorrow. There it is.
Really dunked on this guy.
You gave him a ticket.
Oh! What the? Hey, yo! Where did that one come from? Wait. What? Wait, is that hog on hog violence? Hey, yo!
Collect tons of them. They're good back.
He's like, give me the swastika back, please. Anyway, there was another thing.
Thank you so much. Yeah, Magenta, you're right. It was the Chris Kunstler an Overzealots podcast. It's called No Politik Here. And they had a special guest. Wait, what's wrong? What am I saying, chat? What am I saying? Special guest. I'm sorry, I know how to pronounce guest. Special guest. That's like anyway, special guest Noah Sampson on that one.
Oh, so here it is. Wild moment outside the New York Young Republicans Club gala tonight after a protester was removed for waving a swastika. An attendee named Hayden McDougal accepted it. Another attendee then stepped out, smacked McDougal, called him a slur, and then chased him down the street.
Who called Jews cockroaches at this event? This is what this event...
Oh, I hate this editing. This actually looks like it. I don't know. Anybody know about this channel, Hassanverse? I need chat, if I can, if they'll let me. If there's some kind of Discord, that the like for the Hassan Industrial Complex channels, because I know that there's one channel out there that's a bot channel that actually copyright claimed all the other channels, right? It just really like they're really kind of running that channel in a scumbag way. The rest of the industrial complex hates them. That's why I avoid watching their videos on stream and I avoid watching their videos in general. But like I'm just like that editing right there. Do you see what I'm saying? He says
then stepped out, smacked McDougal, called him a slur, and then chased him down the street.
Who called Jews cockroaches?
So he says Jews, and then it's like, you know, there we go. In case you don't know, in case you've never heard of Jewish people before, there's two Jewish people. Like, oh, okay, thank you. That's what we're talking about. I was confused.
At this event, this is what this event represents.
It just looks like what AI would do. I don't know. I'm fucking paranoid, chat. I've got slop on the brain. I'm seeing slop under every bush, behind every rock.
This is
behind every tree.
Everything that this event represents.
Wow.
Beta male. Like this is like competing cringe, isn't it? Right? You know, yeah, you want to show that Republicans are fascist. You want to show that the modern MAGA movement is fascist. And that's how you do it, by dressing up like a fucking Nazi. Like, this is what you are. See this flag? This is what you represent. And then you got the Republicans. You got the young Republicans over there. Beta male. Ooh, soy boy.
He really dunked on this guy, calling him a beta male. So this is a protester protesting the New York Young Republicans Club, bringing in a bunch of people who are like anti-Semitic and fascist and whatnot, which is
Look, they bleeped the word fascist.
obviously the least
Can they not bleep the F slur?
shocking thing you found out about the New York Young Republicans Club, right? But let's see where it goes.
Fuck up! You guys love Nazis. You guys failed to condemn Nazis.
Beta male.
Constantly.
And look at the guy calling him a beta male too, right? This is a real alpha.
This is what they love.
Oh my God, brother, I'm sorry. Listen, no disrespect to the short kings in this community, but you can't be out there calling motherfuckers beta males if you're literally 5'6". Okay? You can't be out there with that mustache screaming.
That I was gonna say. I don't want to, tell guys how to do their facial hair, but Jesus Christ.
I mean, you shouldn't be doing beta male anyway in 2025 in the big 225. Big 2025. Beta male. You're a bitch. But that's crazy.
That's what they love.
The only person allowed to call anybody a beta male in 2025 is Black Santa. So
Likes you. I'll give this to you.
I'll have it.
Take it. Because this is what he is. This is what they are.
This is a mid-off. This is a mid-off.
They're all Nazis.
I wish.
He wishes
I
he
wish
was
Trump was a Nazi.
I've always found it strange when people are protesting Nazis that they just like dress up as Nazis. That's just the aesthetic thing for me. I don't really understand I
gotta say though, for a short king, he's got a decent shoe size. You see those shoes on his feet? He's got big feet.
I have a shirt that's like a punk shirt that has a swastika on it, but it's like being destroyed by like a stripper in high heels. But even then, I just feel weird wearing it because like it still kind of has like a broken swastika on it. You know what I mean? There is definitely like an old school tradition.
Yeah, what about Sigmas,
of
right,
that sort,
Emily?
where anti-Nazis and anti-fascists will like still every now and then, post.
Yeah, like a picture of what is it? Like it's like a picture of somebody throwing like a swastika in the trash can is what I've seen.
See insignia.
Or like what is that band NoFX? They used to have like shirts that it was like the swastika, but then it would have like a on it to show that They were the brew sporting anti-swastika tattoos.
Yeah, things like that. And I just always find it strange. Anyway,
Getting slapped by the penguin had to have sucked. It sucked the life out of him.
he is actually criticizing the Republicans, the young Republicans, for being Nazis.
Trump was racist.
Yeah, it's one of the heavy black shirts. Exactly. Those are sort of risque for wearing around in public.
Trump is not racist. We're not associated with the NYYs. We're content
I'm my own
creators.
thing, by the way.
Okay, so thank you.
But
So
this
these
guy's
are
a
the
faggot,
people
and
who
everybody,
are invited
everybody
to the
knows
event.
it.
These are very...
You can't be saying that, little baby. When's mommy picking you up? I'm sorry. I take it back. He's not even 5'6". He's like 4'8". You can't be saying that, little baby. That's your mommy's gonna wash her mouth with soap later if she catches you saying things like that in public.
Hey, I actually got thrown out. Ask them. I got thrown out. So I didn't... Listen, they condemned me. They threw me out. They did not condemn him.
I love this guy being like, I'm a Nazi, and the New York young Republicans don't fuck with me. They kicked me out. Clearly, they're not Nazi. Why are you still defending them at that point? That's so strange.
These are exactly... Well, he's short. They didn't see him.
They didn't even snuck in.
This is
I'm a
the
silly little
entire
guy.
event. The entire event, they invited the alternatives.
This guy's
to
a beta male. Nobody
They
liked
invited
it.
the
Dude, you're a
alternatives
faggot.
to
Fuck
join
you.
them. They invited f***ing the pro-Hitler text guys. They invited the Jews or cockroaches guys. This is all they are.
Wait, did he just say like foreigners out in German? Did I hear like Ausländer raus? Is that what he said? What the fuck?
Subversive, bro. Go back to Israel. Borders are racist, huh? Let's let everybody in. Borders are racist. Let everybody.
Wait, what? I'm confused. Wait, so he's first he says like, "Oh, you must be like a Zionist Jew," but then he's like, "Borders are racist. Let's let everybody in." So what? Like, what? I guess that's like the that's the neo-Nazi take, is that like Jews as a part of this like major international Jewry conspiracy want to destroy the Western world by doing open borders in everywhere but Israel. Is that what it is?
I don't care. Let everybody in. Borders are racist, guys. Flood the country. 10 million Indians. Come on. Borders are racist. We got to let 10 million Indians in. That's what you're saying. Does Israel deserve a border? Does Israel deserve a border?
You guys gotta go.
Go.
All right, I'm taking this back.
I'm taking it. This is mine now.
Give me my swastika back. Come on, man.
I don't understand.
Come on.
Why was he so insistent on giving the guy the swastika, but then is he going to use it again? Is he going to do like, somebody should just take that thing away from him, right? It's just like, I don't. Like I said, two cringe lords, right? Cringe lord on the far right and cringe lord on the center left. Like who can, it's the fish hook mid-off is what we got, chat. We got the fish hook mid-off, right? Center left and far right.
Man, you shouldn't have. I mean, you did not think this through. Look. Respect for trying to do some kind of performance out there and like criticize the Nazis at the Young Republican Nazi Club, but you can't be out here being like, give me that swastika back. I need it for later.
Give him the swastika.
I want it.
He goes, give him the swastika back. He says, I want it. What is happening? What the...
Let what go?
All right, I'm taking this back.
I'm taking it. This is mine now.
Give him the swastika.
I want it.
I don't think that if your protest is to dress up like a Nazi and then say this is what you are, and then you give the other guy that you're saying is a Nazi the swastika, right? I don't think that you get to ask for it back. Maybe it was maybe it was a costume. Well, if that's the case, you really shouldn't have given that away, right? You should have been like, no, this is a very important swastika. Yeah, costume. What costume shop has a Nazi? Oh, would you like the Nazi outfit? Yeah, we got that. Yeah, you're gonna
collect tons of them. They're good collections. You guys are.
Does Israel deserve a border?
Is they're actually going to use this?
Are you Jewish? Are you Jewish?
Yes, I'm proud
Does
to be
Israel
Jewish.
deserve a
So yeah, this is the irony. This is the irony, right? A lot of times Republicans, if you call them Nazis, they'll just clown on you, right? Because if they haven't, like you might have like looked at what they've said and seen some like strange, parallels to fascist, some dog whistles and stuff like that, right? But even that's the whole purpose of the dog whistle. To a normie, when they'll say something that sounds innocuous, right? And when you call them a Nazi, they're like, what are you, crazy? Do you think everyone's a Nazi? But no, this guy's like, no, I let me are you Jew? Are you a Jew? Are you a Jew? Right? He's like, any doubt that maybe this guy was like an overzealous cringe lefty has been dispelled by the fact that he's so adamant about asking this guy if he's Jewish.
What are you talking about?
Do you think borders are racist?
Stop answering this piece of shit. Don't worry. You invited him to your club.
Wait, what? You're Jewish too? Wait, what? Okay, so the guy with the white shirt, right? He's the,
Israel deserve a border.
What are you talking about?
Do you think borders are racist?
Stop answering this piece of shit. Don't worry. You invited him to your club.
He said you're Jewish too, aren't? What the fuck? Okay, I'm trying to get a read on the white shirt guy because there's some dispute. Like earlier, what was it? Like the Bulwark guys said that this is the anti-Groyper MAGA or something. Like he's MAGA, but he doesn't like Nazi. He thinks Nazis are like a bad look or something, right? And that's how he's interpreting it. But I don't know what he just said there. Let's try one more time. Anybody make sense out of this?
I'm proud
Does Israel deserve a border?
What are you talking about?
Do you think borders are racist?
Stop answering this piece of shit. Don't worry. You invited him to your club. You gave.
Did he call that guy Jewish and then slap him in the face? You say you're Jewish too and slap him in the face? Like, I don't. That's what I'm trying to decide. Is that like there's some chance that this guy, so what some people speculate is that this guy is also a Groyper. He saw the guy in the Nazi uniform and he was like, oh, clearly that's our guy. That guy's on our side, right? That's right. He was like, we got to get, like, he might have gotten it backwards, right? Who was the right winger and who was the Republican and who was coming to protest the Republicans, right? But I can't tell.
Oh! What the? Hey, yo! Where did that one come from? Wait.
Oh, wait, for movie studios? Yeah, that makes more sense than like Halloween. I don't think there's a lot of people trick-or-treating as like Goebbels.
What? Wait, is that hog-on-hog violence? Hey, yo!
Collect tons of them. They're good collections.
He's like, give me the swastika back, please.
The thing that made that smack work is that bro did not see it coming, right? It was right out of his peripheral vision, right? And just came up and the thing is, like, hitting you in the jaw, it doesn't take much to really hurt you. Like if you hit right, especially like if you can get the area like behind the jaw, like at the angle, it's gonna be painful.
You guys are.
He gets the swastika
Deserve a
back.
border.
Is they're actually going to use this?
Are you
one.
Jewish? Are you Jewish?
Yes, I'm proud to
Does
be
Israel
Jewish.
deserve a border?
And then out of nowhere, you got like Gimli coming in hot.
What are you talking about?
Do you think
Chat, who's Gimli?
borders are racist?
Oh, he comes in. Okay, Gimli comes in.
You invited him to your club.
Hits him with the one, and he goes, "Get the out of here! Get the out of here!"
Club. You gave him a ticket.
Oh!
Dwarf from Lord of the Rings. Oh, the guy that's like, and I'll like, what does he say? And you'll have my axe or something.
Oh, hand.
Jungle Book? No, that's Mowgli. Close though.
Oh my lord. Oh, it's hog on hog violence out here, dude.
You gave him a ticket. Whoa!
Okay, let's get the fuck out of here. I think I heard his teeth clap together.
Brother, he slapped some sense into him. And that's a Republican, right? Like, I assume this is a guy who is attending the event. Like, he's not like a... He's not like a
Wait, Gimli's a troll?
woke guy at all. Brother, you got bitch slapped and then walked away. What happened here?
Whoa!
Okay, let's get the fuck out of here.
Oh my God,
he's
he
following
doesn't
him.
walk away.
Real tough. Walk the
Did somebody say Kevin Smith? Like the director, Kevin Smith?
Wait, so then he runs into a crowd?
He's part of the YR though.
Who the are the people? The Howard Taft
Part of the YR, Young Republicans.
build? He's the guy running it, and they took a selfie after? Wait, really?
Wait, so he's running it? The guy in the white shirt is running it?
So what happened next? He ran to his daddy?
I just got punched in the face by the.
Yo, even better, right? He ran to his two daddies.
Sneeko update. Sneeko and Nick Fuentes randomly meet woman propaganda moments after getting...
Hi, I got punched in the face by this guy. Well, this Jewish guy was yelling, everyone's a Nazi, and then I told him to go back to Israel, and then this other guy just slapped me across.
Kevin's two daddies, look, there they are. Oh my God. This is a beautiful family chat. Two daddies, Nick and Sneeko, and they're gonna take care of their little boy, right? He's gotta be protected from the
Kevin Smith just slapped me across
TikTok.
Will, nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you. What's going on? Good to meet you.
Are you okay? I literally just got my shit reset. Fuck.
Is this crowd Zionist or anti-Zionist? I mean, probably mostly anti-Zionist, but for the wrong reasons, right? Like, I mean, look, the Sneeko and Nick. Wait, no, Sneeko got let inside. Nick was not invited, right? Nick did not go in. They didn't want to be associated with Nick Fuentes, right? But yeah, the people that are standing around Nick and Sneeko, they're definitely they're anti-Israel, but because of Israel being associated with Jews.
Fuck, he hit me hard. That guy's from the YR. I don't know what you do here.
Yeah, crying to Sneeko and Nick
I don't
is
get
a
it,
hell of a
man.
look. Yeah.
Like those are Nazis. What the fuck? What is happening, bro? I mean, they all just hate Jews. No, but like they don't just hate Jews, brother. They hate
everyone.
Like those are Nazis.
Oh, that's what he's reacting to, right? So he's surprised to see so many non-white people amidst Nazis, right? Which, like you saw the guy's reaction, right? Are you Jewish? That's the question that he asked, right? That's not exactly beating the allegations of being anti-Semitic. But this is there's a okay, I gotta explain this. All right. And I hate explaining it. I hate explaining racist concepts, but I'm about to explain a racist concept from the Groypers to you right now. There is a word. It is WANGHAF. Let me see if I can pronounce it. It's like Wang half or something like that. And what it means is white ass, and it's the N word, going hard as fuck. And this describes Groypers or far right people in general that are not white, but they make up for it by being extra racist, right? Often against their own identity, right? So there's a weird little allowance that the Groypers have, and you can see this with Nick, right? You can see this with Sneak. This applies to Sneeko too, right? That somehow, if you're not white, you can make up for it by going hard as fuck, by being a WANGHAF, right? And like it's a term that they have, right? So, you know, that's what Hassan is confused by, is there's a lot of, you know, Groypers that are not white that try to show their bona fides by being a little extra, if that makes sense.
Fuck, he hit me hard. That guy's from the IR. I don't know why you do it.
I don't get it, man. Like those are Nazis. What the fuck? What is happening, bro? I mean, they all just hate Jews. No,
Yeah, that's right. Race science with Irene.
They don't just hate
phrenology with Irene's phrenology lesson.
Hate Jews, brother. They hate black people too. Like, what did Nazis forget? Like, are they woke on black people now?
Yeah, I was saying that, Sai and Mike. Nick Fuentes is low key, you know, kind of operates on this principle too.
No one in that video was white. I mean,
yeah, Hogwarts scarf, inner from the right. So many weirdos in one place. Are there people that wear like Hogwarts shit as like a transphobic dog whistle? Is that a thing?
This fucking little man.
I've never heard of Hogwarts being like, I've never seen like, you know, like the only place I could imagine Hogwarts being associated with far right shit would be, I don't know, as like a J.K. Rowling thing, maybe.
Probably is white. This is, wow. I don't know what to say. DEI hit white supremacy hard, dude. They're doing DEI fascism. It's woke fascism.
What you doing here?
He hit me.
I was just hanging out. Yeah. Jeez. That's crazy.
Maybe we should.
Yeah, why don't we go?
I thought he was.
Wait,
so he's like, they're hitting Nazis. Maybe we should get out of here. Maybe this isn't the place for us, right?
That slap worked so well that it literally purged the other.
I assume anything Harry Potter is transphobic dog whistle. I mean, most of the time when I see it, it's people that never got the message of what J.K. Rowling became. But yeah, I mean, it could easily be
fucking racist out of the vicinity of the area. Like, check logs. A black man, a gay Mexican, and a white man are all Nazis. You were talking about the diversity of American fascism. Yeah, no. And then I guess there was a misunderstanding and they squashed the beef.
So this is what I was talking about. This is what I was talking about. This guy realized, I think he thinks it was a misunderstanding. Says woman propaganda. Is that the mustache guy? His name is Woman Propaganda? Okay. So that's Kevin, and yeah, like I was guessing, he just misinterpreted. He thought the guy dressed as a Nazi was on his side, right? He assumed that was the right-wing guy. He didn't realize it was a very confused left-winger, apparently trying to show up to protest Young Republican Gala, and you know, whose protest was to dress up like a Nazi, to be like, this is what you are.
Propaganda said it was a misunderstanding and asked Kevin for a photo.
Yosemite, nice.
I just, every part of this is so strange. Yeah, he had AOE. That slap was the slap heard around the world. It just, did you see TrueAnon reply to one of the Nazi guys' videos? Yeah, I did. You left a white man in the lurch. We won't forget this.
I want it. We have plenty at home.
So about last night, explaining Angry Patriot and I's misadventures at the New York Young Republicans Gala. I assume this guy is also.
There is no explanation. You are forever disgraced, sir. You should just like get off the internet and, I don't know, maybe look for like a hole to crawl into or something.
This was the other guy, and he's also a Nazi, right? Listen, when I see Brace posting or Mehmet posting, I just hit a like. Okay. Did you not watch the video? Not yet. At Pilates. Nick Fuentes was initially invited.
Nick needs to upgrade his foot shoulders. That surprises me. People have come to his house, right? Like, you'd think that Nick would have security. You'd think that like he wouldn't get chased off that easily.
A VIP of the event.
Good. I'm chill. You'd think that he wouldn't walk out around New York City without like protection.
Should we explain why I have a tux on and you don't?
Vest, maybe.
Yeah, let's do it.
So there was just an inaugural ball pretty close by, and it was the Young Republicans event. Matan was speaking there. He was hosting. I was luckily invited.
Who?
What's the deal with Matan? Is Matan right wing?
Matan was speaking there. He was
Who the fuck is Baton?
hosting. I was luckily invited, and so was Nick. And then what happens to Nick happens. What happened?
Yeah, well, they said I might be able to go, which they do every year at NYYRC. They say, well,
oh, the Bill Clinton kid. Wait, isn't he the little troll? I mean, he collabs with a lot of fucking Nazis and shit, but isn't he like isn't he Jewish? What the fuck's going on, man? Like I think he's straight up Israeli, no? I think he was roasting them as racist. He trolls them. He actually trolled them.
Wait, it said the way that they described it, though, he was like the MC. They said he was hosting. Do you troll? Is Matan just like a trolling on another level? Like so fucking advanced that these people asked him to host the event? Is this like some Alex Novell shit? Speaking of Alex Novell, we got a new Alex Novell on Ethan Klein coming out tomorrow, I believe, right? We'll probably take a look at that. We'll also take a look at the, oh my God, what the fuck was it? Magenta was just reminding me, because I'd forgotten. I have to scroll up. Yeah, the no politics here thing, we'll add that on. In fact, I'll put that on right now since we already did this piece of bonus content. Let me go ahead and, no, not that one. But so I don't forget. Over Zealots, Chris Kunstler, and Noah Sampson. Why didn't Sneeko find Allah and move to Morocco? I mean, he's the only one out of these, like, LARPer reverts that actually seems to be like, actually like, once is practicing Islam.
Fucking guy, he slapped that guy because the other guy was holding Nazi armbands. He got confused who was on which side because of the Nazi memorabilia, Lamau.
That's what I thought.
Wait, you think the Young Republicans guy, the Gimli on the Republican side, thought that the dude with the mustache was actually...
He's like, the Nazi guy must be protect. That's what he said. He said, this guy's our guy. He must be protect.
being woke and like stealing the swastika from the Nazi outside, and he thought the Nazi outside was actually being sincere about being a Nazi. So he was actually in his mind defending the Nazi. Is that what you think would happen? Fog of war shit? Yeah, that's awesome. The guy thought who slapped the guy he slapped was woke.
We're working on it. We might be able to get you in. And they told me I was invited. I was going to be in the VIP section. I'm going to be a guest. And then, as usual, they canceled me. They disinvited me. They told me I can't come. I guess there was going to be a big revolt in the club if I was going to be there.
But wasn't there hella Nazis there anyway? So I don't get it. Like,
you weren't allowed.
Like, that doesn't make any sense from the Republican side.
No, it does. People know Nick's a Nazi. They don't know about these other guys, right? These other guys have kept their power level. They've hidden their power level.
I mean, this motherfucker was there. Is it because he's like Haitian and Filipino that they're like, oh, it's fine if you're like the Holocaust denier? Like, I don't understand what the standards are here for the young Republicans.
But I already had my stuff booked, so I said, fuck it, I'll just come to New York and ball out anyway.
We got to hang out. We just had
ball out. Nick's gonna ball out.
Nice dinner.
The Nazi girlfriend of Destiny was there. Oh, the fucking meth head that did blackface. I know too much about this shit.
Oh no! What the fuck
there's
is
like
this?
a balding meth head neo-Nazi
What the fuck is this?
that Sex Pestiny's been fucking. This yep, this is the girl. Yeah. She also did blackface. She was one of the girls that did blackface.
Okay, cool. Let me show you this video. About like 15 million views.
It's a video of what?
Okay. It's gonna blow your mind. Alright. Yeah, you talking about this video. I did too. You talking about this one?
Yeah, she does like this kind of shit. But that's not even like, there's a whole video that she did as well.
Oh, who is this?
That's in Washington Square Park.
I was gonna guess Brittany Venti or something. No, it's Empath Chan. Anybody know about this person? I don't know if they're currently dating Destiny. I've heard them mentioned. I've heard their name mentioned in a relationship to Destiny. But yeah, they've cornered Sneeko here.
I know, that's by the chess tables.
Yeah, she straight up smokes meth. Why don't we ever go to Cool Fun Park?
Tell me that she smokes meth out of like a shoe or something, and you know, like, I mean, I feel like, isn't that standard fare for Destiny? That's like kind of no big deal. It could be a bigger deal if a Destiny orbiter didn't smoke meth.
Parties like this is on. If this is the type of shit I was invited to, I would kill myself straight up. Okay, the day that I get a letter in the mail being like, "Hey, you've been invited to the Young fucking Losers Gala," I'm just straight up ending it all. Okay, like virtually every single person in that room that has, like, you know, just a crumb of prominence, if you want to call it that, literally came from just doing incredibly racist shit. Like that's it. Like they'll do like blackface on Halloween or something, and then they'll get like 1,000 likes, and then the New York Young Republicans is like, well, there it is. Like, please, you are invited to the gala of the year.
Yeah. Okay. And there's another one.
You gotta have a little bit of shame, right? Like, there is no way, because you gotta look around a little bit and be like, wow, I am surrounded by fucking talentless hacks. I mean, he at least had like an aesthetic vision at a certain point in his career. You know what I mean? Like, he worked with like Mr. Beast and stuff. I mean, I guess he likes the shame.
Huh.
But this reminds me of Laura Loomer bothering the other guy, the other white Aryan goddess or whatever that Laura Loomer was calling him. Remember? At the other New York Young Republicans Gala many, many years prior, where she was like, oh, a lot of people hate Jews here, but that's because they're afraid of my high Jewish IQ.
Oh, she said my Ashkenazi IQ
Or something. There's a Sneeko clip about
it was even more racist than you think, right? It was like specifically like, you know, the hierarchy of Jewish identities is what she's invoking there with that.
I raised him at this party talking to some random Asian girl.
You saw that?
Also watched.
Like, this is devastating. Like, this is fucking devastating. You're just sitting there cornered in a fucking party, and a crackhead meth head is literally going through her funniest racist clips. Oh my God. What is this tweet? Me and the chop shit I pulled by being nonchalant. Fucking.
Wait. Well, that's not Sneeko. It is. No, it is. It just. Wait, what? Is he dissing her? Yep. I think. Wait, am I not understanding Zoomer? So, he's saying she's, you know, kind of ugly, chopped, ugly, defective is what he's saying there by being nonchalant. Is this a meme and I'm not understanding, and it's somehow not an insult? Because it sounds like he's calling her ugly, but he is also, you know, I mean, Hassan said that Sneeko was cornered. I'm not sure about that. I feel like if he wanted to, he could be like, hey, I gotta touch base with some other people, but it's really nice to see you. We'll get together and do that collab sometime, but I gotta go. You know, right? It's not that hard to get away from people. Like, he's not actually cornered. But it sounds like he's trying to say this as like, what, to save face? That like other people are gonna, you know, are insulting him for being with Empath Chan. And yeah, like, it does look like she's trying to kind of get some Sneeko? Like, you know,
Ay. Oof. German far-right lawmaker calls for U.S.-German nationalist alliance at MAGA Gala. Markus Frohnmayer, a German politician from the Alternative for Deutschland, speaks to the press at the New York Young Republicans Club's annual gala at Cipriani. Wall Street in New York City. Gala brings international far-right and MAGA figures together. U.S. signals growing support for European far-right. German far-right AfD is topping German polls. Many streamer circles have similar MAGA philosophies.
Wait, is that true? Germans in chat. Any Germans in chat? Is that true? Is AfD the tops? Is AfD at the tops of the polls? Like AfD is the most popular party in Deutschland?
They all say the same shit. Not the circles that I run in, I'll tell you that much. But I remember that woman from last year, she had an Israeli flag in her
Chat, if that's true, I'm going to be meeting a lot more Germans here in Thailand, right? If that's true, if Germany's about to fall to the ADF, what do I say? What is the ADF? Alcohol, drug, and firearm? No, that's ATF, right? Alcohol, tobacco, and firearm. If Germany's going to fall to the Alternative for Deutschland, the AfD, I am anticipating having a lot more Germans around here in Thailand.
Bio on Twitter, and a lot of liberals were inner circle. I clicked on her profile, and the first tweet on there was blasting the N-word. Nick Fuentes was hanging out with Sneeko in a Kawa house. I heard about that too. Yeah, the Ummah's got to do a little bit better on that. No.
What is a Kawa house, chat?
That shit is fucked up. Like, y'all are fucking stupid, okay? He is not shy about advocating for, he is not shy. Kawa House is a coffee shop. The one that I went to, I think he went to as well, near Columbia.
Wait, but what kind? Is it a Turkish coffee shop or?
And it's so fucking annoying. It's the same thing that I experienced when Andrew Tate fake reverted to Islam, and so many dumb fucks on the timeline were like, "Oh my God, rejoice! He's found the light of Allah." I was like, "You're fucking so stupid." No wonder half of these like fucking television imams are able to dupe all of you motherfuckers, bro. I swear to God. Anyway, I don't want to talk too much about that.
Let's see if we can. Oh, here it is.
Your eyes look so good.
Okay, now this is funny. The clip says Laura Loomer hitting on guy that's not interested. This isn't just a guy that's not interested, chat. This is Mike Cernovich. 8 years ago.
Your eyes look so good. You're like beautiful.
Thank you.
You're like an Aryan degenerate goddess.
Thank you.
I love it.
Aryan degenerate goddess? Wait. Did she call him a goddess?
Thank you. You're Aryan too.
I know, but I'm Jewish.
It's okay.
The Nazis hate me.
It's fine.
The alt-right people want to put me in a gas chamber because they're obsessed with the Jews.
I think they're just memeing on you, but it's okay.
They're just jealous because I have big tits and an Ashkenazi IQ.
Yes, that's what it is.
Yeah.
You got it.
Wait, is that like low-key shade right there?
I'm gonna tell you a secret. Like, you know, so many people.
Who is that? Wait, is that somebody I should recognize? Is that like a famous right-wing weirdo Nazi guy? It's not Nick, is it?
People in this movement who preach trad life are like fucking people on the side and like cheating on their partners.
That's so bad.
Like they're not even like really.
So yeah, Cernovich has a partner at this point. So she's like, I don't know, suggesting. She's like laying it in there that, you know, maybe, I mean, like a lot of people out there, you know, they have a significant other, but they're not, you know, they're creeping.
Trad life. Like, your eyes look so good.
Okay, wait. Laura Loomer
Really dunked on this guy, calling him a.
Okay.
So I don't know if you guys saw this, but the other day on CBS, you had another brilliant Bari Weiss idea. She decided, I'm going to do a town hall with Erika Kirk so she can yell at Americans. Real great idea. Some of the other brilliant ideas she had Alan Dershowitz debate Dana Loesch on guns. That was weird and nobody gave a shit about that one. She had Hillary Clinton and Condoleezza Rice in conversation. It's another one nobody gave a shit about. These are all the ideas that Bari Weiss thinks are like brilliant. The real reason Bari Weiss now runs CBS is very simple. The new
oh my god, chat, was I blasting you with the volume this time? One in chat if it's been too loud. Has the volume been too loud? I realized that at the beginning we watched something soft. I think the Bari Weiss video was way too quiet. I added gain and I never took it off.
Owners, the Ellisons, they want to make sure that CBS does not go too hard on Israel and does not go too hard on MAGA. That's the whole point. But Bari Weiss is also a total failure. She's failed up her entire life.
All right.
She doesn't know what the fuck she's doing.
Unfortunately, I don't have time for this today, chat. I'm going to raid you into Casey-tron. Yeah, Casey-tron. So for the record, chat, Casey-tron is doing a subathon or a streamathon, some kind of marathon stream. And apparently maybe asleep right now, but it is getting to morning in the U.S. So, hopefully Casey will make an appearance. If not, it's nice to support, the stream, and especially considering what she's been through and the amount of money that she might have just had to pay out to none other than Ethan Klein. So we'll be talking about that shit tomorrow. Alex Novell video and maybe the Noah Sampson on Overzealots and Chris Kunstler. I'm going to go ahead and shout out my Patreons again, because I'd like to do it at the beginning and end of each stream, and we're fastly approaching the end here. So thanks for hanging out with me. Shouts out to User. Shouts out to Tracy Eva. Shouts out to JMB. Brian, shouts out to Emily French. Shouts out to Big Al. Shouts out to Darafil. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Animus. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Oral Ellipsis. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Choki. Shouts out to Moe Noe. Shouts out to Stephanie. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Good for Gavi. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. And a fancy shout out to Sherry Safira, to Rachel K, to Omega Star, and to Zara Xerix. With that, chat. Oh, it looks like the raid already happened. I hope you had fun. Thank you, mods, for keeping us safe. Yeah, I don't know that much about the Autumn Leaves situation, but that sounds unfair from what I've heard. So yeah, hopefully Autumn gets some justice there. Anyway, much love, everybody. I will be back tomorrow with more. I'm gonna get some sleep now. So you joined right at the end, just in time to get the shout out, Big Al Cake Mix. But good to see you nonetheless. I'm moving my streaming time. If you haven't noticed, it's been creeping earlier and earlier and earlier, and I'm gonna try to get it to some reasonable time. I don't know what's on my Twitch schedule, but that's my goal, right? Is to get it to that much earlier, because it makes more sense if I wake up early and start early, and then I have a little time to be able to run errands at the end of the day, I guess. I don't know exactly what is going on with Autumn. I'm probably not the best one to ask, but if you're hanging out with other MR enjoyers, I'm sure hopefully you can find out. I'm not trying to do MR drama here. But hopefully everything works out. Anyway, much love, everybody. See you tomorrow. Bye bye.